Hello, Namaskar. This is Firstpost and you're watching Vantage with me, Palki Sharma. More than 10 days after Operation Sindoor was launched, more than a week after the ceasefire was announced, more details are emerging on how Pakistan tried to divide and attack India. They killed Hindus in Pahalgam and they tried to target Sikhs in Amritsar. The Indian Army says Pakistan tried to attack the Golden Temple. We will tell you what followed and decode the plot. Meanwhile, Indian agencies are busting a Pakistani spy ring. A YouTuber and 11 others have been arrested. In Pakistan, another Lashkar terrorist has been killed and another funeral has been held with a terrorist draped in their national flag. Also, more links between US President Donald Trump and Pakistan are emerging. Is he showing sympathy to them because of business deals? We'll tell you. The IMF swings into damage control mode, tightening loan rules for Pakistan. India restricts imports from Bangladesh. We will tell you why. How Pakistan's terror policy is bleeding its province of Khyber Pakhtunkhwa. How Israel has launched a new operation to take over Gaza. What's the update on the Russia-Ukraine talks and how alcohol consumption reduces because of high screen time? What is the theory? We'll discuss this. All this and more coming up.
घर में घुसकर मारे।
The bullets may have stopped, but the fighting hasn't. That's the reality of wars today. Truth or not, the narrative battle continues. India won decisively on the battlefield. We are now looking to back that up with an outreach by making our case on the global stage. And what is Pakistan doing? Well, copying us. You want to know Pakistan's next move? Just look at India's current move, because chances are it will be the same. We will get to those copy-paste moves later, but first, let's look at some new information that has come in. We know that Pakistan targeted 15 Indian cities after Operation Sindoor. These were spread across the north and the west. Among them was Amritsar. Not the Amritsar cantonment, not any air defense system or military target, but the Golden Temple, the holiest place for Sikhs around the world. Pakistan tried to strike the Golden Temple. It was announced today by the Indian Army.
Knowing that Pak Army does not have any legitimate targets, we anticipated that he will target Indian military installations, civilian targets, including religious places. Of these, Golden Temple appeared to be the most prominent. We also received credible intelligence that Golden Temple is a prime target, which we had brainstormed earlier. On 8th early morning, in the hours of darkness, Pakistan carried out a massive air assault with unmanned aerial weapons, primarily drones and long-range missiles. We were fully prepared since we had anticipated this, and our brave heart and alert army air defense gunners thwarted Pakistan Army's nefarious designs and shot down all drones and missiles targeted at Golden Temple, thus not allowing even a scratch to come on our holy Golden Temple.
Now, you may be confused by this move. After all, this is the Golden Temple. You strike that and you're declaring an all-out war on India. So why would Pakistan do that? Well, they would do it to divide India's society. This attempted strike did not happen in isolation, by the way. It was part of a series of moves. First, the Pahalgam terror attack, where only Hindus were hunted and killed. Then, the Pakistan military's press conference on May 10th, where they made some wild claims. Listen to this.
मैं आपको एक शॉकिंग खबर देना चाहता हूं। इंडिया ने अब से थोड़ी देर पहले 6 बैलिस्टिक मिसाइल आदमपुर से फायर किए हैं। इनमें से एक बैलिस्टिक मिसाइल आदमपुर में ही हिट किया है और बाकी 5 मिसाइल्स भारतीय पंजाब में अमृतसर के इलाके में हिट किए हैं।
Pakistan says India fired ballistic missiles at Amritsar, its own city. Again, the idea is quite clear. Attack Sikh sites, including the Golden Temple, shift the blame to India and then turn Indian Sikhs against the military. And guess who is peddling this Pakistani narrative? Poor man's Bond villain, Gurpatwant Singh Pannu. Let me quote his statement. This is what he said. Why are Sikhs the target? Modi's missiles kill Sikhs. Khalistan is the answer. I guess the mask has fallen. These Khalistanis do not care about Sikhs. All they care about is hurting India. And for that, they have openly sided with Pakistan. Thankfully, our military was on alert. They shot down almost all projectiles fired from the other side, including the missile aimed at the Golden Temple. But the danger is not over yet because Pakistan is unlikely to give up. Missiles or not, they will try to divide India. Which brings us to our moves. What are we doing? India is planning an outreach blitz. It has created 7 multi-party delegations. Some are led by the ruling BJP's lawmakers, others are led by the opposition. Put together, these 7 delegations have 59 members of parliament. And their mission is quite clear, to take India's message to the world. Each delegation will travel to designated countries. Some will go to the US and Latin America, some to the Gulf Arab states, some to Southeast and East Asia, and some to Northern Africa. In total, 32 countries will be covered. The idea is to inform these countries about Pakistani terrorism, perhaps brief them on Operation Sindoor, because like I said, narratives matter. These MPs are being briefed by the government of India. Afterwards, they will head out into the world, most likely after May 23rd. Now, this decision was announced late on Friday by India. Guess what Pakistan did the very next day? They announced a similar multi-party delegation. It will be led by Bilawal Bhutto Zardari, leader of Pakistan People's Party and the former foreign minister of the country. I'm sure he understands the gravity of the assignment. If not, at least the center of gravity. But jokes aside, this is pathetic. Pakistan has no strategy or playbook. They're simply copy-pasting India's moves. First, Prime Minister Modi travelled to the Adampur air base. The next day, Shehbaz Sharif visited the Pasroor cantonment. Modi had lethal Indian weapons in the backdrop. Sharif had banners. Days later, India announced its global outreach program, and sure enough, Pakistan followed suit. But I'm afraid copy-pasting won't help them. India's moves are a reflection of its polity and society. We are a thriving democracy. Hence, we are sending a multi-party delegation. With what authority is Pakistan doing this? Their most popular leader is in jail right now. If Shehbaz Sharif is serious, let him add Imran Khan to this delegation. But something tells me he won't. So my point is quite simple. India has the moral high ground here. We also have years of evidence against Pakistani terrorism. Now it's time to actively spread the message far and wide to turn this military victory into a narrative victory too. Like so many stories of our times, this one too begins with a ring, light, and a camera. It features a woman named Jyoti Malhotra. She is from the state of Haryana. She's a YouTube influencer, a travel vlogger. She has 377,000 subscribers on YouTube, more than 100,000 followers on Instagram. Jyoti Malhotra has documented her journeys across the globe, from bustling cities to quiet mountain towns. But one destination stands out, and that is Pakistan. She's been there multiple times. Images of her trips have now gone viral. One of them shows her with Maryam Nawaz, the Chief Minister of Pakistan's Punjab province. Jyoti's last trip to Pakistan was in March this year. And now she's behind bars, arrested on suspicions of being a spy for Pakistan. Here's what the authorities are saying. Jyoti Malhotra was in touch with a Pakistani diplomat, an official in their High Commission in New Delhi, someone who was expelled after the Pahalgam attack. Investigators say Jyoti's trips were sponsored, that she was in touch with Pakistani officials, she shared sensitive information, and that she was being developed as an asset. She was being groomed by them. Her family calls these allegations preposterous. They say that she was only vlogging. That's video blogging. I'm sure more details will emerge as the investigation proceeds, but this case is just the tip of the iceberg. In the last few days, there have been at least 11 other arrests across 3 states. These are people who came from different walks of life: a businessman, a techie, a student, even a security guard, all connected by a single serious allegation: spying for Pakistan. Another key arrest is from the state of Uttar Pradesh. It was a businessman named Shehzad. On paper, he ran cross-border trade, but investigators say he went far beyond commerce. He is said to have been an ISI point person. He helped them recruit people. He was also believed to be selling Indian currency and SIM cards to them. Then there's a postgraduate student. He was spying on Indian military installations. He passed sensitive details about the Patiala Air Force Station straight to Pakistan. One guy allegedly even developed an app. He made it to stay in touch with his Pakistani handlers. As we speak, more people are being rounded up. These arrests reveal a complex web of espionage. It's disturbing, but neither surprising nor new. Pakistan's ISI has long cast its net on Indian civilians. After all, that's what the agency was built to do. The Inter-Services Intelligence, ISI, was founded in 1948. Since then, it has operated like a state within a state. Over the decades, it has built a sprawling espionage network. It targets India's military infrastructure, its political fault lines, and increasingly, its digital spaces. The strategy is quite simple. Blend in. Do not rely on known assets. Use ordinary people, exploit their vulnerabilities, financial or otherwise, and use them as modes in a larger machine. It worked in the 1990s with cross-border operatives in Kashmir. It worked in the 2000s with double agents. In fact, in 2010, there was a case of Madhuri Gupta, an Indian Foreign Service officer. She was convicted of spying for Pakistan. And now the ISI seems to be turning to ordinary people. Between 2013 and 2016, India arrested 46 Pakistani spies, 46 spies in 3 years. They were arrested from across the country. And now a new round of arrests has begun. What does it tell you? Even when the battlefield looks silent, the battle is on. When it's not their terrorists, it's their soldiers. When it's not their soldiers, it's their spies. Some do it unwittingly. Others know exactly what their mission is and for whom. Either way, it's a low-visibility, high-impact game. Use the unlikely, stay off the radar, keep it plausible, and do not leave a trace. That is how it works. And that's also why it's so hard to stop. Because the best spies do not look like spies, they look like you and me. And that is the real challenge. Pakistan's mask is slipping. Every day, more evidence comes to light. Let me show you the latest one. It's a set of pictures taken at a funeral, the funeral of a Lashkar terrorist. It's the same group that was behind the Pahalgam attack. Lashkar-e-Toiba, they killed 26 Indian civilians. Yesterday, one of Lashkar's commanders was killed. His name was Saifullah Khalid. He also goes by another name, Razaullah Nizamani Khalid. He was killed by 3 unknown gunmen in Sindh. Sindh is a province in southeast Pakistan. Saifullah Khalid's funeral was held there yesterday. And these pictures are from the same funeral. Khalid's coffin has been draped in the Pakistani flag. In most countries, this is an honor reserved for the top leaders of state and military. In Pakistan, it is an honor bestowed upon terrorists. They are given VIP funerals, they are celebrated like martyrs and national heroes. And so it was with Saifullah Khalid. Also, he was no ordinary terrorist. He operated the Lashkar's network in Nepal. He handled recruitment, logistics and money. One of his main jobs was to move terrorists, to get them across India's border with Nepal. He also orchestrated multiple attacks in India. In 2005, he planned a shooting. It happened at the Indian Institute of Science in Bengaluru. One person was killed in the attack, 4 others were injured. In 2006, the RSS headquarters in Nagpur was targeted. RSS stands for the Rashtriya Swayamsevak Sangh. It is the ideological parent of the BJP, which is India's ruling party. Khalid planned the attack on the RSS, but the plot was foiled. Then in 2008, Khalid targeted a CRPF camp. CRPF is the Central Reserve Police Force of India. One of its camps in Uttar Pradesh was hit. Uttar Pradesh is a North Indian state. 7 security personnel were killed in this attack. After this attack, Saifullah Khalid vanished. He was operating a Lashkar module from Nepal. Indian intelligence agencies exposed his network, so Khalid had to flee. He took refuge in Pakistan, and since then he had been out of the spotlight. Khalid vanished from the public eye, only to resurface this weekend when he was killed by gunmen and his funeral made headlines. As you can see in the pictures, there was a massive turnout. Reports say top leaders of the Lashkar-e-Toiba were present. One of the names doing the rounds is Faisal Nadeem. He is a Lashkar commander in Sindh, the Sindh province. Apparently, he attended the funeral. So we ask, what more proof does the world need? A designated terrorist honored on Pakistani soil with a national flag on his coffin in the presence of known terrorists. And this is not a one-off case. Last week, India told the world about another funeral. And you may have seen this picture. Indian diplomats have been highlighting this. That's Abdul Rauf, a senior leader of the Lashkar-e-Toiba. He led a funeral for terrorists killed by India in Operation Sindoor. On day 1 of our precision strikes on Pakistani terror camps. Abdul Rauf led the funeral prayers in Muridke, a city near Lahore. Muridke hosts the headquarters of the Lashkar-e-Toiba. And who stood by Rauf's side? You see Pakistani military officers dressed in uniform. Again, the coffins were draped in the Pakistani flag. As India pointed out, these terrorists were given state honors in Pakistan.
If only civilians, if any civilians were killed in these attacks, I wonder what message this picture actually sends to all of you. As far as we are concerned, the individuals eliminated at these facilities were terrorists. Giving terrorist state funerals may be a practice in Pakistan. Doesn't seem to make much sense to us.
Rauf is a close aide of Hafiz Saeed, the chief of Lashkar-e-Toiba and the mastermind of the 26/11 Mumbai attacks. Hafiz Saeed is a UN-sanctioned terrorist. Rauf too was sanctioned by the United States in 2010. He raises funds for terrorist activities. His terror links are well documented, but Pakistan denies all of it. Their military calls Rauf a common family man. They even presented so-called proof to defend him. And it happened during a press conference. Pakistani officials shared personal details about this man, like his national identity number, his date of birth, his address in Lahore. They shared all of this in a press conference, but in doing so, Pakistan scored another self-goal because every detail they shared matched the US sanctions record. Pakistan ended up confirming the very thing that they were trying to deny. They exposed their own lies. Abdul Rauf is a terrorist, and Pakistan was caught protecting him. Which brings me to yet another question. What is the Financial Action Task Force waiting for? This is the FATF, the Financial Action Task Force. It is a global terror financing watchdog. What more evidence do they need? Terrorists are not just hiding in Pakistan, they are being celebrated openly. They are being given state funerals. They are being defended by military officers. And when they are confronted, Islamabad spews old lies. Pakistan is not just a safe haven, it is a sponsor, a host and a facilitator of terrorism. There is overwhelming evidence to support this. It is time for the FATF to take action. Whose side is Donald Trump on? A lot of you may have asked this question last week. Frankly, we were wondering too. Trump was doing his typical both-sidism. He equated India and Pakistan. He even called Pakistan a great country. I doubt even Pakistanis would do that. But now more information and dubious links are emerging, information that puts Donald Trump on Team Pakistan. Take a look at this report. It talks about a man named Gentry Beach. He is a hedge fund manager from Texas. More importantly, he is a close associate of Donald Trump Jr. That's the US president's eldest son, Donald Trump Jr. Now, Beach and Trump Jr. are hunting buddies. Beach visited Islamabad in January this year, and he was hosted by Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif. A second meeting happened in February. Once again, Shehbaz Sharif hosted Gentry Beach for talks, this time at a summit in Dubai. Afterwards, Beach returned to the US, to Trump's Mar-a-Lago residence, and he reportedly briefed the US president about his talks with the Pakistanis. Do you know what he said? He said that Pakistan was an amazing place, that there is potential for rare earth, oil and real estate deals. Murky, isn't it? But the story does not end here. In late January, Beach also traveled to Dhaka, Bangladesh. He met interim ruler Mohammad Yunus. Again, the same script. Promises of massive investments and real estate deals. Then in April, Beach traveled to Turkey. He signed a joint deal for oil exploration. Clearly, this is a very powerful man, powerful and close to the Trump family. Did these business dealings influence Donald Trump's position? Is that why he's soft on Pakistan? Well, the evidence is mounting. Last week, we told you about a cryptocurrency deal, a deal between the Pakistan government and an American company. Pakistan's government signed an agreement with a crypto company. Guess who owns that company? US President Donald Trump's family. 60% of the firm is owned by Trump's family. And for the record, this deal was signed after the Pahalgam attack, so clearly the Trumps knew what was happening. And yet, they went ahead with the deal. And the ties do not end here. On Friday, Trump appointed new members to a religious advisory board. The US president appointed new members to a religious advisory board. Out of them, two names stand out. The first is Ismail Royer. In the 2000s, this man traveled to Pakistan and trained with the Lashkar-e-Toiba, the terror group. In 2003, he was charged with aiding the Lashkar-e-Toiba. And the worst part, Royer pleaded guilty. He was given a 20-year prison sentence. But after 13 years of serving jail time, he was released. He was released in the year 2017. And now he's on Donald Trump's religious advisory team. Let me repeat that for you. A convicted Lashkar terrorist is now US President Trump's religious advisor. That's the first name on the list. The second name is Shaykh Hamza Yusuf. He's basically a radical Islamist preacher. In 2016, Indian authorities filed a case against him. His speeches were radicalizing terror recruits. Now, both these men have been appointed by Donald Trump. One is a convicted terrorist, the other is a man who's wanted in India. Of course, the White House does not see it that way. They're calling these men preachers and Islamic writers. Some of Trump's own supporters cannot believe it. Like right-wing commentator Laura Loomer, she says the White House has elevated a Muslim Brotherhood jihadist. It's hard to argue with that. But the question is, what is Trump's game plan? Why is he doing all of this? Well, money is certainly at stake. Pakistan desperately needs foreign investments, and the US is clearly open to it. In April, Islamabad hosted a minerals forum. The idea was to urge foreign players to invest in Pakistan's natural resources. And among the attendees was an American delegation. Trump has already struck similar deals in Ukraine and Pakistan. In Pakistan, he has the added bonus of containing China's influence. You see, most of Pakistan's minerals are in Balochistan. China has pumped billions of dollars into this province. Yet there is a gap in funding and technology, one that Donald Trump is very much interested in. As for appointing terror suspects and convicts, are we really surprised? This is the same Trump who signed a deal with the Taliban. The Trump who met Syria's new president last week, a man who was designated as an Al-Qaeda terrorist only a few months ago. Donald Trump does not care about ideals or terrorism. All he's concerned about is money, both for himself and for the US government. And Pakistan's generals appear to have decoded that. They spent most of the last decade selling national resources to China. They could spend this decade selling it to the US. As far as India is concerned, there are only two options. Offer Trump a better deal or ignore him and go it alone. Speaking of American support to Pakistan, it is most evident at the IMF, the International Monetary Fund. A lot of people call the IMF a lender of last resort. But in Pakistan's case, it is the only resort. The IMF has bailed out Pakistan a record 24 times. The latest bailout was last week after they carried out the Pahalgam attack, and in the middle of Operation Sindoor. As you would expect, Indians are not happy about this. And it's understandable why. Pakistan is a sponsor of terrorism. The IMF is a sponsor of Pakistan. So what does that make the IMF? Also a sponsor of terrorism. Some officials at the fund appear to finally understand this. On the 7th of May, they prepared a report for the IMF board. Let me quote parts of it. This is what the IMF's report said. Reputational risks could come from any perceived lack of even-handedness or if there was a perceived misuse of fund disbursements. So the IMF staff warned of it. They feared a perceived misuse of bailout funds by Pakistan. Yet the political leadership at IMF did not care. They decided to approve the latest bailout for Islamabad. But could the IMF be having second thoughts now? They cannot reject the loan now. Instead, they are tightening the conditions for the loan. A total of 11 conditions have been listed. For example, reforming taxes on agriculture, phasing out subsidies for industries, hiking electricity and gas rates. Such measures are called the bitter pill. They will hurt ordinary people and consumers, but they will bring more money into the Pakistani treasury. You have to feel for the people of Pakistan. Living in Pakistan is already a bitter pill. On top of that, the IMF is prescribing more treatment. The question is, why these tighter conditions? Is the IMF feeling remorse? Or are they just fed up with Pakistan? Ideally, it should be both. No responsible country or agency should be standing with Pakistan, especially not a funding agency like the IMF. India's defense minister made that clear last week.
इंटरनेशनल मॉनेटरी फंड से आने वाले $1 बिलियन के बड़े हिस्से को टेरर इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर को फंड करने में इस्तेमाल होगा, ऐसा मेरा मानना है। क्या यह इंटरनेशनल मॉनेटरी फंड IMF द्वारा, जो कि एक इंटरनेशनल ऑर्गेनाइजेशन है, उसके द्वारा इनडायरेक्ट फंडिंग इसे नहीं माना जाएगा? मैं दुनिया के लोगों के सामने यह सवाल रखना चाहता हूं।
Unfortunately, this is nothing new. The IMF has been a tool of Western domination. In fact, both the IMF and the World Bank. And here's the biggest proof of it. The IMF is always headed by a European citizen. The World Bank is always headed by an American citizen. Yet these are supposed to be global groups. But if you look at their policies, one thing is quite clear. They don't benefit the world. They benefit the West. I've got some examples for you. In 2023, the IMF approved a bailout for Ukraine. They gave around $15 billion in the middle of a war to Ukraine. It was unprecedented. The IMF had to amend its laws to approve this loan. Another example is Argentina. They're called a serial offender by economists, Argentina. The IMF has bailed out Argentina 23 times. This country is also the IMF's largest debtor. Yet, the International Monetary Fund approved another bailout this year. It's worth around $20 billion. And fun fact, it was approved after a pro-US, anti-China president took over the country. A third example is Egypt. The regime has been accused of gross rights violations, yet it got a bailout in 2016 and then again in 2024. Do you know why? Because the West likes the Egyptian regime. They feel it's a bulwark against Islamic radicalism. And finally, you have Greece. The International Monetary Fund gave them a $145 billion loan in 2010, $145 billion. Again, the fund had to modify its rules for this bailout. Greece did not meet the criteria for this kind of loans. But the IMF went ahead anyway. Do you know why? Because Western banks had major exposure. If Greece collapsed, those banks would also feel the heat. And this trend is visible in other places too, like Argentina's previous bailouts in 2001 and 2018. American banks had a lot of the country's debt, so on cue, the bailout came. The truth is, the IMF works, like I said, for Western interests, for American interests. They want to prop up the regimes in Egypt and Ukraine, hence these countries get the bailouts. They want to protect American banks in Argentina and Greece, hence they got bailouts. And it's the same with Pakistan. Washington wants to prop up the regime in Islamabad. That is the only reason they keep getting loans. It's the classic definition of a broken system. Only a handful of countries like India have truly benefited from IMF bailouts. But they did so despite the system, not because of it. If the IMF is serious about its mission, it should help countries that need money, not terror sponsors and puppet regimes. Now let's talk about Bangladesh. It is feeling the heat from New Delhi. India has imposed new trade restrictions on Dhaka. They target a range of imports from Bangladesh, including garments, which is the country's biggest export. And India has now placed curbs on them. 4 key border checkpoints in northeast India have been closed to Dhaka. Why? Because Dhaka has been doing the same to some Indian goods. Also, the interim ruler, Muhammad Yunus's growing ties with China have not helped. He recently called northeastern India landlocked. He invited China to access Indian territory through Bangladesh, and that statement, along with a string of Chinese investments, has raised alarms in Delhi. So now India is sending a clear message. Trade ties come with boundaries, and Dhaka may have just crossed one. Our next report has more.
Some statements carry a cost. Muhammad Yunus is now paying the price.
7 states of India, eastern part of India, called 7 Sisters, they are landlocked country, landlocked region of India. They have no way to reach out to the ocean. We are the only guardian of the ocean for all this region. So this opens up a huge possibility. So this could be an extension of the Chinese economy.
Yunus made that statement in March during his visit to China. He urged China to use Bangladesh as a gateway, as an access point to India's northeast. This statement didn't go unnoticed in New Delhi. This weekend, India took action. The government announced a series of trade restrictions. Bangladeshi exports will now face curbs. They won't have access to all the land ports. A range of imports have been impacted by this order, from ready-made garments, that's the largest export of Bangladesh and a vital source of dollar inflows, to plastic items and wooden furniture. Even carbonated drinks, bakery, confectionery, cotton yarn and dyes. Its exporters will now lose access to 4 key land routes: Tripura, Assam, Meghalaya and Mizoram, all located in India's northeast. These gateways are now closed to Bangladesh. New Delhi isn't just closing its doors, it's matching Bangladesh measure for measure. Dhaka had earlier restricted Indian yarn shipments. They allowed imports only through sea routes. Now India has responded. Several imports from Bangladesh face the same restrictions now. They can only use the seaport entry. This follows Dhaka's moves to tighten the scrutiny of Indian imports. Reports say Indian trucks face more checks and aggressive inspection in Bangladesh. So, in a way, India is deploying the strategy of reciprocity, a tit-for-tat move triggered by Dhaka's own restrictions. These curbs can hurt the economy of Bangladesh. It's already under strain. Dhaka needs more foreign exchange. Its books are under pressure. India's curbs could impact $770 million worth of exports. That's nearly 42% of Bangladesh's shipments by land to India. But India has legitimate reason to be concerned. Under Yunus, China has made deeper inroads in Bangladesh. In March, the chief advisor visited Beijing and signed multiple deals. This includes at least 8 MOUs. New investments were announced. This included a Chinese economic zone in Chittagong and the modernization of the Mongla port, the second largest seaport of Bangladesh. China is also showing new interest in the Teesta River project. Earlier, New Delhi was assured exclusivity. Now Beijing is back at the table. Yunus also walked away with significant financial commitments. China committed around $2 billion in loans, grants and investments. The message for New Delhi was loud and clear. Yunus is pitting China against India. And now that New Delhi has responded, Bangladesh wants to have a dialogue with India. An advisor of Yunus has spoken. He says Dhaka wants to resolve trade issues with New Delhi. But the tone from New Delhi has shifted. This is no longer just about trucks or tariffs. India is drawing a red line. Trade and provocations cannot go together. Yunus may call northeastern India landlocked, but it's New Delhi that has now locked him out.
Back to Pakistan, looks like the ghosts of its old bargains are coming home to roost. Take Khyber Pakhtunkhwa, a province nestled in Pakistan's northwest and ravaged by violence. We'll start with some data. It's from this year, 2025. Khyber Pakhtunkhwa has reported nearly 300 terror attacks. That's more than 2 attacks every single day this year, and we are not halfway through the year. North Waziristan leads the list with 53 attacks. Dera Ismail Khan has seen 31, and Peshawar, which is the provincial capital, has had 13. Also, this is not a new phenomenon. In 2023, Khyber Pakhtunkhwa reported 651 attacks. The number rose to 732 in 2024, and so far this year, it's already touching 300. The numbers are grim, yes, but the story they tell is grimmer. This is not a resurgence of terror. This is a reckoning. For years, Pakistan has nurtured terror groups. It has used terrorism as state policy. It has reared snakes in its backyard, and now those snakes are slithering into its living room. Let me pull up a map for you. Look at where Khyber Pakhtunkhwa is located. It borders Afghanistan to the west and north. In the 1990s, Pakistan armed and trained the Taliban. In the 2000s, it raised groups like the Lashkar-e-Toiba to bleed India. When these Frankensteins needed space to grow, Pakistan handed them the tribal belt, especially Khyber Pakhtunkhwa. The terrorists used it as a playground. The cost was always going to be national, though. It just took a while for the invoice to arrive. Behind most of the attacks is the TTP, the Tehreek-e-Taliban Pakistan. It's a largely Pashtun terror group in Pakistan. It has anywhere between 30,000 to 35,000 members. The TTP has ties with the Afghan Taliban. They're sort of like ideological cousins. So TTP terrorists have set up base near the Afghan border. They pop up, launch an attack, and then return. The TTP's fight is against the Pakistani state. They want to capture power, and they want to run the country of Pakistan based on Sharia. Remember, in 2021, the Taliban came to power in Kabul. That further emboldened the TTP, and it showed in the rising attacks in Pakistan. In 2024, last year, they witnessed a 40% surge in terror attacks. More than 900 attacks were recorded. The TTP was responsible for more than half of these. They killed more than 560 people. 96% of their attacks are in Khyber Pakhtunkhwa. 67% of the attacks targeted military and security personnel. 16% targeted civilians. The most common were armed attacks. Bombings have also increased in recent years. And what is Pakistan doing about this? It is blaming Kabul. It is asking the Taliban regime in Kabul to control the TTP, but the Taliban have refused. And Pakistan is hurt. So much so that General Asim Munir was heard whining. He said the Taliban do not listen to us. Now I get why he's so hurt. You raised them, you funded them, and now they're not answering your calls. Well, I guess that's realpolitik. Then Pakistan used the United Nations Security Council to build pressure on Kabul. They asked Afghanistan to rein in the terrorists. Again, no luck. Last December, Islamabad conducted air raids in Afghanistan. The strikes targeted TTP hideouts. The Taliban condemned the attack. There was a massive fallout, but there's no stopping the attacks. And this is a lesson for Pakistan. It created monsters and tried to play God. It made a case for good and bad terrorists. Terrorists that bled India were good. Terrorists that struck Pakistan were bad. But you see, terrorism does not work that way. It doesn't stay in a box. It doesn't respect borders. More importantly, it doesn't have a master. Right now, the flames lit by Pakistan are engulfing Khyber Pakhtunkhwa. And if they do not course correct, it could soon engulf the whole country. Let's turn to the conflict in Gaza. It is escalating. Israel has launched a new ground offensive. It is called Gideon's Chariots. The offensive began on Sunday. Israel has struck both northern and southern parts of the Gaza Strip. The airstrikes have killed at least 140 people. The operation has continued today with at least 50 people dead. This comes even as Israel and Hamas are having indirect ceasefire talks in Qatar. Meanwhile, international pressure is mounting on Israel, even from its key backer, US President Donald Trump. Our next report brings you more.
Israel has launched an extensive ground operation in Gaza. And it's called Gideon's Chariots in reference to a biblical warrior.
The IDF has opened the military operation Gideon's Chariots according to the state cabinet's order. We are moving to the next phase of the war. During the operation, we will intensify the military control in the Gaza Strip.
The ground offensive began on Sunday along with an intense air campaign. In the south, strikes hit the city of Khan Yunis. In the north, the airstrikes hit several sites, including the Jabalia refugee camp and the town of Beit Lahia, where an Indonesian hospital was rendered out of service. This is the last remaining functioning medical facility in northern Gaza. Overnight and through Sunday, the airstrikes killed at least 140 people, including children. The operation has continued today with an additional toll of at least 50 deaths.
The killing was not limited to children and the elderly, but rather the matter increased to killing inside hospitals.
But Israel Defense Forces say they struck more than 160 terror targets. In fact, in the run-up to the operation, Israel ramped up intense airstrikes last week. In a strike on the grounds of a hospital in Khan Yunis, reports say the IDF killed Hamas leader Mohammed Sinwar. He became the de facto commander of Hamas after his brother Yahya was killed in October 2024. So what's behind this large-scale offensive? First, advancing Israel's plan to move farther into the enclave. And secondly, to mount pressure on Hamas to release hostages.
This is part of defeating Hamas, and parallel with the tremendous military pressure, our massive entry to essentially take over all of Gaza and strip Hamas of all ability to plunder humanitarian aid. This is the war and victory plan.
Just as it began the operation, the Israeli government said that it would allow food into Gaza, rather, quote-unquote, a basic quantity of food. This announcement came almost 11 weeks after Israel halted the entry of all food, medicine, fuel and humanitarian aid into the Strip. But international pressure has been mounting for Netanyahu to lift the blockade.
In Gaza, the situation of Palestinians is beyond description, beyond atrocious, and beyond inhumane. A policy of siege and starvation makes a mockery of international law. The blockade against humanitarian aid must end immediately.
There's also pressure from a key backer, US President Donald Trump. Last week, he was on a West Asia trip where he skipped Israel. Earlier this month, Trump said that he wanted to end the brutal war in Gaza. He also bypassed Israel while negotiating with Hamas for the release of an Israeli-American hostage. Trump has denied that Israel had been sidelined, but he acknowledges the need to avert a looming famine in Gaza.
We're going to see what happens. I think a lot of good things are going to happen over the next month, and we're going to see. We have to help also out the Palestinians. You know, a lot of people are starving on Gaza, so we have to look at both sides.
Netanyahu says this reversal in policy is to avoid a starvation crisis which would jeopardize Israel's new military offensive. This comes even as Israel and Hamas are contemplating a ceasefire. Indirect talks are underway in Qatar's capital Doha, where the focus is on securing a 2-month truce with Hamas freeing about half the living hostages. In return, Israel would release hundreds of Palestinians from its jail and end the total blockade on Gaza. Netanyahu seems to be using the carrot and stick approach when it comes to Gaza. But the question is, will it yield any result and bring some relief in this 19-month conflict?
It's the most anticipated phone call of this week. US President Donald Trump on one side, Russian President Vladimir Putin on the other. The call is currently underway and on the agenda is peace. Trump is first calling Putin. Then he will dial Ukrainian President Zelensky. The details are not out yet, but the hope is that there will be a ceasefire to announce. The Ukraine war, as you would know, broke out in 2022. It's been over 3 years. Trump wants the war to end immediately. In fact, he promised that it will end it on day one in office, and he seems to be getting frustrated because it's been more than 3 months. The White House says he is weary of both sides.
The president has made it clear his goal is to see a ceasefire and to see this conflict come to an end. And he's grown weary and frustrated with both sides of the conflict.
Right now, this call could have 3 outcomes. 1, Putin agrees to a ceasefire and so does Zelensky. Trump announces it and claims credit. 2, Putin disagrees, but he sets up a meeting between himself and Trump. Earlier, Trump claimed that the only thing stopping a ceasefire is a meeting.
We have to meet. He and I will meet. I think we'll solve it, or maybe not, but at least we'll know. And if we don't solve it, it'll be very interesting.
Third scenario, Putin does not agree to a ceasefire and presents his list of conditions he needs to end the war. No one knows what happens then, but Ukraine is highly skeptical. It says the Russian president is just dragging his feet, that this call will yield nothing. That is Kiev's assessment. Which brings us to Washington. Donald Trump has long promised to end the war in Ukraine. Like I said, he promised to do it on day 1 in office. The very day he returned to the White House, he said he would end the war. It's been months. The war is still raging. In February, American officials met separately with both Russia and Ukraine. The result was a temporary deal, one that focused on Black Sea safety. But it did not hold. Both sides accused each other of breaching the terms. And now that deal has expired. So what exactly is blocking a ceasefire right now? Well, Russia blames Ukraine's red lines. Putin claims any truce must lead to a quote-unquote lasting peace. But what does that mean? What is a lasting peace? Moscow says it wants to address the root causes of the war first.
We have enough strength and resources to bring what was started in 2022 to its logical conclusion with the result needed by Russia. This result is the elimination of the causes that led to this crisis in Ukraine, the creation of conditions for long-term sustainable peace, and ensuring the security of the Russian state.
Ukraine sees it differently. It accuses Russia of stalling while the fighting continues. Kiev is pushing for a two-stage plan. First, a quick ceasefire, maybe for a month, then negotiations on a long-term peace deal.
Our number one priority is a full, unconditional and honest ceasefire. This must happen immediately to stop the killing and create a solid basis for diplomacy.
Meanwhile, efforts to end the war are gathering momentum. Last week, Turkey stepped in to host direct talks between Russia and Ukraine. The talks were initiated by Putin himself. They were originally scheduled for last Thursday. Zelensky agreed to attend, but he set one condition. Putin had to be in the room. That did not happen. The Kremlin opted to send a delegation instead, led by a former culture minister. By then, Zelensky had already landed in Ankara, but he too chose to skip the talks in person. In his place, Ukraine's defense minister took the lead. The meeting was pushed to Friday. It failed to produce a ceasefire. The only breakthrough was a deal on prisoner exchange. Meanwhile, Europe too is conducting high-level meetings. It is rallying for Putin to accept a ceasefire.
I think I'm even certain that President Donald Trump, concerned about the credibility of the United States of America, will react because, in fact, the ceasefire proposal, the proposal for a high-level meeting, are American proposals. They are important. They cannot receive such a response. We will continue to work hard to ensure Ukraine's resistance and to ensure security guarantees exist the day peace is signed.
But even as peace talks gain traction, the war shows no sign of slowing. On Sunday, Russia unleashed a massive drone strike on Ukraine, the largest since the war began. Ukrainian officials say Moscow launched 273 drones. Kiev also claims that Russia was preparing to test fire an intercontinental ballistic missile, a show of force meant to scare the West. But so far, there's no confirmation that the launch took place, and Moscow is yet to respond. So where does that leave us? The call has been made. The world is watching. 3 years of bloodshed, diplomacy and deadlock now rest on this one conversation. Will Putin agree to peace? Will Zelensky compromise? Or will this be just another missed opportunity in a war that refuses to end? For now, we don't have answers, just a phone call and a wait. Now let's talk about drinking alcohol. It's a habit that is as old as civilization, but it seems to be fading slowly. The decline began in the mid-2000s, and over the past few years, it has accelerated. The decline has accelerated. According to experts, you can blame Gen Z for this, or those born between 1997 and 2012. Despite their myriad problems, Gen Z is not seeking comfort in alcohol, apparently. And if they are, it is much lesser than the previous generations. And this has contributed to a global decline in alcohol sales. But what explains this shift? According to one of the world's top brewers, apparently it is higher screen time. Here's a report.
Alcohol is the new tobacco. Alcohol bottles need warning labels. Try dry January. If you don't live under a rock, you have probably heard these statements before. Do you know the result? Alcohol consumption has been falling globally. According to the World Health Organization, there's been a steady fall since the mid-2000s. Average per capita alcohol consumption has dropped from 5.7 liters in 2010 to 5.5 liters in 2019. Last year, global alcohol sales declined by 1%. If you zoom in, you will see that some types of alcohol are especially in the red. Like wine, last year, global wine consumption hit its lowest level in decades. global sales fell by 3.3% compared to 2023. They reached about 214 million hectoliters. 1 hectoliter is 100 liters. So 214 million hectoliters may seem like a good number, but it is the lowest in more than 60 years. Simply put, it has not been a good decade for alcohol. And a big contributor to this trend is Gen Z. This includes people born from 1997 to 2012. They are hitting snooze on wine o'clock, drinking much lesser than the previous generations, and hurting alcohol sales. Question is, why is this happening? Apparently, screen time is to blame. We aren't saying this. Atsushi Katsuki is. He is one of the world's biggest brewers. The top boss of Japan's Asahi. He says that before the rise of digital platforms, alcohol used to occupy a much bigger share of people's entertainment and joy. Now, gaming, video streaming, and social media are gulping down much of this so-called share of enjoyment and driving abstinence among youngsters. This argument adds another dimension to the debate of alcohol consumption, which is mostly focused on health concerns, fueling the decline. But Katsuki believes that there is little scientific basis to them. He says that certain studies show health benefits of alcohol. Sure, previous research has shown the benefits, like linking the consumption of red wine to lower risk of heart disease. But now we know that many of these studies were funded by the alcohol industry, and such research has been debunked. Instead, credible research says that alcohol consumption is linked to liver disease, heart disease, cancer, and mental health conditions. People now know that there is no safe level of drinking any alcohol. This may be grim news for the world's drinks companies, but the advantages of the growing awareness are unparalleled, as alcohol consumption has decreased between 2010 and 2019. So has the number of deaths related to it, by as much as 20% per 100,000 people globally. There has been a steady increase in anti-alcohol policies as well. Almost all countries implement alcohol excise taxes. Regulators are pushing for mandatory tobacco-style health warnings. Ireland will be the first country to introduce this measure from next year, thanks to widespread knowledge and ease of access to it. Youngsters are more aware about the risks of alcohol. This is a turning point for alcohol consumption. And as for big alcohol, maybe they will need a drink to process this.
The last 2 weeks have been damaging for Pakistan. Their carefully constructed military propaganda is falling apart. But if you're a Pakistani, do not worry. Your government has a new weapon up its sleeve. Forget the Shaheen missile or the Fateh rocket. This is the real weapon. I'm talking about Bilawal Bhutto Zardari. Like we said, he's been chosen to lead Pakistan's outreach delegation. You'll soon see him in Western capitals and foreign news channels, everywhere except the Prime Minister's chair. Frankly, Bilawal should write a thank you note to Khwaja Asif. That's the Defense Minister of Pakistan. Asif was like a decoy weapon in war. He attracted all the criticism and memes during Operation Sindoor. Meanwhile, Bilawal skipped under the radar. Unfortunately for him, not anymore.
कौन रात के अंधेरे में हमले करते हैं, चोर रात के अंधेरे में हमले करते हैं, अगर उनमें हिम्मत होता तो वो दिन में आके ऐलाने जंग करते हैं.
नर्म मुलायम मीठा पसंद करे इसे हर कोई, संगीता रीटा नीटा अनीता.
कौन रात के अंधेरे में हमले करते हैं, चोर रात के अंधेरे में हमले करते हैं, बुज़दिल रात के अंधेरे में हमले करते हैं.
ये देखो, ये अभी देखा देखी पे उतर है.
रोसेश, हौसला रखो स्वीटी. रखो हौसला मोहब्बत।
नहीं झुकूंगा। आप लोग मेरा साथ दें या ना दें, मगर कचरा खेलेगा।
Now it's time for Vantage Shots, images that tell the story. 2 killed as a Mexican Navy ship crashes into New York's Brooklyn Bridge. Pope Leo urges unity for a divided church at the inaugural Mass. And humanoid robots walk alongside their teams on the red carpet in Shanghai. Finally, we're taking you back in history. On this day in 1943, US President Franklin D. Roosevelt and UK Prime Minister Winston Churchill planned a cross-channel invasion during the Second World War. It became known as the D-Day landings. It was initially scheduled for May 1st, but bad weather and other delays pushed it to June 6th. We're leaving you on that note. Thank you for watching. We'll see you tomorrow.
The Prime Minister hands the President a letter from His Majesty King George. United States Destroyer McDougal.
What is going on? Oh, what? Insane.
Eccolo.
Happy Monday, everyone, and welcome to the program. We're coming to you live in Washington, D.C. And coming up on Firstpost America, we'll have the latest on Donald Trump's talks with Vladimir Putin, as well as Joe Biden's aggressive form of cancer that now he and his family are faced with. Today we begin in the U.S., where President Trump's sweeping crackdown on immigration meets the glitz of reality television. In a surprising twist, the Department of Homeland Security is currently considering a pitch for a reality television show in which immigrants compete through a series of American-themed challenges to earn U.S. citizenship. The pitch, submitted by Canadian-American television producer Rob Warsoff, was confirmed by DHS officials on Friday. Tricia McLaughlin, Assistant Secretary for Public Affairs, described the proposal as a quote-unquote celebration of being an American and emphasized the agency's willingness to review out-the-box pitches. However, she did clarify that the idea is still under review and has neither been approved nor rejected.
The pitch generally was a celebration of being an American, and what a privilege it is to be able to be a citizen of the United States of America. It's important to revive civic duty.
Now, Warsoff, who's best known for his work on Duck Dynasty, a reality television show about a Louisiana hunting family popular among Trump supporters, said the inspiration for this new concept came from his own naturalization experience.
We need a national conversation about what it means to be American. We need to be reminded of how proud and what an honor it is to be American.
Now, the show, which remains untitled, will feature 1-hour episodes where contestants, who will be all immigrants, would face a range of physical, mental, and cultural challenges rooted in American traditions. In fact, according to a 36-page pitch deck accessed by the Daily Mail, the show would open with immigrants arriving at Ellis Island, the historic entry point for millions of newcomers to the United States. Then the competitors would travel across iconic American locations. And according to the pitch, one challenge might take place at NASA facilities in Texas or Florida, where contestants would be tasked with assembling and launching a rocket. Then in another, participants would be asked to reenact the California gold rush in San Francisco, testing who can retrieve the most precious metal from a mine. And in the meantime, there would also be elimination challenges where contestants get divided into two groups. And although the finale would feature the winner being sworn in as a U.S. citizen, but more importantly, Warsaw did emphasize that there would be no deportation or legal consequences for participants who in fact lose.
This isn't the Hunger Games for immigrants. This is not, hey, if you lose, we're shipping you out on a boat out of the country.
The proposal comes at a time when immigration remains a highly charged issue, and President Donald Trump himself, a former reality television show host, has pushed aggressive policies through DHS targeting undocumented immigrants, refugees, and even some legal residents. In fact, his administration has also worked to eliminate temporary protected status for nationals from countries like Haiti, Venezuela, and Afghanistan. So as DHS reviews the pitch, the question remains, will America really turn the path to citizenship into a national game show? Because even though the cameras may not be rolling yet, the stage is already set and the stakes couldn't be higher. And now we shift focus to the Middle East, where Israel has said it will now allow a basic amount of food into the Gaza Strip, more than 2 months after imposing a blockade on aid into the territory. The announcement, which came from the office of Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, followed mounting international pressure on Tel Aviv to lift the blockade imposed in March that the UN warned could trigger a famine in Gaza.
At the recommendation of the Israel Defense Forces and out of the operational need to enable the expansion of intense fighting to defeat Hamas, Israel will allow a basic amount of food for the population to ensure that a hunger crisis does not develop in the Gaza Strip.
Now, Prime Minister Netanyahu's office also said the government would act to prevent Hamas from diverting or seizing humanitarian supplies. The aid announcement came just hours after the Israeli military said it launched extensive ground operations across northern and southern Gaza. The military said this marks a new phase in its campaign to destroy Hamas infrastructure and free remaining hostages.
The IDF, led by Southern Command, has opened the military operation Gideon's Chariots according to the state cabinet's order. We embark upon this operation to achieve every war objective in Gaza, returning the hostages, dismantling Hamas's leadership. It is important to emphasize that we'll adjust to every possible development.
And now, in line with this operation, the Israeli military said it carried out a preliminary wave of airstrikes on more than 600 Hamas targets in the past week, killing several fighters. Gaza's health ministry, however, reported claims at least 484 Palestinians were also killed in the last week alone, including 130 in a single night. It further noted that nearly 3,200 people have been killed since Tel Aviv resumed strikes on March 18th, taking the overall death toll to more than 53,000. Meanwhile, indirect talks between Israel and Hamas are now underway in Doha, and negotiators are trying to reach a deal involving a ceasefire, hostage release, and potential terms to end the war. Hamas has reportedly offered to release half of the remaining living hostages as well as the bodies of those killed in exchange for a 2-month ceasefire. The Palestinian group had also demanded full aid access and strong guarantees from the United States for negotiations. But Israel has maintained that Hamas must first be militarily defeated before any political deal can in fact be discussed. A senior Israeli official reportedly said there's been no breakthrough so far in the talks, which apparently resumed over the weekend. Now, this came as Israeli protesters demonstrated in Tel Aviv over the weekend, blocking roads and making speeches calling for an end to the war in the Gaza Strip and the release of the remaining hostages.
Netanyahu, if we find out again that you sabotage the opportunity for a comprehensive agreement, we will launch an all-out war against the government until we remove you and your ministers from power. We will bring back Matan and everyone, until the last hostage. Take to the streets, people of Israel.
With talks still ongoing, civilian casualties mounting, and a fragile aid corridor just beginning to reopen, the situation in Gaza remains deeply precarious. The question now, can diplomacy outpace the gunfire before the humanitarian crisis worsens? And now to a revelation from a former FBI agent. Special Agent Jonathan Boomer has alleged that Russia's intelligence agency, the GRU, targeted Elon Musk by exploiting the billionaire's alleged weakness for sex, drugs, and a lavish lifestyle. Now, according to reports, the operation involved attempts to influence tech CEOs to gather compromising information allegedly approved by Russian President Vladimir Putin himself.
Musk's susceptibility to promiscuous women and drug use, especially ketamine, were seen by Russian intelligence as an opportunity for an agent to exploit.
The former FBI agent claims that Musk's liking for the desert rave event Burning Man, adult entertainment, and gambling were seen by Russian security agents as a possible access point to the tech billionaire. Moreover, the alleged operation extended to venture capitalist and PayPal founder Peter Thiel. The GRU, known for its aggressive and clandestine global operations, is one of the most powerful arms of Russia's intelligence agency. And envoys from the agency allegedly offered both Musk and Thiel direct contact with President Putin.
The envoys sent to contact Musk and Thiel offered direct contact with Putin. They would not have done so if Putin had not personally known about the action and approved it.
Now, reports suggest that Elon Musk has been in direct contact with Putin since at least 2022, with discussions ranging from personal matters to geopolitical issues. In fact, one alleged request by the Russian leader was for Musk to not activate his Starlink satellite internet service over Taiwan as a favor to Chinese President and Putin ally Xi Jinping. Meanwhile, the Tesla and SpaceX CEO stance on Ukraine has also evolved over time. In 2022, he reportedly offered his Starlink satellite service free to the Ukrainian armed forces, but later threatened to pull back the support. And by last year, he'd become increasingly critical of Kyiv as he aligned himself with U.S. President Donald Trump. Now, earlier this year, Musk suggested that Ukraine must hold elections, claiming that President Volodymyr Zelensky would lose. However, the claims of the Russian intelligence agency targeting Elon Musk emerge as the tech billionaire's popularity and business profits have declined amid his involvement in the Trump administration. Now, last month, Musk signaled that he would be stepping back from his role as the chair of DOGE to fully focus on his company, Tesla. But despite this, President Trump said that the tech billionaire could stay in the administration for as long as he wanted.
Really been a tremendous help. He opened up a lot of eyes as to what could be done. And we just want to thank you very much. And, you're invited to stay as long as you want.
So with Russia's spy agency accused of targeting tech billionaires, the focus now shifts to just how deep does the influence go and what it means for U.S. security in the years to come. Former President Joe Biden has been diagnosed with an aggressive form of prostate cancer that's already spread to his bones. The diagnosis comes just months after he left office and stepped away from a second presidential run due to mounting health concerns. Biden, who lost his son Beau to brain cancer in 2015, has led major efforts to combat the disease nationally. And as the former president and his family reviewed treatment options, support has poured in from across the political aisle, including from President Trump. Here's the story with more.
Former U.S. President Joe Biden has been diagnosed with an aggressive form of prostate cancer that has already spread to his bones. The 82-year-old was seen by doctors last week after experiencing urinary symptoms, and a prostate nodule was discovered. Following further tests, his office confirmed the diagnosis on Friday.
Last week, President Joe Biden was seen for a new finding of a prostate nodule after experiencing increasing urinary symptoms. On Friday, he was diagnosed with prostate cancer, characterized by a Gleason score of 9 with metastasis to the bone. While this represents a more aggressive form of the disease, the cancer appears to be hormone sensitive, which allows for effective management.
Now, in a rare moment of political unity, President Donald Trump, who is Biden's longtime political rival, responded with sympathy. Writing on his platform Truth Social, Trump said, "We are saddened to hear about Joe Biden's diagnosis. We extend our warmest wishes to Jill and the family. We wish Joe a fast and successful recovery." Vice President Kamala Harris, who took over as the Democratic nominee after Biden dropped out of the 2024 election race, also expressed heartfelt concern. "Joe is a fighter," she wrote on X. "He will face this challenge with the same strength, resilience and optimism that have always defined his life and leadership." Former President Barack Obama shared his support in a moving message. "Michelle and I are thinking of the entire Biden family." He wrote, "Nobody has done more to advance cancer research than Joe. We pray for a fast and full recovery." Joe Biden's battle with cancer is deeply personal. In 2015, he lost his eldest son, Beau Biden, to brain cancer. Beau's death had a profound impact on him and became a driving force behind his mission to fight the disease. Following the tragedy, cancer research became one of Biden's most important causes. In 2016, then-President Barack Obama appointed Joe Biden to lead the Cancer Moonshot Initiative, a nationwide effort to accelerate cancer breakthroughs. Then as president, Joe Biden relaunched the initiative in 2022 with the goal of halving cancer deaths by 2047. Millions of dollars in funding and national attention followed, driven by Biden's passion and leadership. His efforts gave hope to countless families across the country. And now, that same disease presents him with a personal battle unlike any other. Biden's diagnosis comes just months after he left office. He had dropped out the 2024 election race following a widely criticized debate performance and growing concerns about his health. Kamala Harris stepped in as the Democratic nominee but ultimately lost to Donald Trump. Throughout his long career, Joe Biden has faced immense loss and personal hardship. From losing his wife and daughter in a tragic car crash in 1972, to surviving a brain aneurysm in 1988, to burying his beloved son, his life has been defined by resilience. And as he faces another test, people close to him believe he will meet it with the same quiet strength he has shown for decades. As former President Bill Clinton said, Joe Biden has always been a fighter. This battle will be no different.
And finally, a chilling case out of Colombia. 22-year-old Maria Sanchez, a student and a social media influencer, was shot outside her home by a man posing as a delivery executive. Now, this happened just one day after she won her court battle against an abusive former boyfriend. He's reportedly under investigation, but no arrests have been made so far in the case. Our final report has more.
Maria Jose Estupinan Sanchez, a 22-year-old social media influencer and university student, was fatally shot outside her home in Colombia's Cúcuta. The shocking murder was caught on a CCTV. This occurred just a day after she secured legal victory in a domestic violence case against her former boyfriend. According to Colombian authorities, the influencer was approached by a man posing as a delivery worker. Surveillance footage shows the suspect carrying what appeared to be a gift, shooting her at point-blank range before fleeing on foot. The influencer was rushed to a local hospital but succumbed to her injuries. The case is now being investigated as a potential targeted killing. Maria Jose Estupinan had recently been awarded around $7,000 by the court. This is after successfully prosecuting her former partner in a domestic abuse case. Authorities are probing whether her murder was linked to this ruling. Her former boyfriend is reportedly under investigation, but no arrests have been made so far. Footage of the suspect shows him wearing a black cap, jacket, jeans, and a backpack. A standard attire for delivery personnel, which helped him evade suspicion until the moment of the attack. His escape, also recorded on nearby cameras, shows him fleeing through adjacent streets. The killing has prompted strong reactions from women's rights groups and legal officials. Social media is comparing it to the other incidents that have happened in the past. One user pointed out the high rates of femicides in Latin America. One user called the murder brutal, cruel, and ungodly. Another user called the man a hitman. The 22-year-old influencer was a student at the University of Pamplona. She was pursuing a degree in social communication. The influencer also had a strong social media following, where she documented her life as a student and aspiring model. The influencer's death has drawn comparisons to the killing of Mexican beauty influencer Valeria Marquez, who was shot days earlier during a live stream. Both cases have fueled calls across Latin America for stronger protections for women and more effective action against gender-based violence. As police continue the investigation, Estupiñán's name has become another grim reminder of the ongoing femicide crisis in the region. One that has now taken the life of a young woman whose only crime was surviving abuse and daring to seek justice.
That's First Post America signing off for today. We look forward to seeing you all right back here again tomorrow. Thanks again, everyone, for tuning in.
Firstpost reports from the world's second largest continent. Hello, I'm Alison LaGrange. A very warm welcome from Durban, South Africa. We get you the news and the newsmakers from Africa. From elections to climate change to innovations and opportunities. As the world's attention shifts, we report from Africa, the heart of the global south. Join me every weekday live on First Post. Hello and welcome to First Post Africa, where we get you the top stories from the continent and from across the world. I'm Alison LaGrange, coming to you live from Durban, South Africa. Hello and welcome. We begin with South Africa. President Cyril Ramaphosa is heading to the United States, with a key meeting planned with President Donald Trump later this week. His mission is to counter false claims about South Africa, spread by Trump and his ally Elon Musk. But just before the visit, Musk's own AI chatbot has joined the debate, fact-checking misleading claims about Pretoria. Over the weekend, Elon Musk shared a post on his social media platform X. He shared a message, allegedly from a friend in South Africa, claiming that the country, particularly Johannesburg, is in total disarray. The post asserted that no traffic lights function in the city and that a loaf of bread costs $50. It also accused black South Africans of corruption and violent crime, claims that sparked widespread outrage. In response, several users posted real-time photos and videos showing functional traffic signals and normal daily life. Interestingly, joining the fact-checking effort was Musk's own AI chatbot, Grok. Now, the bot contradicted the claims, stating that the average price of a loaf of bread in South Africa ranges from just $0.83 to $0.98. Now, Grok also found no credible evidence to support the widespread corruption claims made in the viral post. Now, this isn't the first time that Musk and Grok have faced controversy over South Africa. Earlier, Grok was criticized for bringing up claims of white genocide in unrelated conversations. Musk's company later attributed this issue as an unauthorized modification by an employee. Musk, who was born in South Africa, has repeatedly claimed that a white genocide is taking place there. These claims have been dismissed strongly by the South African government. Musk is also believed to be influencing President Trump, who has taken several tough measures against South Africa. Now, Trump has accused the South African government of land confiscation. In response, he cut aid, expelled the South African ambassador, and rolled out an asylum plan for white South Africans, granting them refugee status in the United States. The first group of around 50 South Africans has already arrived in the US. Trump has defended the move, insisting it's not based on race and that he would extend the same protection to black South Africans if they faced similar conditions.
I think that from all evidence, the farmers in South Africa are being treated brutally, and it's been reported and nobody wants to cover it. But they happen to be white, and if they were black, I'd do the exact same thing. And we treat people very well when we see there's a genocide going on. So if it's a genocide, that's terrible, and I happen to believe it could very well be. South Africa's out of control, and it's been out of control for a long time, and the media doesn't report it. And I'm not looking for reporting because, believe me, it's easier for me not to do anything. It's a lot easier because I don't get nasty questions like that. But the fact is that we're about saving lives.
Immigration remains a cornerstone of Trump's agenda. While he has blocked asylum for people from other war-torn regions, his administration has fast-tracked applications from white South Africans. The South African government has criticized the criteria, insisting that white South Africans do not face systemic discrimination and do not qualify for refugee status. President Ramaphosa is expected to meet Trump on Wednesday. The high-stakes talks come after months of escalating tensions between the two countries. Will Ramaphosa counter Trump's claims at the White House? And will this high-stakes meeting further widen the rift between South Africa and the United States? Or will it bring it to a halt? Now, for more on this, we have with us Patrick Bond, who is a political economist, live from Johannesburg. Thank you for being with us, Patrick.
It's great to be with you, Alison. Thanks.
Now, how do the comments from influential figures like Elon Musk and President Trump shape international perceptions of South Africa? And what are the potential diplomatic consequences?
You know, it's so interesting because they are really, I think, deserving the status of laughingstock. And President Trump makes so many misstatements, but he's done this again and again, just as on other areas that South Africa is involved with, such as the BRICS. There's a real passion there to inflame racial tensions. And if you ask Grok.com whether its owner, Elon Musk, who was born in Pretoria and raised to some extent here in Johannesburg, and Trump and their continual charge of an Afrikaner genocide. This is what you get if you ask Grok.com, is there an Afrikaner genocide? Quote, in sum, there is no reliable data or authoritative source supporting the existence of a genocide against Afrikaners. The narrative is largely driven by fringe groups and lacks substantiation, end quote. So what we're really seeing is this extraordinary divergence between rhetoric and reality, and coming now, just a day and a half before Trump and President Ramaphosa are due to meet in Washington. It's more like a kind of pressure tactic to create a frisson, and maybe that will lead, as you've hinted, to President Ramaphosa's cool, calm, sophisticated demeanor, a world-class negotiator for sure, calming down the debate and transcending this racial myth so that they can get into the substantive issues. Or it might be, if Trump is in a different mood, it might be a site where Ramaphosa would have to accuse back that the U.S. is a site of racial tension, where the shooting of black people by police remains a crisis. It was the crisis that caused Black Lives Matter and massive protests in the middle of COVID in 2020, and it hasn't been solved.
Right. And given the backlash against Musk's claims and Grok's contradictory response, how should South African officials and citizens respond to this misinformation from such high-profile voices?
Well, around the world, the response to what Elon Musk has done, not just rhetorically, but of course he's been in charge of cutting budgets, and US AIDS cuts, about $64 billion worth, include our South African AIDS program. That's about 18% of the AIDS spending, plus the climate financing. There's over $1 billion in loans that have been cut. And then you have humanitarian aid in Africa, like food aid to Sudan. All of these cuts, plus withdrawing from the World Health Organization, withdrawing from the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change, creating chaos in world trade and financial markets. To me, these do represent a site where South Africans can take the lead. They took the lead, the government, in accusing Israel of genocide in about a year and a half or so ago, in December 2023. And that's one of the sticking points, obviously. But could South Africa do the same, hosting the G20, potentially tabling the idea that maybe Donald Trump should be voted off the island? There should be a G19 in 2026, not hosted by Trump, maybe by Mexico, by Claudia Sheinbaum. That would be the fighting back, let's say, counterpoints that I think a bully like Trump needs to hear.
Right. And Trump's renewed defense of refugee status for white South Africans reignites an old debate. How might such statements affect racial discourse and bilateral relations between the US and South Africa? You have touched on some of the points there.
Well, I think the main thing about those 59 Afrikaners who have been accepted as the first tranche of a refugee program is that increasingly the media will be asking, are you really genuine farmers under threat of genocide? Now, many have been. Obviously, there are instances of rural crime. They're not nearly as high as they are in the city, and the rate at which Afrikaners are victimized is much lower than the general population. All the statistics suggest that. So it is, let's say, to some extent, a relief that even two of the major institutions that promote the let's say, allegation that Afrikaners are discriminated against, that is Afroforum and Solidarity, they reject the white genocide myth. But then the question is whether the little outpost of Orania, which is where Afrikaners have set up their own separate society, or affirmative action. And again, for Elon Musk, this is crucial. He wants Starlink to operate here. That's an internet satellite service. But he doesn't want the 30% Black partnership that these regulations of investment equity require. Now, what will President Ramaphosa do to say, okay, it's just a myth, your Grok will tell you that, and maybe we will at some point relax our investment regulations and re-look at land reform. There hasn't been very much. But right now, put those issues aside and talk trade. And I think that's where Ramaphosa will probably have to be his most persuasive. And Trump knows that the trade let's say, getting rid of AGOA, the Africa Growth and Opportunity Act, the concessions that give you a zero tariff, and having 25% on cars and steel and aluminium from South Africa, those will be painful for Ramaphosa, because his friends are in some of the biggest companies that are most adversely affected if those tariffs remain.
Thank you, Patrick, for being with us. As always, great to have you on the show.
Thank you.
And shifting focus to Libya, where deadly clashes and escalating militia violence have triggered widespread calls for Prime Minister to resign. Hundreds of protesters took to the streets of Tripoli over the weekend. They gathered at Martyrs Square before marching to the Premier's office, demanding that Prime Minister Abdul Hamid Dbeibeh resignation. Now, the government confirmed one security officer was killed while guarding the premises.
Down with the government of collaborators, the government of normalization. With God's help, we will not leave the square and will continue the civil disobedience until Dbeibeh falls. This demonstration is to denounce the situation we are in, which my country and its citizens are suffering from: repression, wars, and a lack of respect for the Libyan citizen. The situation is no longer bearable enough.
The protests have also divided the government. At least 3 ministers have resigned in solidarity, and several municipal councils in western Libya are also backing the call for Dbeibeh to step down. Now, the unrest follows days of violent clashes between rival armed groups, leaving at least 8 dead, including the notorious militia leader Abdul Ghani Kikli. Fighting continued despite a ceasefire announcement. Now, the clashes involved pro- and anti-government militias. However, pro-government groups seem to have gained an upper hand, signaling a possible power shift that may strengthen Dbeibeh's grip on Tripoli. Over the weekend, Dbeibeh met with tribal leaders in his first public appearance since the violence erupted last week. He urged them to support state efforts to avoid a return to chaos and militia rule.
We will welcome all those who choose to stand with the state. We will sideline those who resort to blackmail and corruption. Our goal is a Libya free of militias and corruption. Militias had grown excessively to the point of controlling the entire political, financial, economic, and even social landscape.
Libya has been in turmoil since the 2011 NATO-backed uprising that ousted the dictator Muammar Gaddafi. Since 2014, it has been split, with General Khalifa Haftar controlling the east and the UN-recognized Government of National Unity, led by Dbeibeh, based in the west. Under a UN-backed roadmap, Libya was supposed to hold elections in 2021, but the vote was postponed and Dbeibeh has remained in power. Tripoli remains deeply fractured, with militias vying for control across the capital. As the situation remains tense, Turkey, a key ally of Dbeibeh, has evacuated 82 citizens. The United Nations continues to raise alarms over Libya's fragile stability. So political uncertainty continues to loom large over Libya. Pressure on Prime Minister Dbeibeh is mounting. With ministers quitting and militias rearming, the road to stability remains uncertain. And now shifting focus to West Africa, where the United States is significantly bolstering its military partnership with the Ivory Coast as a part of a strategic recalibration of its presence in West Africa. Now, this development comes in the wake of the U.S. military withdrawal from Niger and amidst growing instability across the Sahel region. Reports suggest that discussions are underway for the potential establishment of a U.S. drone base in Ivory Coast's Abidjan city. With its growing collaboration with the U.S., Ivory Coast is poised to play an increasingly vital role in countering jihadist threats, maritime piracy, and cross-border smuggling across the Sahel and the Gulf of Guinea. Now, the instability in neighboring countries like Mali, Burkina Faso, and Niger has also prompted the U.S. to solidify its ties with West Africa. This deepening partnership between United States and Ivory Coast also carries geopolitical weight. It is being seen as a part of Washington's broader strategy to counterbalance the increasing influence of Moscow and Beijing in the region. On the 24th of April, the U.S. Marine Corps General Michael Langley, who is the commander of the U.S. Africa Command, AFRICOM, visited the Ivory Coast, and he attended the opening ceremony of Flintlock 2025, which is the command's annual multinational special operations exercise held in Jacquesville. During his visit, General Langley, along with the U.S. Ambassador Jessica Davis, held crucial meetings with the Ivorian Minister of Defense, Tene Birima Katara, and the Chief of Defense Staff, Lieutenant General Lassina Doumbia. Now, discussions centered on strengthening bilateral cooperation to effectively address transnational threats, with a clear emphasis on Ivory Coast's expanding role as a leader in regional security. Talks also included the potential establishment of a US drone base within the Ivory Coast. While no final decision on constructing a permanent base has been made, high-level consultations are actively ongoing regarding the expansion of US operations. While earlier reports suggested planning of a base near Odiene, AFRICOM's West Africa coordinator, Kenneth Ekman, clarified last year that no specific location has been finalized. However, he did indicate that regions near the borders with Mali and Burkina Faso are under serious consideration due to the elevated threat from jihadist groups operating in those areas. Now, the deepening military partnership between the US and the Ivory Coast marks a significant shift in Washington's approach to security in West Africa. The potential establishment of a US drone base underscores the growing importance of Ivory Coast as a key player in a complex and evolving regional security landscape. And shifting focus to the East African nation of Tanzania, from where Kenyan lawyer and presidential candidate Martha Karua has been deported. Now, Karua was in Tanzania to defend opposition leader Tundu Lissu, facing treason charges. The vocal critic of the alleged backsliding democracy in Eastern Africa, Karua said that she was stopped at the Dar es Salaam airport with her group and was then put on a flight out the same day. She also posted a video of her waiting at the airport, saying that she was awaiting deportation after retrieving bags. The Kenyan leader lashed out at the Tanzanian government for her expulsion. Now, the former justice minister said that her deportation was a sign that Tanzanian authorities would not give a fair trial to Chadema party leader Lissu. She accused President Samia Suluhu Hassan's party of subverting the law to lock up the main contenders ahead of the October election. Now, Karua's People's Liberation Party, or the PLP, said that she was subjected to hours of unwarranted interrogation before her deportation. This, as the Tanzanian opposition leader was due to face a trial today. Now, he cannot seek bail as he faces treason charges, for which the maximum punishment is a death sentence. Tundu Lissu was arrested last month for holding a rally with the slogan, "No reforms, no election." He seeks sweeping changes in the electoral system, claiming that the current laws do not allow free and fair elections. His Chadema party has been barred from contesting the upcoming polls as it refused to sign a code of conduct. Chadema sees the document as a ploy to contain the opposition. But Lissu is not the only opposition leader of a neighboring country who Karua has been representing. She represents Ugandan leader Kizza Besigye as well. Now, he also faces treason charges. The former military officer was kidnapped in Kenya last year and taken back to his home country for a trial. Uganda will hold elections in January. The country's President Yoweri Museveni's son, the Ugandan Army Chief, General Muhoozi Kainerugaba, has threatened voters. In a stern warning, he asked non-supporters to be very careful, adding that traitors would be deported in public view. Karua has condemned such abductions, arbitrary arrests, and extrajudicial killings as she fights for political victims in East African nations. She is preparing to run for the 2027 Kenya presidential election and formed her own party in February of this year to fight in the polls. She faces competition from several opposition leaders, all of whom are hoping to take on President William Ruto. And that's it on the show for today. We will see you again tomorrow at the same time. Thank you for watching and goodbye.
Hello, namaskar. This is Firstpost and you're watching Vantage with me, Palki Sharma. Pakistan has just pulled off the ultimate Uno reverse. First they lost the war, now they're rewarding themselves. General Asim Munir has promoted himself. He is now Field Marshal Asim Munir. For what? Maybe for hiding in a bunker during Operation Sindoor. So what's going on here? Does Pakistan genuinely think they won? We'll discuss that. Meanwhile, China is rushing to the rescue of its iron brother Pakistan after India suspended the Indus Waters Treaty. Beijing is accelerating the construction of a new dam in the country, in Pakistan. We'll tell you about this new dam war. China has also unveiled a new weapon, a mothership that can fire 100 drones at once. Is it a lethal weapon or a sitting duck? Also, why is India's Foreign Minister S. Jaishankar visiting the Netherlands for his first trip after Operation Sindoor? We will bring you a report on Pakistan's decades-old Dutch connection. And in Bangladesh, rumours of a coup. Will the Yunus regime's actions force the hand of the army chief? India has fact-checked Donald Trump's claims of brokering a ceasefire. But there's one ceasefire he cannot take the credit for, and that is in the Ukraine war. We will tell you how Putin is outplaying Trump. In Gaza, citizens are protesting against Hamas. And there's a surge in Wuhan virus cases in India. Should you be worried? We'll discuss all this and more. Ten days after Pakistan lost to India, their army chief has promoted himself. The infamous General Asim Munir, he is now Field Marshal Asim Munir. Frankly, this can happen only in Pakistan, where an army has a country. Elsewhere, countries have armies. In Pakistan, the army has a country. It's an army that has never won any war it has fought, any war ever. Most recently, they were humiliated during Operation Sindoor against India. They had to call India to sue for peace. And for this defeat, Asim Munir has rewarded himself. He has become Field Marshal Asim Munir. His promotion was rubber-stamped by the Sharif government. And this is the first in nearly 6 decades. Pakistan last had a Field Marshal in 1959. That was Ayub Khan. He too had promoted himself. He too had lost a war to India. So Munir is following in his footsteps. It's like a cruel joke he's cracked on himself because the title of Field Marshal is meant for exceptional military success. Asim Munir's achievements are exceptional indeed, but even if you stretch the definition of success, he does not qualify, not by a long shot. Let me tell you about his exceptional achievements. Here's what Pakistan has seen on Asim Munir's watch. 9 terror camps on their soil destroyed by India, more than 100 terrorists reared by them, killed by India, including family members of their national asset, Masood Azhar. In those 4 days of fighting, Asim Munir was nowhere to be seen. Some reports said he was hiding in a bunker. His exceptional achievement is that he failed to protect Pakistan's terror proxies. Then their military launched a counterattack. Their drones were intercepted by India, their missiles fell like duds, and then came the biggest blow. India struck 11 military installations in Pakistan, including the Noor Khan base in Rawalpindi. It's the headquarters of the Pakistani military, Rawalpindi. Their air defenses were shattered. Their prime minister had to admit it. He was forced to admit it. But what does Asim Munir do? Call himself a field marshal for failing on the field. By the way, his failure is not limited to the front lines. He's failing at home too. The terrorists they nurtured for decades are now attacking Pakistan. Last year, there were more than 700 terror attacks. More than 500 civilians killed, more than 350 security personnel killed. This is Asim Munir's achievement. It was under him that the people of Pakistan revolted against the army. They attacked the military headquarters. It's a new low and blow even for a failed state like Pakistan. Their provinces are on the brink of separation. In Khyber Pakhtunkhwa, the Pakistani Taliban is beating the Pakistani army. In Balochistan, The separatists are gaining ground. In Afghanistan, the Taliban have turned against them. Pakistan has lost its strategic depth. It is facing a crisis on every front. So how does Asim Munir justify this promotion? Short answer, he's Pakistan's army chief. No justification, no accountability is part of the job description. Long answer, like I said, he's taking a page from General Ayub's playbook. When Ayub promoted himself, the position of Field Marshal did not even exist in Pakistan. He created that position. And it wasn't about military achievement. It was about distancing himself from other generals. It was about building a personal narrative of power, and that is exactly what Munir is trying to do. Because Pakistan's army is not just fighting on the ground, it is fighting to control the story. The story that they defeated India. They're trying to sell it to their people and to the world. So the day after the ceasefire, on May 11th, Pakistan celebrated. Their cities were filled with flag-waving parades, with cars and bikes honking through the streets. There were posters praising the military. And at the center of it all was Asim Munir. He turned up at a cricket match, in fact. Not to watch, but to take a victory lap. The Pakistan Super League, a copy of the Indian Premier League, had resumed, and that match was dedicated to their military. Munir was right there soaking in the applause. He's trying to build a cult. And if he keeps following in General Ayub's footsteps, the destination is not just power, it is political takeover. It's a far more dangerous outcome. But while Pakistan deludes itself in these stories of victory, Munir's legacy is clear to the world. It's like he's rewarded himself for surviving his own incompetence.
पानी और खून भी एक साथ नहीं बह सकता।
India and Pakistan have a ceasefire, but it's not like they've stopped fighting. They have a new front line, and that is water. A few weeks ago, India suspended the Indus Waters Treaty, and now Pakistan has dragged China into this fight. Beijing has made an announcement. It is accelerating the construction of a dam in Pakistan, a dam called the Mohman Hydropower Project. It is being built in Khyber Pakhtunkhwa, a province in northwestern Pakistan. This dam will be built on the Swat River. It is not part of the Indus system. And yet, there is a link. The Swat River's waters do feed into the Indus. So if Pakistan gets a dam on Swat, it can potentially influence the flow of the river. China began building this dam in 2019. It was scheduled to be completed next year. So this project is not new. What is new is their urgency to complete it. China is fast-tracking the dam. Chinese mouthpiece CCTV reported the story first. They released this on Saturday. It said concrete filling has begun on the dam. What does that mean? It signals the start of a key construction phase. The foundational work is done. Phases like evacuation, excavation, and structural reinforcement are complete. And now, concrete is being poured to form the main body of the dam. A statement was released with this report. It said, and I quote, "The concrete filling marks a critical construction milestone and a phase of accelerated development for this national flagship project of Pakistan." And this is obviously a reaction to India's moves. The timing says it all. As we speak, Pakistan's Foreign Minister Ishaq Dar is visiting Beijing. They could discuss the Indus Waters Treaty. Like I said, India has put this treaty in abeyance, meaning the treaty is suspended. It was done in response to the Pahalgam terror attack, and the message was delivered by Prime Minister Modi himself. This is what he said.
भारत का मत एकदम स्पष्ट है। टेरर और टॉक एक साथ नहीं हो सकते। टेरर और ट्रेड एक साथ नहीं चल सकते और पानी और खून भी एक साथ नहीं बह सकता.
So what is the Indus Treaty? It's a water-sharing pact. It covers six rivers that flow between India and Pakistan. The treaty divided the waters equally. Each country has access to 3 rivers. India got the Ravi, Beas and Satluj rivers. Pakistan got the Indus, Jhelum and Chenab. Now, this agreement survived all wars and terror attacks in the past, but now it has been put on hold. And that's a problem for Pakistan. 80% of their agricultural land depends on the Indus system for water. It feeds Pakistani farmers, it sustains their crops, their cities, and their 240 million people. So Islamabad is rattled. It called India's move an act of war. It threatened to respond. But India did not budge. So Pakistan pulled in China. This is a pressure tactic, straight out of Beijing's playbook of coercion. China has been doing it for a while. Last year, in fact, they made a similar move. They targeted the Brahmaputra River. China announced a dam project on the Brahmaputra. And not just any other dam. They're planning to build the world's largest dam on the Brahmaputra. They picked the location strategically, close to the line of actual control, LAC, the de facto border between India and China. If China gets a dam here, it can control the flow of the Brahmaputra. This is a river that flows into India's northeastern states and then into Bangladesh. The Chinese dam will dwarf all other projects, including China's own Three Gorges Dam, which is the biggest in the world right now. It also sends a signal, a new phase of confrontation that is underway. And India is preparing for it. New Delhi is planning to ramp up its own dam infrastructure. The orders came from Prime Minister Modi himself. He wants all water projects to be expedited. This includes dams on the Indus, Chenab and the Jhelum, the rivers that are part of Pakistan's water supply. As per the Indus Treaty, India can draw only a limited amount of water from these rivers. But with the treaty now suspended and Pakistan calling China for help, the gloves are off. Beijing's moves threaten India's water security. This is no longer just a water dispute. China and Pakistan want to use dams as instruments of conflict. So this is an escalation. The tide is still rising. India is well within its rights to respond. China has unveiled a new weapon. It's a drone. It's a large plane. It's also a carrier. Chinese media is calling it a drone mothership. It's hard to describe in words, so take a look at this animated video first. That's the drone mothership. Its name is Jiu Tian, which means sky high. It was unveiled at a Chinese air show last year, and now it is almost ready for deployment. The ship will be tested in the coming days. If successful, if the tests are successful, it will be commissioned by the Chinese army. Reports say its first mission could be in June, next month. Now, I know that video looked very impressive, even scary. But how capable is this drone mothership? What sort of weapons does it have? And what will it be used for? Let me show you the specs first. This ship has a wingspan of 25 meters. Now, to put this in perspective, most fighter jets have between 10 and 13 meters of wingspan, 10 to 13 meters. This one has 25 meters, so this mothership is double the size. It can carry up to 6 tons of bombs and drones. The maximum range is 7,000 kilometers and the maximum altitude is up to 15,000 meters, meaning it can fly over most medium-range air defenses. Of course, the highlight is the drone system. The ship's belly opens up on both sides, and once open, it releases a swarm of drones into the air, around 100 drones simultaneously. And this is clearly the USP. Other countries also have drones of similar size, like the American Global Hawk and the MQ-9 Reaper. But the Global Hawk cannot strike targets, and the Reaper has less firepower. So in that sense, this Chinese mothership is unique. Beyond the drones, it also appears to be fitted with missiles, both air-to-air and anti-ship missiles. Which brings us to the most important question: what will it be used for? Mainly to take out air defenses. You fly this mothership close to enemy airspace, you unleash the drones target the air defenses, and mission accomplished. Or so the Chinese are hoping. They hope this is how it will happen, but some experts are not so convinced. They say advanced air defenses will make short work of this mothership, especially because of its size and weight. Plus, the design is intended to carry drone swarm, so it is not as stealthy as a fighter jet or a bomber. In fact, one US expert has called it a missile magnet. We would say don't go by the pictures or the Chinese claims. The real test is combat for any weapon. Only a few Chinese weapons have seen actual fighting. And that was this month, against India. Pakistan gets around 80% of its weapons from China. They used most of them against India, like the J-10 and the JF-17 fighter jets, the HQ-9 air defenses, the PL-15 missiles. This is what the Pakistanis used. And what was the result? Not impressive at all. Indian missiles punched through the Chinese air defenses. They struck 11 military installations in Pakistan, radars, runways, command centers. All sorts of targets were hit. India said it had bypassed and jammed the Chinese systems. Same with their missiles and jets. One PL-15 missile landed in Punjab's Hoshiarpur, that too fully intact, unexploded. Either this missile failed to detonate after firing, or it was neutralized by India. Either way, it is not a good look for China. It turns out Beijing's involvement goes beyond weapons. An Indian think tank says China gave satellite support to Pakistan. The details are a bit fuzzy, but here's what we know. China helped Pakistan reorganize its radars and air defenses. The goal was to help them detect India's deployments, both soldiers and weapons. For the Pakistanis to detect Indian soldiers and weapons and their deployments, China also helped Pakistan adjust its satellites. Now we know Pakistan has 5 satellites in orbit. All 5 were launched by China. After the Pahalgam attack, they helped Pakistan adjust these satellites. Again, the goal was to track Indian moves. Of course, no side has officially confirmed any of this. Not India, not Pakistan, certainly not China. But if true, this is worrying. It shows the extent of China's active support to Pakistan against India. A lot of experts say that China is using Pakistan as a proxy. They can test out their weapons in combat through Pakistan. They can also keep India busy on the western frontier. One wouldn't put it past China. The question is, how should India respond? Well, first of all, it's important to call out Chinese meddling. This conflict was between India and Pakistan. If China actively helped a terror sponsor, the world should know about it. Secondly, we must be vigilant. Whether it's upgrading our defense capability or keeping track of Chinese weapons. This latest drone mothership is no different. It may or may not be a paper tiger, but what's important is for India to keep track. The soldiers have done their job. Now it's over to the diplomats. India is planning a global outreach program. We've been telling you about this. 7 teams will head to 33 countries with one goal: to build India's case and to expose Pakistani terrorism. That multi-party outreach will begin tomorrow. But India's Foreign Minister Jaishankar is already on the job. He is on a 3-nation trip to Europe. He is visiting 3 countries in Europe, and yesterday he reached the first stop, the Netherlands. Now, this may sound a bit odd to you. We are talking about S. Jaishankar's first foreign trip after Operation Sindoor. Why would he choose the Netherlands of all countries? Well, there is some context here. The Netherlands is a key defense supplier to Pakistan. At number 1 is China. As you already know, they make up 81% of Pakistan's weapons imports. At number 2 is the Netherlands. They make up around 5.5% of Pakistan's defense imports. The Netherlands is at number 2. Finally, at number 3 is Turkey, which makes up 3.8%. Now, this data covers 5 years, from 2020 to 2024. If you look at data only from last year, then Turkey stands at number 2. But if you look at a 5-year period, the Netherlands comes second in supplying defense to Pakistan, defense equipment. Either way, the larger point is this: the Netherlands is a key defense supplier for Pakistan. It's a relationship that dates back to the last century. Back then, most Western nations armed Pakistan. The United States, Britain, France, all of them sold weapons to Pakistan, and so did the Netherlands. Most of their sales were naval assets. In the 1990s, they sold 4 mine hunters to Pakistan's navy. These were second-hand ships. Their job was to detect and destroy naval mines, mine hunters. In 2021, Pakistan bought 2 more, again second-hand naval mine hunters. More worryingly, the Netherlands is making new warships as well. In 2017, they struck a deal with Pakistan. A Dutch company agreed to make 2 patrol ships for them. PNS Yarmouk and PNS Tabuk. Both were commissioned in 2020. They are 91 meters long and 14 meters wide. They can also launch a helicopter and drones. In 2020, Pakistan placed an order for 2 more ships, PNS Hunayn and PNS Yamama. Both these ships were inducted last year. These are slightly bigger than the first batch. Instead of 91 meters, almost 100 meters long. So just to recap, Pakistan has multiple Dutch ships in their navy. You've got second-hand mine hunters, also brand new patrol warships. And this is why the Netherlands ranks so high on the list of suppliers, because ships tend to be expensive. Now we come to India's reaction to all of this. Needless to say, we do not like it. India has total dominance over Pakistan in the seas, and New Delhi would like to keep it that way. A few Dutch ships will not alter that balance, but the larger trend is worrying. In fact, Defense Minister Rajnath Singh flagged this issue recently. The Dutch Defense Minister visited India in March. Rajnath Singh asked him to stop selling weapons to Pakistan. He said it was detrimental to regional peace. And what did the Dutch minister say? Well, he listened, but he did not promise anything, which brings us to present day. S. Jaishankar had multiple meetings yesterday. He met the Foreign Minister, the Defense Minister, and the Prime Minister of the Netherlands. Let me quote from a statement. Conveyed the warm greetings of Prime Minister Narendra Modi and thanked Prime Minister Dick Schoof for the Netherlands' firm and resolute stance against terrorism. It's true that the Netherlands condemned the Pahalgam attack, but afterwards they urged de-escalation, like most other Western countries. Now the question is, what can India do here? Can we break Pakistan's Dutch connect? Well, there is no reason we can't. India has immense economic power to play with. India's trade with the Netherlands stands at $22 billion. India-Netherlands, $22 billion. Pakistan's trade with all of Europe is just $15 billion. And India is leveraging that. The Dutch are keen to enter India's defense market, and New Delhi is game. So chances are you will see the Dutch-Pakistan connect weaken, because the Netherlands is not Turkey or China. They don't have a political preference for Pakistan, nor do they have any hatred for India. The military ties are a hangover of the last century, and like most hangovers, it will take time to pass. Now let's talk about Donald Trump. Last week he was in West Asia, but all he could talk about was South Asia and the ceasefire between India and Pakistan. Trump announced it before either country did, and since then he's been claiming credit. He's talked about it almost every day, at every public engagement he's had, exaggerating the prospect of a nuclear war and insisting that he is the one who stopped it. So today, India has fact-checked Donald Trump. New Delhi has repeated what it said on day one, that the US did not negotiate the ceasefire. The US was, and I'm quoting, neither involved nor informed. These were the words of India's Foreign Secretary Vikram Misri. He was briefing a group of lawmakers, the Parliamentary Standing Committee on External Affairs. Misri shared details about Operation Sindoor and about the ceasefire with Pakistan. And this is where he set the record straight. He confirmed that conversations with the Americans did happen, but they were routine in nature. Misri gave the example of the Ukraine conflict. India has engaged with both Russia and Ukraine. India may have also passed some messages to either side, but India has no direct role in the Ukraine conflict. Similarly, the US has no direct role in what happened between India and Pakistan. At no point did they mediate a ceasefire. This was Misri's message. India's issues with Pakistan are bilateral, and the same has been communicated to Trump's team. In fact, this has been New Delhi's long-standing policy. Donald Trump cannot ride roughshod over it. He may be desperate to claim credit for stopping a war, but India will not entertain this one. So the question is, how will a man like Trump take it? Will India's tough stance impact our trade talks with the US? So far, there is no indication of it. In fact, as we speak, India's Commerce Minister is in Washington, D.C. That's Piyush Goyal. He met his American counterpart, U.S. Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick. Both sides are working towards an agreement. They want to seal an interim trade deal, one that secures early wins for both India and the United States. They want to have a deal by autumn this year, although Trump remains a slippery customer. Last week, he claimed that India has promised to slash tariffs to zero.
Sell into India, and they've offered us a deal where basically they're willing to literally charge us no tariff.
Will that happen? Will India bring down tariffs to zero? There's nothing to suggest that India has agreed to make such a concession, but even if New Delhi went down that road, it is going to ask for something in return. For the US to agree to Indian demands. Because at the end of the day, the deal should work for both sides.
Between India and US, trade talks have been going on, negotiations have been going on. These are very complicated negotiations. They are very intricate. Nothing is decided till everything is. But any trade deal has to be mutually beneficial. Any trade deal has to work for both the countries. And I think that would be our expectation from the trade deal, and until that is done, I think any judgment on it would be premature.
India is engaging in trade talks based on principles, not pressure. And where needed, India is also pushing back. I'll give you an example. Last week, India moved the World Trade Organization, the WTO. India filed a complaint against the US at the WTO. It challenged Washington's use of tariffs on Indian goods, especially pharmaceuticals and automobiles. India called these tariffs arbitrary and discriminatory. In its filing, India has argued that the US is misusing national security exemptions and that American tariffs violate WTO rules. So if the negotiations do not work out, India is ready to litigate this. And we are not the only ones doing this. China too has moved the WTO against the US. They made similar legal arguments. Now India is asserting its position on two fronts basically. One, it is pushing for a fair trade deal, and two, it is pushing back on national security matters. That is the nature of the India-US relationship today. It is multi-layered. More importantly, it is built on mutual interests. Kashmir is not a part of this bargain. Nor can ceasefire diplomacy be traded for market access. The message from New Delhi is quite clear. Each issue will be handled on its own merit. And no deal, trade or otherwise, will influence India's stand on sovereign matters.
something's going to happen. It's a got very big egos involved, I tell you. Big egos involved, but I think something's going to happen.
This was meant to be Trump's Nobel Peace Prize moment. A ceasefire in Ukraine, a diplomatic masterstroke, and a legacy-cementing deal. The US president's name splashed across global headlines. That is what Trump was aiming for. Yesterday, he had a phone call with Russian President Vladimir Putin. On the agenda was a ceasefire. The call lasted 2 hours, but when it ended, nothing had changed. Trump may have dialed Putin for peace, but all he got was a let's see.
I said to him, we got to get going. And I did say also, if I thought that you couldn't do it, I'd step away, because what are you going to do? We don't have boots on the ground. We wouldn't have boots on the ground. But we do have a big stake.
Now look at the statements. Trump says the call went, quote unquote, very well. He claims Ukraine and Russia will begin immediate negotiations, talks to hammer out a ceasefire, and he calls that progress. That's the word he used, progress. But then comes the caveat. Trump says it is not up to him, it is up to them. Ukraine and Russia must work out the terms. In other words, he made the call and left the rest to fate.
I think something's going to happen. It's a got very big egos involved, I tell you. Big egos involved. But I think something's going to happen. And if it doesn't, I'd just back away, and they're going to have to keep going. Again, this was a European situation. It should have remained a European situation.
That's very different from what he promised earlier. Trump promised to end this war in 24 hours. Basically, on his first day in the White House, he said he will end the war on day one. As things stand, it's been 4 months. That war is still on. And now Trump says it's not even up to him. In fact, he thinks the Pope should take over. We're not making this up. Donald Trump says Pope Leo, the new Pope, should broker a ceasefire.
I think it would be great to have it at the Vatican. Maybe it would have some extra significance. And I saw that it was discussed yesterday, so I thought, and people told me that they'd be honored to do it. I would imagine they would be. So, no, I think it would be maybe helpful. There's tremendous bitterness, anger, and I think maybe that could help some of that anger. So having it at the Vatican would be, in Rome, would be I think it would be a great idea.
So that is Trump's solution, go to the Pope. And what does Russia have to say? The same old lines. Moscow says it is ready to talk. Putin claims he's open to compromise. But what does that really mean? What is his idea of compromise? No one really knows that. He keeps talking about the quote-unquote root causes, the reasons why the war began. Which brings us to Ukraine. Yesterday, Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky spoke to Trump not once but twice. Zelensky reasserted his red lines. He will not give in to Russia's demands, and he will not withdraw troops. Yet, Trump believes Zelensky will agree to a ceasefire.
I had 2 phone calls with President Trump today in different formats. During the first call, we talked about what is very important for Ukraine, the ceasefire. We talked about these things in Istanbul and before that. The second topic we talked about is the readiness of the United States to make more serious sanction steps.
So that's where we're at. And I know how it sounds. After 3 years, it is still status quo. Trump may try to spin it as some big win, but it's not. He's just being outplayed by Putin. And amazingly, he keeps falling for it. Because his basics are flawed. It comes down to a core belief in Trump's worldview that business instincts can solve geopolitics. Donald Trump thinks he can walk into any room with anyone and strike a deal just by being Trump. He calls it the art of the deal. But Putin does not play that game. Trump chases optics, Putin plays for power, and right now the Russian president has all the leverage. As for Trump, He's just fascinated by strongmen. He doesn't just negotiate with them, he admires them. So for Donald Trump, Putin is not the opponent, he is the template. Every time Putin dangles peace, Trump takes the bait, again and again, even when the hook is plain to see. And where is the Russian president going with this? The Ukraine war is frozen, and I don't mean in terms of fighting, but frozen in the sense that no one is making dramatic gains here. It's like a slow bleed, a war of attrition. Ukraine grows weaker, Washington runs out of patience, and Europe grows more distracted. That is what Putin wants, because he's seen all kinds of war. There are wars that are won by weapons, and then there are wars that are won because no one remembers why they started. Vladimir Putin is fighting the second kind of war in which time is his ally. He's not trying to end the war, he's trying to outlast it. And every phone call keeps the clock ticking. So this was never meant to be Trump's Nobel moment. It was more like Putin's masterclass, a class on how to say no without saying no. Yes, that is the Russian art of the deal, or should I say, delay. Now let's talk about X, Elon Musk's social media app. Specifically, the story is about the blue tick. It was once considered a symbol of elite status and a badge of credibility. Today, it risks becoming a tool for verified extremism. This is a shocking claim made by an American watchdog. Their report says that X has been taking money from terrorists, including those terrorists who are sanctioned by the US government. It focuses on accounts linked to terrorist organizations. They're paying for X premium. And in exchange, they're getting the verified badge. Terrorists are getting the verified badge and enhanced visibility. These findings are serious. They raise several legal and security questions. So is X now a platform for terrorists? Is it amplifying terrorists? Our next report explores.
When Elon Musk bought Twitter, one of the first moves he made was against the blue tick. The app that's now called X started selling them. So instead of an elite group, everyone can now get verified for a price, including terrorists. Well, that's the claim made by a US-based watchdog. It found that accounts belonging to terrorists are paying for premium access. Their report looked into X Premium, earlier known as Twitter Blue. Alongside profile verification, paid users get a host of other features. Users are promised higher visibility. Their posts are boosted as well. The report identified accounts tied to an Al-Qaeda advisor, a member of the Hezbollah, the leader of an Iraqi militia that targeted US troops, and a senior Houthi official. There are over 200 suspect accounts in all. They are either connected to known terror groups or entities under American sanctions. One of the names on this list is Subhi Tufaili. He's a founding member of the Hezbollah. He's been under US sanctions since 1995, and he has a verified X account. It has been active since October last year. It has over 40,000 followers. And this account regularly posts full-length sermon videos, and it's paying for premium access. This could have severe legal implications for Musk. Under United States law, no company can engage in financial transactions with sanctioned individuals or groups. If X has accepted payments from these accounts knowingly or not, it may have breached US laws. And there's more at stake than just compliance. The verified status could be misused to be promoting hateful propaganda. This would seriously undermine counter-terrorism efforts, all under the banner of free speech. X's own policy states that sanctioned users cannot access premium features, but this study claims they are still able to pay and get verified. This raises serious questions. Who is vetting these subscribers? What checks, if any, are being run? And how are sanctioned terrorists able to pay an American company? Musk promised to level the field. Instead, he's opened the gates to bad actors, to sanctioned entities, and to those who exploit algorithms to amplify violence. The blue tick was once a mark of trust. Today, it's quickly becoming a liability.
For nearly 2 decades, Gaza has lived under two sieges. One imposed from the outside, that is Israel's blockade. The other is from within, and that is Hamas's rule. In 2006, Hamas won the elections in Gaza. That was the last election that Gaza saw, 2006. What followed was a brief but brutal power struggle with the Palestinian Authority, Hamas versus the PA. By 2007, Hamas had seized full control of Gaza. Many Gazans hoped that this would bring change, that their lives would improve. But that never happened. All they got was cycles of conflict. In 2023, Hamas launched a surprise attack on Israel. The retaliation was swift and devastating. Gaza became the battleground, and now it lies in ruins. Survival is a daily fight. So after all this suffering, the people of Gaza are finally saying enough is enough. They want Hamas gone. Gazans say they want Hamas out. It's a rare show of public outrage, especially against the Hamas, and you can understand why this is rare. This outrage often comes at a hefty price. The Hamas rules Gaza with an iron grip. Any show of dissent is crushed swiftly. No one is allowed to talk against them. Even while Hamas was fighting Israel, it was busy rounding up protesters. They were beaten up for speaking out. Some disappeared from the public eye. Others were even left to die. But it seems Gazans have nothing to fear anymore. Their dissent has been building up for some time now. Some people are turning Hamas fighters away, refusing to help them. Others do not want their houses to become Hamas hideouts. They're not letting them in. So Hamas may still control the guns, but they're losing the streets. The question is all of this coming too late? Should Gazans have spoken up sooner? Because look at the state of the Gaza Strip. It is a mound of rubble. And Israel is unrelenting. Their prime minister has vowed to take full control of Gaza. Benjamin Netanyahu says Israel will fight on. They've launched a new offensive. Yesterday, a whole city was declared a combat zone. There were multiple airstrikes. Nearly 60 people were killed. So Israel's plan is very simple. It wants to end the Hamas, even if that means wiping out all of Gaza.
This is part of defeating Hamas, in parallel with the tremendous military pressure, our massive entry, to essentially take over all of Gaza and strip Hamas of all ability to plunder humanitarian aid. This is the war and victory plan.
On the ground, the situation is worsening, and it's the people of Gaza who are paying the price. They're starving. Earlier, Israel had stopped the passage of aid into the Strip. Netanyahu came under immense international pressure because of this. So he seems to have caved a little. He says Israel has agreed to let some aid into Gaza. But it's hardly enough to feed everyone. The United Nations has issued a stark warning. It says 14,000 babies could die in the next 48 hours in Gaza if more aid does not enter the Strip.
It's unthinkable that 10% of kids are malnourished. It's unthinkable that we have severe malnourished children in Gaza, where they used to enjoy the life. And there's no life in Gaza. That's what our staff says so. And this will affect our operations.
Israel's new offensive has not gone down well with the world, especially the UK, France and Canada. They are threatening action against Israel. They want the ground operation to stop. The UK has already halted trade talks with Israel. It has also summoned the Israeli ambassador.
We repeat our demand to massively scale up humanitarian assistance into Gaza. The recent announcement that Israel will allow a basic quantity of food into Gaza, a basic quantity, is totally and utterly inadequate. So we must coordinate our response, because this war has gone on for far too long. We cannot allow the people of Gaza to starve.
So Gaza is caught between the devil and the deep blue sea. On one side is Hamas. They rule with fear and crackdowns. On the other side is Israel. It bombs the strip without pause. And it's very easy to frame this tragedy as a binary, Hamas versus Israel. But this framing erases the third party, the people of Gaza. After all, they're the ones who are paying the price. They're the ones who are dying. They're the ones who are burying their children. They are the ones who are stuck in the rubble. So they're now raising their voices, demanding a future where they're no longer pawns in a larger game. Is the Wuhan virus back? In recent weeks, several Asian countries have reported a surge in cases. This mainly includes Thailand, Singapore, and Hong Kong. They have reported tens of thousands of cases in recent days. Many people have lost their lives. Now governments are speeding up vaccinations and urging vigilance. What about India? Cases have seen a moderate rise in India as well. So should you be worried? What is behind this uptick of Wuhan virus cases in Asia? And 3 years after the pandemic, where does the global preparedness level stands? Here's a report.
The pandemic pushed the world indoors. Between 2020 and 2022, it killed millions of people. But is it making a comeback now? In Hong Kong, a new wave has begun. Infection rate has jumped from 1.7% in mid-March to 11.4%. In just the week ending May 3rd, 81 severe cases were reported, with 31 deaths. This is a one-year high for the country. Cases are surging in Thailand as well. Last week, more than 33,000 cases were reported, with at least 6,000 from Bangkok alone. The total has more than doubled from the week before. Meanwhile, Singapore is witnessing its first major spike in a year. More than 14,000 cases were reported in the week ending May 3rd, up from the week before. So why are cases rising again? Experts attribute the Wuhan virus resurgence to a range of factors, like waning immunity, fewer booster shots, and increased vulnerability among high-risk groups, like the elderly and unvaccinated children. Experts say that there are no dangerous new variants. The cases have been attributed to strains descending from the JN.1 variant. This was first found in August 2023. JN.1 has about 30 mutations. The most common ones are being found in the recent cases. And experts say that the current variants are not more severe or contagious than earlier ones. So while there is cause for concern, but no need to panic. After all, the Wuhan virus is not going away. It is evolving, making its return every now and then. So as health authorities are urging vigilance, governments are speeding up vaccinations. What about India? Cases have seen a slight uptick in recent days. Currently, there are at least 257 active cases. The highest number of cases come from the state of Kerala, followed by Maharashtra, where 2 deaths have been reported, and Tamil Nadu. India is closely monitoring the situation. After all, preparedness is key, and the world has made some progress in this area. After 3 years of negotiations, countries have adopted the pandemic agreement. They signed off at an annual meeting of the World Health Organization. This is only the second time in the WHO's history that an international agreement has been reached. The first was the tobacco control deal in 2003. Of course, the US is not part of this agreement, having withdrawn from the WHO after Donald Trump took office. This may dim the treaty's success, but this legally binding accord is a positive step. It requires countries to take steps to prevent, prepare for, and respond to pandemics, with rapid sharing of data on new diseases, and improved accessibility of vaccines, masks, and other crucial supplies across the globe. And for the first time, the WHO itself will have an overview of this, while execution on the ground could be another battle altogether. This accord comes at a crucial time as Wuhan virus persists and evolves. It is a tangible example of strengthening prevention, international collaboration, and taking lessons from the pandemic that changed the world as we knew it.
What makes an interim government interim? The fact that it's temporary. You come in, you play caretaker, then you leave. That is the point of an interim regime. But someone tell that to Mohammed Yunus. He's getting very cozy in his chair and looks like the world is taking notice. Reports say French President Emmanuel Macron has rejected a meeting with Mohammed Yunus. Let me tell you the full story. France is hosting a United Nations conference next month. It deals with climate change and marine resources. Both these issues are very important for Bangladesh. So Mohammed Yunus was supposed to fly down to France. His office also reached out to President Macron. They wanted to set up a meeting on the sidelines, a full-fledged bilateral meeting between Bangladesh and France. But President Macron reportedly rejected it. Why? Because of timing issues. As host, Macron already has a number of meetings lined up. He simply couldn't squeeze in Mohammed Yunus. After hearing this, Yunus apparently cancelled the whole trip. Now, whatever the inside scoop, it's a good move by Macron because Yunus has no authority as interim leader. He took charge in August last year and his job was pretty simple: stabilize the situation, bring back law and order and hold elections in Bangladesh. It's been almost 1 year since Yunus's appointment, but law and order has not returned. And elections? Well, there is no deadline or roadmap. In fact, some political parties fear a conspiracy, including the BNP, the Bangladesh Nationalist Party. Their top leader says this is a plot to derail the election. He did not name any names, but he blamed politics of hate and division, clearly a reference to Bangladesh's Islamist forces. The same forces that back Mohammed Yunus. So to recap, Yunus took charge almost 1 year ago. If he hasn't fixed the problems at home, what was he doing all this time? He was traveling the world. Let me show you his travel list. The United States, Azerbaijan, Egypt, Switzerland, the United Arab Emirates, China, Thailand, Qatar, Vatican City. That's 9 foreign trips in 9 months. Would have been 10 had he traveled to France next month. Now, this is unusual for most leaders, more so for interim leaders in a country like Bangladesh, a country that is going through a political and financial crisis. While Yunus is jet-setting, his allies are on a rampage. Violent rallies, attacks on minorities, street clashes, all of this has become common in Bangladesh. As a result, there are reports of the army stepping in. Speculation of a rift between Yunus and the military is rife. And the rift is not new. In February, the army chief issued a warning. That's General Waqar-uz-Zaman. He flagged a potential threat to Bangladesh's independence. And so he asked all parties to unite. Now, the army chief's concerns are valid. A, he wants his soldiers to return to the barracks. They cannot constantly uphold law and order across the country. And B, he is worried about instability because Yunus seems to have no plans for elections. Today, the general was supposed to make a speech. We've been tracking Bangladeshi media since the morning. No reports have emerged so far. The question is, could there be a military takeover? There's talk of that too. Well, General Waqar-uz-Zaman is a professional soldier. He doesn't have political ambitions, he says. So if he does take over, it would be a surprise, perhaps proof of how desperate the situation was. On the other side, Yunus is plotting too. In April, he appointed a new national security advisor. His name is Khalilur Rahman. And this appointment was very controversial. For starters, it happened when the army chief was not in the country. And secondly, the BNP, the Bangladesh Nationalist Party, says that this man, Rahman, is an American citizen. Some experts say that the NSA is pushing a pro-US policy. But the army chief is against it. He is seen as a pro-India officer. He also made a rare trip to Russia last month. So basically, these two forces are locked in a collision path. It's a question of who will prevail. The army is said to be firmly behind General Waqar. Let's see if he dares to make a move. From Japan to Greece, Iceland to Italy, country after country is coming down hard on Airbnb. This is a popular platform for short-term holiday rentals. Over the past few months, it has either been banned in some places or heavily regulated in others. Now, Spain has joined this club. Spain has blocked about 66,000 Airbnb rentals across the country. But why is this happening? Our next report tells you.
Canaries have a limit. This is what the banner read as locals took to the streets. This week, thousands of people protested against over-tourism in Spain's Canary Islands.
We need to return to the not one more bed policy. We cannot continue building tourist establishments. We must seek to reduce the number of tourists who come here. As my sign says, we need to decrease. The limits have been exceeded and we must responsibly decrease so that our lives are, at least, as comfortable and enjoyable as those of the tourists.
More than 1 million foreign tourists visit the Canary Islands each month. If this doesn't sound like much, know that the local population is just about 2 million. Mass tourism has led to traffic congestion, overburdened services, and fueled soaring housing costs, which have been driven up by holiday rentals like the ones on platforms like Airbnb. Locals say they are being priced out of their cities because landlords favor more lucrative short-term tourist lets. And this problem isn't limited to the Canaries, it's happening across Spain, especially in popular tourist hubs like Madrid and Barcelona. Which is why in recent months, the European country has witnessed several protests. Spaniards have been urging authorities to limit the number of visitors as they grapple with a housing affordability crisis. And this has spurred government action. Spain has launched a major clampdown on Airbnb properties. It has ordered to block about 66,000 holiday listings on its platform. This is mostly over violations of rules, like problems with license numbers or the lack of specifications about ownership. While this is a countrywide campaign, Barcelona has already taken aggressive measures. It plans to eliminate 10,000 short-term rental properties by 2028. The goal behind this is to prioritize housing for permanent residents. And Spain is not alone. In recent months, from France and Italy to the Czech Republic and Greece, country after country has declared war on Airbnbs and other short-term rentals. In some places, the rentals are being heavily regulated. In others, they are completely banned. So things aren't looking good for Airbnb, probably why it's now offering private chefs, personal trainers, massages, and desperately looking for an image cleanup. But the concerns with over-tourism are not limited to housing, which is why neither are the regulations. For instance, in Greece, some places are charging cruise passengers additional tax. In ports from Ibiza in Spain to Juneau in Alaska, the number of cruise ships are now restricted. In parts of Belgium and the Netherlands, new hotel construction is now banned. From Japan to Italy, many places have even limited the number of tourists. But will these stop the onslaught of tourists? International arrivals globally are expected to grow 12.4% in 2025. So over-tourism is likely to spread and just as likely to keep choking cities. At this point, governments scrambling to find solutions alone will not help. The antidote to over-tourism is perhaps the tourists themselves, with more willingness to travel responsibly.
It must be great to be Asim Munir. He spent most of this month inside a bunker. When India smashed Pakistani air bases, General Munir was hiding. And finally, when he re-emerged, what did he do? He promoted himself. Asim Munir is now a field marshal. I guess if you can't win wars, you win medals. Of course, no one on the internet is buying this. They're calling Asim Munir the failed Marshal. But frankly, we shouldn't be surprised. This is how Pakistan works. Here in India, our generals notch up victories on the battlefield. On the other side, they beef up their LinkedIn credentials. Either way, congratulations to Bunker Munir. I wonder if the ceremony will also be held inside a bunker. Now it's time for Vantage Shots, images that tell the story. The beating retreat ceremony resumes in a restricted manner at the Attari-Wagah border. Parts of India's Bengaluru were underwater after heavy rains, and dogs dress up like stars at the Pet Gala in New York. Finally, we're taking you back in history. On this day in 1498, Portuguese sailor Vasco da Gama landed in India's southern coast. He discovered a direct sea route from Europe to India. While his goal was to buy Indian spices, his voyage triggered a chain of events, one that led to centuries of colonialism in India. We're leaving you on that note. Thank you for watching. We'll see you tomorrow.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to Firstpost America. I'm Eric Ham, coming to you live from the nation's capital in Washington, D.C. And coming up, more on President Donald Trump's phone call with Russian President Vladimir Putin, and the U.S. Supreme Court gives the White House a major win in its ongoing immigration efforts. We begin with the developments coming in from the war in Europe. President Donald Trump has spoken to both Russian President Vladimir Putin and Ukraine's Volodymyr Zelensky on Monday. After his nearly 2.5-hour phone call with President Putin, the president said Russia and Ukraine would immediately begin negotiations towards a ceasefire. The president described the conversation as a breakthrough as he looks to push for an elusive deal to end the conflict that he promised on the campaign trail to resolve within 24 hours.
Spent 2.5 hours talking to Vladimir Putin, and I think some progress has been made. It's a terrible situation going on over there. 5,000 young people every single week are being killed. So hopefully we did something.
However, Russian President Putin struck a more measured tone, saying he is now ready to work with Kyiv on a memorandum outlining a possible peace agreement, but insisted compromises will be required on both sides. He also thanked President Trump for supporting the resumption of direct talks between Moscow and Kyiv.
We agreed with the U.S. president that Russia will suggest and is ready to work with the Ukrainian side on a memorandum on a possible future peace treaty, which defines a number of issues, such as the principles of settlement, the terms of a possible peace agreement, and so on, including a possible ceasefire for a certain period of time, if the appropriate agreements are reached.
Now, as Moscow signaled cautious openness to negotiations, attention quickly shifted to Kyiv, where President Zelensky held his own discussions with President Trump both before and after the call with President Putin. Zelensky, who has in fact patched up relations with the U.S. president after a contentious meeting in the Oval Office, urged Trump to not make any decisions without Ukraine. He later said Kyiv and its partners might seek a high-level meeting among Ukraine, Russia, the United States, European Union countries, and Britain as part of a push to end the war.
We are considering a meeting of all teams again. We would like it to be at a high level: America, Ukraine, Russia, European countries, and Great Britain. Such meeting could take place in Turkey, Vatican, or Switzerland.
Meanwhile, President Trump later said that Pope Leo had expressed interest in hosting negotiations at the Vatican. The idea has found widespread attraction and appreciation from leaders across the world, including both Italy and Germany.
Great to have it at the Vatican. Maybe it would have some extra significance. There's tremendous bitterness, anger, and I think maybe that could help some of that anger. So having it at the Vatican would be, in Rome, would be I think it would be a great idea.
And the Kremlin has also welcomed the offer at the Vatican, but said no final decision has been made on where talks might actually take place. It's also noted that no specific time frame for a ceasefire was discussed during the call between the two leaders. Furthermore, away from the diplomatic front, President Trump also made headlines at the White House event where he revealed that President Putin expressed admiration for First Lady Melania Trump. President Trump jokingly stated that Moscow, quote unquote, respected and liked the First Lady more than him. He made these comments while speaking at a White House ceremony where he signed the Take It Down Act, an initiative led by the First Lady aimed at combating deepfake pornography.
He was blessed to have such a dedicated and compassionate First Lady. I would tell you she is very dedicated. In fact, if you look at just what I heard, Putin just said they respect your wife a lot. I said, what about me? No, they like Melania better. That wasn't good. I don't know if that was good. I'm okay with it.
But despite this lighter moment, the talks are still in their very early stages, and with major differences still unresolved, the path to peace for Ukraine remains highly uncertain. And now we shift our attention to a significant development here in Washington. The U.S. Supreme Court has cleared the way for President Donald Trump's administration to end legal protections that have sheltered nearly 350,000 Venezuelans from deportation. In a ruling issued on Monday, the court allowed the Department of Homeland Security to terminate temporary protected status, or TPS, that was granted by President Trump's predecessor, Joe Biden. TPS allows nationals from countries facing war, disaster, or extraordinary conditions to live and work legally in the United States. While the designation is meant to be short-term, many protections have been extended for decades without a pathway to citizenship. In fact, days before leaving office, President Biden extended TPS for Venezuelans by 18 months, citing the ongoing crisis under President Nicolas Maduro. But the new administration is taking a different course. President Trump has vowed to deport record numbers of migrants in the country illegally, and his Secretary of Homeland Security has already moved to end TPS for Venezuelans, Haitians, Afghans, and Cameroonians.
The mission of the Department of Homeland Security is to secure our nation and to make sure that we're out there going after those that are the worst of the worst, the criminals, the bad actors.
And as part of the immigration crackdown, the Trump administration has also invoked a wartime law to fast-track the deportation of suspected Venezuelan gang members and has deployed troops to the southern border to deter illegal crossings. And in a first under a new program called Project Homecoming, the U.S. on Monday deported a group of undocumented migrants who chose to return voluntarily. A total of 64 migrants boarded a flight from Houston to Honduras and Colombia, each receiving a $1,000 stipend to leave the country legally with the option to apply for re-entry in the future.
Take control of your departure and receive financial support to return home. If you don't, you will be subjected to fines, arrest, deportation, and will never be allowed to return.
And now 38 migrants arrived in San Pedro Sula in Honduras, where officials say many expressed fear over growing hostility in the United States, including fears of going to work due to raids in restaurants and other workplaces. Honduran officials further confirmed that among the returnees were 19 children, including 4 born in the United States. To aid their reintegration, Honduran authorities are providing $100 in cash and an additional $200 in credit at a government-run store for basic necessities.
They say it's difficult, that there's a hostile atmosphere towards migrants, that they're afraid to go out to work or walk down the street, that sometimes there are raids in restaurants and workplaces. So it's a very unpleasant environment, and they say, no, I'd rather not live like this. I'm going back to my country.
Now, although the Trump administration aims to ramp up deportations, Honduras says that the numbers applying to self-deport will likely remain modest.
I don't think it will be thousands of people who apply for the program, but we will have quite a few cases, and it is our responsibility to ensure that they arrive in an orderly fashion on charter flights, that we have the manifest in advance so that there are no delays, and that we can support them in everything they need upon arrival to the country.
And with the Supreme Court now backing his immigration policies and the first voluntary deportation flights now complete, President Trump is making clear his administration is moving full speed ahead on immigration enforcement using both pressure and incentives to accelerate departures. Days after former President Joe Biden was diagnosed with advanced prostate cancer, reactions continue to unfold. And even though President Donald Trump expressed sadness, he still could question the timing of the announcement. Vice President J.D. Vance also raised concerns over transparency regarding the former president's health, and Donald Trump Jr., who was the first to speak out, suggested a possible cover-up. But these remarks by Trump and his team on former President Biden's cancer battle have drawn widespread criticism. Here's more from our next report.
Just a day after former U.S. President Joe Biden announced that he's been diagnosed with advanced prostate cancer, political reactions are pouring in, some sympathetic, others stirring controversy. On Monday evening, President Donald Trump addressed the news with an uncharacteristic note of sadness. Very sad, he told reporters. But then, with a characteristic twist, he added, I'm surprised the public wasn't notified a long time ago.
Do you want to respond to President Biden being diagnosed with cancer? Are you going to call your predecessor?
I think it's very sad, actually. I'm surprised that it wasn't, the public wasn't notified a long time ago, because to get to stage 9, that's a long time.
Trump then appeared to confuse the medical terminology when he pointed out that the former president has a Gleason score of 9, which indicates an aggressive cancer, and questioned why wasn't Biden's cognitive ability discussed before.
And it takes a long time to get to that situation. Now, I think, to get to a stage 9, there are things going on that the public wasn't informed, and I think somebody's going to have to speak to his doctor, if it's the same, or even if it's 2 separate doctors. Why wasn't the cognitive ability, why wasn't that discussed? And I think
The 82-year-old former president's diagnosis, confirmed Friday, came after a small nodule was discovered earlier this month. His team said the cancer is aggressive and has spread to the bone, but remains hormone sensitive, which allows for treatment options. Now, while questioning Biden's diagnosis, the commander-in-chief then also took the opportunity to highlight his own health, claiming he aced his recent cognitive tests.
I just had my physical. You saw that. You saw the results of that particular test. I think that test is standard to pretty much anybody getting a physical, good physical.
Then, shortly after, Vice President J.D. Vance offered a more pointed take. Having just returned from Rome, where he met Pope Leo, Vance questioned the timing and transparency of the diagnosis.
And why didn't the American people have a better sense of his health picture? Why didn't the American people have more accurate information about what he was actually dealing with? This is serious stuff. Like I will say, whether the right time to have this conversation is now or at some point in the future, we really do need to be honest about whether the former president was capable of doing the job.
While Vance was careful not to place all the blame on Biden, he instead pointed to those around him.
Look, I mean, you know, that you can separate the desire for him to have the right health outcome with the recognition that whether it was doctors or whether there were staffers around the former president, I don't think he was able to do a good job for the American people. And that's not politics. That's not because I disagreed with him on policy. That's because I don't think that he was in good enough health. In some ways, I blame him less than I blame the people around him.
Then came Donald Trump Jr., who was the first to react strongly and publicly. In a post on X, he questioned whether the diagnosis had been concealed. How did Dr. Jill Biden miss stage 5 metastatic cancer, or is this yet another cover-up, he wrote. Trump Jr. also revived a 2022 clip where Biden said, "I and so damn many other people I grew up with have cancer."
So damn many other people I grew up have cancer. And why can't, for the longest time, Delaware had the highest cancer rate in the nation.
At the time, the White House clarified Biden was referring to his past treatment for non-melanoma skin cancers and not a current diagnosis. The announcement has reignited discussions already heating up ahead of Tuesday's release of Original Sin, a new book by CNN's Jake Tapper and Axios reporter Alex Thompson. The book paints a damning portrait of Biden's final months in office, alleging that aides covered up signs of his physical and cognitive decline. It even claims staff discussed whether he might soon need a wheelchair. So, as Biden and his family weigh treatment options, the political world is left grappling with bigger questions about leadership, health, and how much the public deserves to know.
And now moving to South America, where tensions are rising fast in Venezuela just days before a crucial election. On Monday, Venezuela's Interior Minister announced the immediate suspension of all flights from neighboring Colombia. The drastic move came after authorities arrested 38 individuals, including 17 foreigners, allegedly involved in a plot to destabilize the country ahead of the May 25th parliamentary and gubernatorial elections. According to the
When we check flights from Colombia that come from other destinations and enter Venezuela through Colombia, these are flights from Colombia. We have given the instruction to suspend all the flights from Colombia to our country because the information we have is related to this type of movement of people.
According to the Venezuelan minister, the detained individuals were carrying explosive devices and planning attacks on sensitive locations such as hospitals, embassies, and police command centers. He claimed that the suspects, a mix of Venezuelans and foreign nationals from countries including Colombia, Mexico, and Ukraine, involved bomb experts, human smugglers, and mercenaries.
There are already 38 new mercenaries arrested. The Albanian mafia that governs Ecuador sent part of its trained mercenaries to plant bombs in Venezuela. They have been captured.
The Venezuelan Aviation Authority later confirmed that the flight ban would last until May 26 at 6 p.m. local time, a day after the scheduled elections. Colombia's Minister of Foreign Affairs also stated that Venezuela had informed them flights would resume the day after the vote. Now, additionally, the ministry said it had not received any official information regarding the arrest of Colombian nationals.
And once we were on the plane, they made us get off because an announcement came from Venezuela that they were canceling all flights.
The latest development comes amid a tense political atmosphere following Venezuela's disputed July 28th presidential election. President Nicolas Maduro was declared the winner, but the opposition and several foreign governments have rejected the results, citing credible allegations of electoral fraud. In fact, in a separate televised meeting, President Maduro linked the alleged plot to an Albanian crime group involved in drug trafficking in Ecuador. He claimed this organization was working with Venezuelan opposition forces to disrupt the election process.
38 new mercenaries have been detained. The Albanian mafia that governs Ecuador sent some of their trained mercenaries to plant bombs in Venezuela. They have been captured. As I have denounced, we have the Albanian mafia. We seized 3 phones from them, and they are talking.
Tensions have been building in the country as prominent opposition leader Maria Corina Machado has called for a boycott of the upcoming election. In fact, recently 5 members of her staff who had sought refuge in diplomatic compound for over a year left the country. And while the United States called it a rescue operation, Venezuelan authorities said it was the result of negotiations with Maduro's government. Dozens of Machado's allies, including her lawyer and campaign workers, remain imprisoned. Until now, President Gustavo Petro of Colombia, who restored diplomatic relations with Venezuela back in 2022, has not yet publicly responded. But with both countries walking a tightrope and the elections just days away, one question now looms large over the region. What exactly will happen on May 25th? And finally, we end today looking at a major escalation initiated by the Yemen-based Houthi rebels. They've announced a maritime blockade on Haifa, Israel's largest port. The facility is a crucial hub for international trade, and according to the Houthis, any ship docked in or heading to Haifa is now a legitimate target. In fact, for months, the Iranian proxy has targeted ships in the Red Sea that they claimed were linked to Israel. They say their actions are in response to Israel's hostilities in Gaza. And now, what does this blockade mean, and why is this threat much closer to home for Israel? Our final story has more.
Israel's biggest maritime gateway, the Haifa port, is under threat. The Houthis, a proxy group backed by Iran, have announced a maritime blockade on the facility. They claim any ship docked in or heading to Haifa will be attacked.
The Yemeni armed forces, relying on Allah and trusting in Allah, have decided, with Allah's help, to implement the leadership's directives to begin working to enforce a naval blockade of the port of Haifa. Accordingly, all companies with ships present in or heading to this port are hereby notified that, as of the time of this announcement, the aforementioned port has been included in the target bank. They are urged to take into consideration the contents of this statement and any subsequent announcements.
For months, the Houthis have disrupted global trade. Their attacks in the Red Sea and the Gulf of Aden, which they say are in solidarity with Palestinians in Gaza, have forced reroutes, delayed cargo, and triggered Western retaliation. But why is the development concerning Haifa alarming? Until now, the Houthi strikes were concentrated in the Red Sea. But Haifa lies on the Mediterranean Sea, far from the Red Sea, which has been the conflict zone. Unlike the Ashdod port, which is close to the Gaza Strip and has seen repeated rocket threats, Haifa is in Israel's north and has largely remained insulated from direct attacks. Haifa is also the busiest and Israel's largest international seaport. Annually, about 30 million tons of cargo arrive at the facility. In 2023 alone, Haifa handled roughly 22.1 million metric tons of freight. Israel's main naval base is also located here. Haifa is a passage connecting Asia, Europe, and West Asia. It has also drawn foreign investment and attention due to its location. In 2023, India's largest port operator completed an acquisition of the port in partnership with an Israeli-based firm. In March 2025, Israel's government gave approval to a Chinese state-owned company to expand operations at Haifa's Bay port. Israel largely depends on overseas projects to improve and run its ports. Some 98% of Israel's foreign trade passes through seaports. With the announcement of the Haifa blockade, the conflict is now sailing into Israel's heart of trade and closer to the country's shores.
That's going to do it for us today. We certainly thank you for tuning in. We look forward to seeing you once again right back here again tomorrow, everyone. Thanks again for watching.
Firstpost reports from the world's second largest continent. Hello, I'm Alison Lagrange. A very warm welcome from Durban, South Africa. We get you the news and the newsmakers from Africa. From elections to climate change to innovations and opportunities. As the world's attention shifts, we report from Africa, the heart of the global south. Join me every weekday live on First Post. Hello and welcome to First Post Africa, where we get you the top stories from the continent and from across the world. I'm Alison Lagrange, coming to you live from Durban, South Africa. Hello and welcome. Let's start with Africa's regional powerhouse, South Africa. The country is looking to improve deteriorating ties with the US. South Africa's President Cyril Ramaphosa has touched down in Washington on a high-stakes diplomatic mission to reset ties with the United States. The visit comes at a time when relations between Pretoria and Washington have sharply deteriorated since Donald Trump took office. Ramaphosa landed on Monday, accompanied by 4 key cabinet ministers, including those for trade, agriculture and foreign affairs. A face-to-face meeting with President Trump at the White House is scheduled for Wednesday. Ramaphosa's main goal is to safeguard South Africa's trade ties with the US and to reframe the economic partnership between the two countries. Ramaphosa's office calls the visit an effort to reset and revitalize bilateral relations. The immediate concerns are Trump's trade tariffs, including a proposed 31% levy on South African imports. Although temporarily paused, these tariffs have sent shockwaves through local industries. South Africa's Agriculture Minister John Steenhuisen warns that massive job losses could follow if the tariffs are implemented. At the heart of the trade debate is AGOA, or the African Growth and Opportunity Act. It allows duty-free access for some African exports, but the agreement faces uncertain renewal this September. Steenhuisen says losing AGOA would be devastating for farmers and workers. With unemployment in South Africa hovering around 32%, Ramaphosa is under pressure to deliver economic relief and new jobs. The president is also expected to push back against a controversial narrative rejecting claims of a white genocide in South Africa. The US recently welcomed a group of Afrikaners as refugees, accusing South Africa of subjugating and discriminating against them.
I think that from all evidence, the farmers in South Africa are being treated brutally, and it's been reported and nobody wants to cover it, but they happen to be white, and if they were black, I'd do the exact same thing. And we treat people very well when we see there's a genocide going on. So if it's a genocide, that's terrible, and I happen to believe it could very well be. South Africa's out of control, and it's been out of control for a long time.
Trump's remarks further amplified that white genocide theory that has been widely debunked. Also on Ramaphosa's agenda is a personal invitation to Trump. Ramaphosa will be urging him to attend the G20 summit in Johannesburg this November, an event the US Commander-in-Chief has threatened to skip. For Ramaphosa, this is more than a diplomatic visit. It's an attempt to defend jobs and to reassure investors and reset a strained alliance with one of South Africa's biggest trading partners. Now, for more on this, we have with us Dr. Charles Sinkala, an international relations expert, joining us live from Johannesburg. Thank you for being with us.
Thank you. It's a pleasure for having me.
Now, Doctor, how crucial is this visit for South Africa's trade future, particularly in the context of maintaining AGOA benefits under a protectionist US administration?
This visit is very significant in the sense that it's not only that we look at the South Africa's prejudice in terms of if the relationship can go otherwise, but also we must also consider the United States' relationship with South Africa if the relationship does not go in the way that it's supposed to go. It is very important that when nations such as America has issues that needs to be ironed out in terms of information and for the past couple of months. I think also this visit, also it's a follow-up visit, although the presidency in the United States of America has changed, but we can recall very well that President Ramaphosa had a very heated meeting with former President Joe Biden. South Africa had deposited the case against Israel rather than supporting the ones that the United States is supporting. You know, these are differences in terms of also trade wars and trade benefits that has been done, notwithstanding the fact that you've also mentioned AGOA, which not only South Africa benefits, but the United States of America as well benefit equally.
Right. And what impact do you think President Ramaphosa's efforts to counter the white genocide narrative will have on US-South Africa diplomatic relations, especially following the Trump administration's engagement with the Afrikaner group?
I think it is very important that the two heads of states of government meet. You know, there has been so much disinformation by those peddlers who would like the two countries to remain at war, at loggerheads, to have diplomatic spat. I think a one-on-one meeting will clarify that South Africa's position, always a position of a very good arrangement, where they respect the sovereignty of other nations, and as well they respect the importance of having bilateral relationships with the United States of America, to the sense that yes, there have been people who have been saying it's white genocide which has been happening in South Africa. My apologies for that. But also we need to understand that there's just a small section of people who has also clarified that they are not running away from South Africa. It has been internal issues that has been also been discussed at length with especially the Agriculture Minister, John Stesen.
Right. Doctor, thank you very much. We'll leave it there. Thank you for being with us on Firstpost Africa. Shifting focus to Libya, which, according to some reports, is Trump's new target destination for relocating Gazans. Now, US media is reporting that the Trump administration is planning to permanently relocate up to 1 million Palestinians from the Gaza Strip to Libya. The report, citing US officials, claim the plan is under serious consideration, with discussions already taking place with Libya's leadership. In exchange for resettling Palestinians, Washington may release billions of dollars to Libya in frozen funds that have been blocked in the US for over a decade. However, for now, the US has denied these reports. The US Embassy in Libya has called the reports false. Libya's UN-recognized government of national unity has also refused to relocate Gazans. Now, this is not the first time an African country has been mentioned as a possible destination for displaced Gazans. Earlier this year, President Trump said that he wanted the United States to take control of the Gaza Strip and to resettle its Palestinian population elsewhere. The idea faced strong opposition and global backlash. When Trump first floated this idea after taking office, he suggested that US allies Egypt and Jordan could take in Gaza's population. Both countries rejected the idea, which was widely condemned by Palestinians, Arab states, and the United Nations as an act of ethnic cleansing. In April, Trump stated that Palestinians could be moved around to different countries, adding that plenty of countries would accept them. Since then, the names of Morocco, Sudan, and the disputed Somali territories of Somaliland and Puntland have surfaced as possible options. All of them have publicly denied any involvement or interest. Now, Trump has again reaffirmed his desire to take over Gaza. During a visit to Qatar this week, he declared that Gaza should become a freedom zone and claimed there was nothing left to save.
We're working very hard on Gaza, and Gaza has been a territory of death and destruction for many years. And, I have concepts for Gaza that I think are very good. Make it a freedom zone. Let the United States get involved and make it just a freedom zone. Have a real freedom zone. Because it seems that Gaza, every 10 years it happens and more than that.
Trump's proposals have been widely criticized on legal, ethical, and humanitarian grounds, and similar concerns have been raised about the Libya plan. Libya, still deeply divided and unstable, has been torn between rival administrations since 2014. One UN-recognized, the other military-led. Additionally, reports indicate that the Trump administration has been planning to deport undocumented migrants to Libya. This is a move recently blocked by a US federal judge. While Trump continues to reaffirm his intent to take control of the war-torn strip, so far his relocation plan has failed to gain traction or find willing partners. And now we shift focus to West Africa. A long-running territorial dispute between neighbors, Equatorial Guinea and Gabon, has reached a climax. And the final verdict has sided with Equatorial Guinea. Now, the International Court of Justice, the highest judicial body of the United Nations, has ruled in favor of Equatorial Guinea in a decades-long dispute with Gabon. The two nations have been squabbling for decades over 3 small islands in the oil-rich Gulf of Guinea. Now, these include the island of Mbani and 2 smaller low-lying islets, Cocotier and Conga. They cover just up to 30 hectares and are virtually uninhabited. But the discovery of oil on the islands pitted the neighbors against each other. Both nations began asserting sovereignty over the once insignificant islands. Gabon's forces expelled Equatorial Guinea's military from the islands and established a presence. Yet the dispute never escalated into an armed conflict. Instead, both countries chose a diplomatic path. In 2016, they signed a special agreement to submit the matter to the ICJ. They promised to accept its ruling, whatever the outcome. After years of deliberation, the ICJ has now issued its final and binding verdict. Now, the court has ruled that Equatorial Guinea's claim, based on the 1900 Paris Treaty dividing French and Spanish colonial territories, is legally valid. The court rejected Gabon's main argument that a later treaty, the 1974 Bata Convention, had transferred the islands to Gabon. While the ICJ has resolved multiple territorial disputes before, this case stands out. Unlike many cases brought to the court due to high tensions or armed conflicts, Gabon and Equatorial Guinea approached the court voluntarily and collaboratively. Now, their aim was to find a peaceful and friendly resolution, not to win a political fight. This is also one of the rare African territorial cases taken to the ICJ. Most similar cases involve countries from different continents, or disputes involving major global powers. And few international cases involve such small, uninhabited islands, though rich in strategic value. The case showcases a rare commitment to peaceful, legal resolution on the African continent. Both countries trusted the ICJ's authority and demonstrated a mutual faith in international law. This legally binding mechanism, choosing law over force, is still uncommon in many regional disputes. Could this model set a new standard for how African nations and others resolve territorial tensions in the future? The extremists' playbook in Nigeria just got an upgrade, and this time it comes with Wi-Fi, ring lights, and TikTok filters. In what security experts are calling a digital propaganda makeover, extremists in northeastern Nigeria, including terrorists of Boko Haram, are turning to TikTok to broadcast their violent ideology, recruit young followers, and to show off their AK-47s like its influencer content. In April alone, over 100 people were killed in extremist attacks in Borno State. It is the epicenter of Nigeria's 15-year-long insurgency. But while bullets were flying offline, extremists were busy going live on TikTok. But what is their content? It's a mashup of anti-Western rants, calls to arms, nostalgic clips of Boko Haram's founder, because apparently extremists enjoy a hashtag Throwback Thursday. The vibe is worryingly reminiscent of the early days of Boko Haram's rise under its now deceased leader, Abu Bakr Sekau. Now, except this time, it comes with TikTok's digital gifts feature, which can be turned into actual money. Yes, people are tipping jihadists on TikTok. Bulama Bukarti of Bridgeway Foundation, which is dedicated to ending and preventing mass atrocities around the world, says that it started with bandits and now the jihadists are hosting full-on TikTok shows, preaching violence and threatening critics. Bukarti himself was targeted in a now-deleted video. And while TikTok says it's actively removing extremist content, many accounts are still being operated in plain sight. 19 of them reportedly feature men in clerical garb, openly calling for violence, and some even teaming up with other influencers in joint live streams. Collab culture at its most sinister. Security analysts say that this isn't accidental. Boko Haram and its more social media savvy rival, the Islamic State West Africa province, know where to find the next generation online. Experts say they're reaching the youth by speaking their language. Looks like they have ditched the dull speeches and are going straight for virality. And it's reportedly working. Now, these digital extremists are connecting with viewers, answering questions and receiving real-time support, both emotional and financial. Meanwhile, their barefaced live streams send another message. They are not hiding. Experts say they want people to know they are real, bold, and unafraid. TikTok, for its part, insists it's not a haven for extremism. The platform says it works with global partners to detect and remove violent content and continues to enforce its zero-tolerance policy. But critics point out that many harmful accounts remain live, and moderation hasn't kept up with the innovation of extremists. One thing is clear, the battlefield has moved from forests of Borno to the For You page of TikTok. And that's it on the show for today. We will see you again tomorrow at the same time. Thank you for watching, and goodbye.
Hello, namaskar. This is Firstpost and you're watching Vantage with me, Palki Sharma. In the past few weeks, we've discussed the India-Pakistan conflict in detail. We've talked about nuclear blackmail. We've talked about counter-terrorism. We've discussed innovation and precision, the need for homemade weapons, and the example that India set by showing restraint and avoiding civilian targets. There were a lot of takeaways for the world. But Donald Trump is different. First, he claimed credit for stopping the fighting, and now he wants to protect American skies with what he calls the Golden Dome. This is basically Star Wars starring Donald Trump. We'll tell you what the plan is and if it has better chances of succeeding than Trump's wall, which he started building 8 years ago and is yet to finish. Closer home, China is dangling the checkbook again to co-opt the Taliban along with Pakistan. We'll tell you why Taiwan bagged Operation Sindoor as legitimate action by India. How the fight has improved the approval ratings of the Pakistani army at home. Was this their aim all along, to boost military nationalism and secure Munir's grip on power? How India is countering Pakistan by boosting arms sales to Armenia. Will Israel attack Iran's nuclear sites? How the US economy is sitting on a ticking time bomb. Their debt has crossed $36 trillion. How Japan's rice crisis is threatening the government and has forced a minister to resign. How Indian forces have neutralized a man called the backbone of Naxalism. And a special report on the punishing Indian summer. Experts say 76% people are at high risk this time. We'll bring you all this and more.
This design for the Golden Dome will integrate with our existing defense capabilities and should be fully operational before the end of my term.
It's not drivable. Come back.
Once upon a time, wars were fought in the trenches. Today, wars happen miles above us. Skies have become the new front lines. Take the recent India-Pakistan conflict. There were drone attacks, missiles flying, and fighter jets engaged in combat. And it's not just about offense. Controlling the skies can decide the fate of nations. And that means air defense, systems that protect the skies above us. So Donald Trump is pitching an idea to protect American skies. He's promising a dome, the Golden Dome. Now, if you're picturing a shiny, gilded bubble over the Capitol, I hate to burst it. But this is not like a literal dome. This Golden Dome is like a missile shield in space. Think Star Wars, but with a MAGA hat. And what's the price tag? A whopping $175 billion.
Once fully constructed, the Golden Dome will be capable of intercepting missiles even if they are launched from other sides of the world and even if they are launched from space. And we will have the best system ever built. As you know, we helped Israel with theirs and it was very successful. And now we have technology that's even far advanced from that.
The idea itself is not new. Back in 1983, Ronald Reagan pitched something similar. He called it the Strategic Defense Initiative, which was quickly nicknamed Star Wars. It imagined space-based lasers. They would shoot down missiles in flight. Billions of dollars were spent on this. Models were built. But scientists were skeptical, and ultimately nothing usable came out of it. And now, all these years later, Donald Trump wants to revive it.
We will truly be completing the job that President Reagan started 40 years ago, forever ending the missile threat to the American homeland, and the success rate is very close to 100%, which is incredible when you think of it. You're shooting bullets out of the air.
So how does it work? Imagine this, a ring of defense, a layered shield wrapped around the Earth. It has three core components. First, space-based sensors, satellites circling the globe, scanning for missile launches in real time. That's the first part. Second, interceptor networks, missiles stationed on the ground and in orbit. They will be ready to meet incoming threats mid-air. Some can collide into warheads, others zap targets with lasers. And the third part is an AI command center or multiple centers. They will analyze threats, calculate responses, and launch counterattacks within seconds. That is the vision. Now, the US already has missile defense systems. So this will fuse what exists with what's next. Basically, a global shield. It will detect, decide, and destroy before a threat even touches down.
There's never been anything like this. This is something that's going to be very protective. I think you can rest assured there'll be nothing like this. Nobody else is capable of building it either.
Was it something that military commanders asked you for? Did they ask you to do this?
Well, let me put it differently. I suggested it, and they all said, "We love the idea, sir."
It's just like Trump to take credit for this. But this is quite the ambitious plan. And look at the price tag. Like I said, it will cost around $175 billion. The initial funding is $25 billion. It's included in a new bill which the Congress, the US Congress, needs to approve.
I'm also pleased to report that the one big, beautiful bill will include $25 billion for the Golden Dome to help construction get underway. That's the initial sort of a down deposit. And we have probably, you're talking about, General, we're talking about $175 billion total cost of this when it's completed.
So Trump is pitching this like America's Iron Dome. But will it work? Is this plan even feasible? There are two main problems with it. First, the area that it is expected to cover. You see, the United States is a big country. It's the third largest country in the world after Russia and Canada. America's size is 9.8 million square kilometers. Compare that to Israel, which has an Iron Dome. Israel is just about 20,000 square kilometers. That's the size of the US state of New Jersey. So the United States is 490 times the size of Israel. A dome to cover this vast area of land will be a tall order. That's the first challenge. The second one is the cost. Trump says it will be $175 billion. That's a lot of money, but experts are not convinced. They think it's going to be a lot more, and I'll tell you why. The Iron Dome uses an interceptor missile called the Tamir missile. It costs around $50,000 per missile. That's the cost of each missile, $50,000. So $50,000 to take down even a basic rocket. Imagine that for a country the size of the United States, and the cost will increase every year. So $175 billion is a modest assumption. And beyond cost and technical feasibility, there's another big problem: a space war. China has already issued a warning. It wants the US to halt any plans for this Golden Dome. Last month, Beijing and Moscow issued a statement. They said this could destabilize space. It accused Washington of plotting to militarize space. So if the US does start putting weapons in space, it could herald a new arms race, an arms race in space. For now, the Pentagon is being cautious. Officials admit that the plan is in its conceptual phase. No serious funding has been secured yet, except for the initial $25 billion that Trump announced.
It's amazing how easy this one is to fund. You know, some funding is tough and some is easy. When we say we're going to save everyone's lives in a crazy world, it seems to be very easy to get.
So Trump says people are ready with money. It's not clear who these people are, although there is a group that is very interested in this project, and that is the American defense companies, the likes of Lockheed Martin, Raytheon, Palantir, and Anduril. They are circling this plan like vultures. Lockheed's representatives have made a pitch using the F-35 jets to strike any threats. Elon Musk's SpaceX is also in the mix. It is reportedly offering launch services. So for defense companies, this is not just a missile shield, it's a billion-dollar feeding frenzy. Also, there's something quite appealing about the idea of a sky shield, an invisible umbrella protecting a country. For Donald Trump, it's the perfect metaphor. So the Golden Dome is also the perfect branding. It is bold, expensive, and more importantly, it is golden. So this Golden Dome is not just about stopping missiles, it's about sending a message to all American enemies, a message of invincibility. Pakistan and China are closing ranks. Pakistan's Foreign Minister Ishaq Dar is visiting Beijing. Both sides are digging in, sharpening their alignment on all fronts, whether it's trade, defense, or strategic support. China is no longer sitting on the sidelines. It is giving blanket support to Pakistan. Consider what their foreign minister has said, the Chinese foreign minister. His name is Wang Yi. We have a quote from him. Wang Yi said that China supports Pakistan, and I'm quoting, China supports Pakistan in defending national sovereignty and territorial integrity. Now, this may sound like just another diplomatic statement, but this is a departure from China's earlier position. Earlier, China projected itself as a neutral party, but now it clearly says that it is on the side of Pakistan.
Since the escalation of tensions between India and Pakistan, China has maintained an objective and fair position, calling on both sides to remain calm and exercise restraint to avoid further escalation. We support and welcome a ceasefire between India and Pakistan and are willing to continue playing a constructive role in achieving a comprehensive and lasting ceasefire and maintaining regional peace and stability.
So China supports what it calls Pakistan's sovereignty and territorial integrity. What about Pakistan's terrorist groups? The ones that target India, also the ones that target China, the ones that attack Chinese projects and Chinese citizens in Pakistan. Does Beijing support them too? Did they bring it up with Pakistan? Of course, Wang Yi has not mentioned it. No condemnation from China on state-sponsored terrorism and no commitment from Pakistan on containing the terrorists. And none of this is a surprise. No matter what China says, its actions speak louder. It is not just a shield for Pakistan, it is a supplier. Increasingly, it is a co-combatant. Pakistan used Chinese weapons against India. It's another matter that they failed. The only purpose these weapons served was for Indian planners, who can now make a fair assessment of the dual threat. The next time India engages with Pakistan's military, it will know what it's up against. The Pakistanis, the Chinese defense grid, and Chinese strategic inputs. And we've told you about all of this. China gave Pakistan not only weapons, but also satellite support. This was a real-life demonstration of the two-front threat that India faces. And now China is doubling down. In fact, let's go back to the meetings that they've been hosting. There are two key takeaways from the meetings. One, Pakistan and China will expand bilateral cooperation, especially on security matters. And two, they're planning a new phase of CPEC, the China-Pakistan Economic Corridor, the crown jewel of BRI. They plan to expand it. They want to extend it to Afghanistan. In fact, they have already set this in motion. You see, Beijing is also hosting the Taliban's foreign minister. His name is Amir Khan Muttaqi. He met with Ishaq Dar and Wang Yi today, the foreign ministers of Pakistan and China. And together, these three men discussed the CPEC expansion plan. And Muttaqi's presence was not a coincidence. China timed it with the visit of Ishaq Dar, the Pakistani leader, because China wanted to make a point. It is expanding its presence in South Asia, and Afghanistan is the new frontier. This comes after India engaged with the Taliban. Recently, External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar spoke to Muttaqi. It was the first time an Indian leader had directly spoken to the Taliban in over 2 decades. And today, China and Pakistan made a counter move. They made a commitment to the Taliban. They said the next trilateral meeting will happen in Kabul. So this is also a message for India. India is now operating in a new strategic landscape. Yes, Pakistan remains the obvious threat, but China is pulling the strings from behind and trying to co-opt Afghanistan. Pakistan lost decisively on the battlefield. Nothing new for their military. They've never tasted victory anyway. But here's the thing about the generals in Rawalpindi. Their magic doesn't work during wars. It works afterwards. Let me explain. Pakistan knows that it cannot win a full-blown war against India. The numbers, the weaponry, the finances, all of it is stacked in India's favor. But a short military exchange? Well, that Pakistan can spin any way it wants. And we are seeing that right now. There are banners and hoardings celebrating their army. Army Chief Asim Munir is now Field Marshal. So in Pakistan's alternate reality, they have won. The question is, why does the army do this? Why does the Pakistan army do this? And the answer is simple: to consolidate power. The army is Pakistan's only national institution. If the army is strong and popular, it can hold the country together. If not, Pakistan could disintegrate. And before Pahalgam, the army was quite unpopular. Just think back to 2023. The army got Imran Khan arrested and jailed, and immediately massive protests broke out. Even the army headquarters and ISI buildings were attacked. This was unthinkable in the past. But now all of this is forgotten. Gallup has done a new opinion poll in Pakistan, and this is what it found. 96% of the respondents said that Pakistan had won against India. 82% said the army's performance was very good. Less than 1% expressed disapproval. Also, 92% said that their opinion about the army had improved after the conflict. In other words, the army was unpopular before Pahalgam, but suddenly it is seen as Pakistan's savior. Even Imran Khan is praising their performance. Listen to his statement after Operation Sindoor.
I have always said, this country is mine, and so is the army. I pay tribute to the Pakistan Air Force and all our military personnel for their professionalism and outstanding performance.
This is the same Imran Khan who was ousted by the army, who asked the generals to stay out of politics, but now he's praising them because, frankly, he doesn't have an option. Imran Khan may have fancied his chances against an embattled Asim Munir, but against Field Marshal Munir, the risk is too high. He would be swimming against Pakistan's public opinion. Of course, this is nothing new for their army. We've seen this playbook many times in the past. Face economic or political pressure, needle India, trigger a mini conflict, lose the war, but claim victory, and finally emerge as Pakistan's saviors. It is the only way the army can justify its outsized role, both in politics and in finances. For now, Asim Munir seems to have achieved that. He's distracted Pakistanis from their economic and political troubles. He's also boxed Imran Khan into a corner. But what about the long term? Will this military nationalism last? There are three factors to note here. Number one, it has lasted for almost 8 decades. The generals have a knack for repackaging and winning. Losing interest in Nawaz Sharif, oust him and install Imran Khan. Losing control over Imran Khan, oust him and install Shehbaz Sharif. This has been the cycle in Pakistan. And if internal churn does not work, they turn to India. Which brings us to factor number 2, Pakistan's economic woes. Their GDP growth has missed its target. The country was projected to grow by 3.6% in the last fiscal. The actual growth numbers, just 2.6%. Now, if this continues, the army will face pressure again, and Asim Munir knows this. He's been personally coordinating investment and budget plans. So that's the second factor. Finally, the third factor, how the provinces react. There is no indication that Pakistan's internal actors are de-escalating. Who are these internal actors? I'm talking about the separatists in Balochistan and the terrorists in Khyber Pakhtunkhwa. If anything, they're emboldened. You see, the Pakistani public may buy the army's propaganda, but these groups see through it. They have seen India punch through Pakistan's defenses, so I'm sure they will be smelling blood. In fact, there was an attack today. A school bus was targeted in Balochistan. A suicide bomber killed at least 4 children. No standoff with India will hide this reality. So Pakistan's best bet is to look inward, stop supporting and sponsoring terror against India. Instead, focus on your own challenges. New Delhi has been saying this for many years, but the generals have ignored it each time. Chances are this time will be no different. As far as Asim Munir is concerned, the standoff has boosted his profile. It has made the army more popular. Logic says he will be tempted to deploy this playbook again. So India must be prepared for it. We've talked about global reactions to Operation Sindoor. Most countries urge restraint and de-escalation. Some openly backed Pakistan, but one country skipped below the radar. Probably because the world does not even see it as a country. I'm talking about Taiwan. Their foreign ministry posted this statement on the 10th of May. I'm quoting. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs expresses firm support for all legitimate and necessary actions taken by the Government of India to safeguard national security and fight terrorist forces that cross borders to attack innocent civilians. 2 things to note here. First, Taiwan backed India's actions. They called them legitimate and necessary. And second, they have blamed Pakistan for the Pahalgam attack. Let me repeat one part of the quote. Fight terrorist forces that cross borders to attack innocent civilians. So Taiwan acknowledges that this was cross-border terrorism, not internal militancy as Pakistan calls it. And it's a welcome statement from Taiwan. But what's in it for them? Why would they do it? For starters, engagement with India is a diplomatic coup. We are the world's largest democracy, so India's support matters a lot, especially at global forums like the United Nations. Secondly, the shared China threat. Beijing sees Taiwan as a rebel province. They have promised to retake it, even using force if needed. So China is an existential threat for Taiwan. China is a threat for India too, though not on the same scale as Taiwan. And that is why this latest conflict is so important for them, for the Taiwanese. Yes, China was not directly involved, but Chinese weapons were. Pakistan sources more than 80% of their arms from China. A lot of them were deployed this time, like the J-10 fighter jets, the JF-17 fighter jet, the HQ-9 air defense system, and the PL-15 missiles. These Chinese weapons were making their combat debut. Indian jets faced off against these Chinese jets. Our defenses also neutralized Chinese missiles. If China invades Taiwan, there's a good chance that the same weapons will be used. So naturally, Taiwan is interested. Reports say they are keen to get a sneak peek of these Chinese weapons, their technology, their combat performance, perhaps their weaknesses. And special focus will be on the fighter jets. Taiwan mainly operates 2 kinds of jets, the American F-16s and the French Mirage 2000s. Now, the Mirage is an old plane. France has designed the Rafale as a successor to the Mirage. And Pakistan says it shot down Indian Rafales. There is no proof to back it up, nor have Indian officials confirmed this. Nonetheless, Taiwan will be watching keenly. And not just them, reports say at least 7 other countries are interested. The United States, the United Kingdom, Australia, New Zealand, Canada, Japan and France. All these countries are squaring up against China. So much like Taiwan, they will be keen to get a sneak peek, to look at the Chinese weapons and parts that India has recovered. The question is, should India oblige? It's certainly worth exploring, especially because it gives us leverage. A lot of countries are intrigued by Chinese weapons, not just in the West, but also in Asia. You have countries like the Philippines, South Korea and Indonesia. They face constant harassment from Beijing. If India helps them out, it would give us goodwill and strategic influence. But more importantly, it would give us a market. India successfully bypassed Chinese air defenses. Our BrahMos missiles hit Pakistani bases at will, which means that Indian weapons are proven performers against Chinese systems. I'm sure the Philippines will love that. They've already purchased the BrahMos missile from India. Reports say Vietnam and Indonesia are also keen. So in simple words, this is a huge opportunity, A, to build deeper security and intelligence ties with Chinese rivals, and B, to sell some Indian-made weapons. Let's see how New Delhi plays it. Now let's talk about a relationship that India is quietly expanding, a relationship with Armenia. It's a former Soviet republic and a landlocked European country. Now for Armenia, India has become the largest defense supplier. And after the face-off with Pakistan, India is stepping up those supplies. It is expediting deliveries of a wide range of weapons, from surface-to-air missiles to rocket launchers to artillery systems. And this is not routine export. It's a calculated response to 2 countries, Turkey and Azerbaijan. India is challenging these 2 countries. Turkey and Azerbaijan both supported Pakistan in the recent conflict. Both are old adversaries of Armenia. So now, by arming Armenia, India is doing more than filling stockpiles. It is redrawing their military balance. Here's a report.
India is arming Armenia. And it's not just about defense exports, it's a strategic message directed at Pakistan and at Turkey, 2 countries that openly provoked India this month. India is accelerating deliveries of several weapons to Armenia. This includes a second batch of the Akash surface-to-air missile, along with weapons like howitzer guns and Pinaka multiple-launch rocket systems. This is not a symbolic gesture. India is mounting a tangible response against a rising axis: Pakistan, Turkey, and Azerbaijan. These 3 nations are building a trilateral partnership, one that openly backed Pakistan during Operation Sindoor. Turkey and Azerbaijan fully supported Islamabad. Turkey even supplied weapons. These countries have picked a side, so India is responding in kind by arming Armenia, a country locked in a long conflict with Azerbaijan. Armenia once relied on Russia for military supplies, but after Russia's focus shifted to Ukraine, Armenia has quietly started to pivot towards India. India is sending a clear message. If Turkey and Pakistan align strategically, India's counter will be of a similar kind. If they arm Azerbaijan, India will arm Armenia. But the push isn't limited to the battlefield. Turkish company Celebi has been banned from Indian airports. Indians are boycotting Turkey and Azerbaijan. Indian tourists are cancelling plans to visit Istanbul and Baku. Business and consumers are turning away. New Delhi is matching military action with economic diplomacy. Armenia, too, is part of this broader strategy. By backing Armenia, India is strengthening its position in Eurasia. New Delhi is trying to open new trade routes. India is investing in the international North-South transport corridor. This is a strategic project that links India to Europe. It goes through Iran and Armenia. Turkey and Azerbaijan are not part of this. And that's the point of this project. New Delhi is redrawing trade routes. It's creating alternatives away from hostile nations. Armenia's Crossroads for Peace initiative fits into this plan as well. It's a transport project that connects Armenia to its neighbors. India is supporting it because connectivity isn't just infrastructure, it's about influence and it's about access. By supporting Armenia, military and economically, India gains in both aspects. And more importantly, it keeps rivals like Turkey and Pakistan in check.
Our next story is about West Asia. Things are already tense there. Israel is bombing Gaza again. It wants to take control of the Gaza Strip. Houthis are announcing a maritime blockade. They're targeting Israel. So the situation is already volatile. And now there could be more turmoil. The US has obtained new intelligence. It says that Israel is planning to strike Iran's nuclear facilities. These are Iran's current nuclear facilities. Now we don't know which ones the Israelis could be targeting, but there are two in focus, Fordo and Natanz. These are located in the south of Tehran, so you could say they're almost in the middle of Iran. Both are key uranium enrichment facilities. In fact, Natanz is one of Iran's most important nuclear sites. So it could be one of the targets. The question is, why now? Why does Israel want to attack Iran now? You see, last October, Iran fired missiles at Israel. Israel hit back. It struck Iran's military facilities and air defenses. At that time, Israel wanted to hit Iran's nuclear facilities too. It was part of their response plan. But they stopped short because of the Americans. Joe Biden was the US president then. He did not support the plan to attack Iranian nukes. So Israel had to pull back. Then earlier this year, in 2025, the Israelis considered the plan again. They wanted to strike Iran's nuclear sites. By then, Donald Trump had taken oath. He is known for his support for Israel. So Netanyahu thought it would be a breeze, that Trump would surely back them. But that did not happen. Because while Donald Trump loves Israel, what he loves even more is a deal. And that is what he's chasing with Iran, a nuclear deal.
Iran has sort of agreed to the terms. They're not going to make, I call it in a friendly way, nuclear dust. We're not going to be making any nuclear dust in Iran. And we've been strong. I want them to succeed. I want them to end up being a great country. And I think we're getting close to maybe doing a deal without having to do this.
In 2015, Iran signed the JCPOA, the Joint Comprehensive Plan of Action. It's better known as the Iran nuclear deal. They signed it in 2015. Then Donald Trump became the US president. He pulled out of the deal in 2018. And since then, the world has been chasing another nuclear deal with Iran. And so has Donald Trump. He's been trying to strike a deal to prevent Iran from acquiring a nuclear weapon.
I want to make a deal with Iran. I want to do something if it's possible. But for that to happen, it must stop sponsoring terror, halt its bloody proxy wars, and permanently and verifiably cease its pursuit of nuclear weapons. They cannot have a nuclear weapon.
Reports suggest Trump has shot down Israel's plan before. But Netanyahu is considering it again, and the timing is very important. You see, last week, Trump was in West Asia. He visited Saudi Arabia, he went to Qatar and to the United Arab Emirates. But he did not travel to Israel. Now, there are no signs of a public rift, at least not yet. But there are signs that Israel is being sidelined. One, Donald Trump did not visit them. Two, he lifted sanctions on Syria without consulting the Israelis. Three, he left them out of a Hamas deal to free an American hostage. And four, Trump reached a truce with the Houthis. So is Israel planning a strike on Iran just to snub Trump? Well, they could try, but it won't work for them. You see, for Israel to attack Iran's nuclear facilities, they need America's help. They need help for surveillance and reconnaissance. Also, Iran's nuclear sites are not just sitting ducks. They are located underground. They have their own defenses. So will Netanyahu attack? The stakes couldn't be higher. One wrong move and West Asia could ignite. If Israel attacks Iran, it risks a full-scale regional war. Iran will retaliate, the Houthis will escalate, the Americans, whether they like it or not, whether they want it or not, could get pulled back in. As things stand, Israel does not have the green light from Washington, D.C., and without that, it will be a big gamble. The world is watching. Will Netanyahu blink, or will he light the fuse? Our next story is about America, specifically America's debt. It stands at $36 trillion. That's the debt, $36 trillion. That's what the US government owes. $36 trillion. It's a ticking time bomb. And according to the IMF, it is ticking louder than ever. The IMF, as you know, is the International Monetary Fund. It has issued a direct warning. The US must get a grip on its ever-increasing debt. Those are the words of Geeta Gopinath, the Deputy Managing Director of the IMF, and her warning comes at a critical time for the United States. Just recently, they suffered a downgrade. Ratings agency Moody's has downgraded American debt. Earlier, the US had a credit rating of AAA. That's the gold standard, AAA. Now they've been downgraded to AA1. And the reasons are the same: soaring government debt, rising interest payments, and government spending without any checks. Like I said before, the US owes $36 trillion. That number is rising fast. And instead of hitting the brakes, the US is pressing the accelerator. President Donald Trump wants sweeping tax cuts. He is pushing a new bill, a bill that is more than 1,000 pages long. It is called the One Big Beautiful Bill Act. That is the official name. The One Big Beautiful Bill Act. It's so Trump. It proposes a wide range of cuts to income tax. Economists say that this would widen the deficit. This bill would decrease government revenue substantially by as much as over $4 trillion. This is projected over a period of 9 years, and the markets have already reacted to this. Stocks have dropped, so has the value of the US dollar dropped. This was during early trading today. In fact, throughout this week, the markets have been wobbly. Investors are nervous, not because of wars, not because of another pandemic, but because of America's own balance sheet. The rising debt is the biggest cause of concern. It entails the growing cost of servicing that debt. Higher interest rates mean higher payments. Right now, the US is borrowing money just to pay the interest. Needless to say, this is not sustainable. Some experts say it's worse than it looks. Billionaire investor Ray Dalio paints a grim picture. He was among the few who had warned about the crash in 2008. And now Ray Dalio is concerned about America's rising debt. He says the credit ratings only tell one part of the story. The real danger is the falling value of the dollar. It had a rough start in 2025, and in the last 5 months, the dollar's value has fallen by over 7%. If this trend continues, investors would suffer more losses, particularly those who bought US government bonds. Their returns would shrink. And the US is not the only one here. Across the board, debt levels are rising. Back in April, the IMF had raised red flags about this as well. It said global debt is heading for dangerous levels. In fact, the IMF expects public borrowing to jump further. And if this trend continues, listen to this, if this continues, the world's debt pile would be bigger than the world economy by 2030. That is worse than the pandemic, far worse than the 2008 financial crisis. So the IMF wants countries to focus on reforms and reduce debt.
We want to see countries acting decisively on reforms. So you don't borrow your way out of debt. You grow your way out of debt. So when countries have that growth potential enhanced, then they can also reduce that vulnerability.
So which countries are vulnerable? There's the US, of course. Its debt levels stand at 123% of its GDP, but some countries are doing worse than the US. Japan is at a whopping to 35% of its GDP. That is the debt level, to 35% of their GDP. Singapore, 175% of the GDP. Greece, 142%. Bahrain, 141%. And Italy's debt stands at 137% of its GDP. So Japan's debt levels as a percentage of their GDP are far worse than the United States. But there's a basic difference. The US issues the world's reserve currency, the dollar. When the dollar weakens, the world feels the impact. A weak dollar means higher prices, higher risk for global markets, and less confidence for in the US leadership. The consequences are not theoretical. They're already showing, with ratings downgrades, market volatility, and growing global unease. But the world's largest economy is not addressing any of these challenges. It seems to be living in denial, and right now it is adding fuel to a debt bomb. A bomb that no one is trying to defuse. Speaking of crises, Japan is battling a very serious one. They're heading for elections in 2 months, and the government's biggest adversary is rice, the grain. It is Japan's staple food, and its price has remained stubbornly high, so much so that it is testing the Prime Minister's grip on power. His approval ratings have fallen to a record low, and now his own minister has dealt a blow. He said he's never had to buy rice because his supporters give him so much. That remark drew so much criticism that the minister had to resign. But the government is still facing a massive backlash. So why has rice become such a major political issue for Japan, and what does it mean for their government? Here's a report.
Japan has a sticky rice problem, quite literally, and it has cost a minister his job. We're talking about Taku Ito. Earlier this week, he made an off-the-cuff remark. He said, "I have never bought rice myself. Frankly, my supporters give me quite a lot of rice. I have so much rice at home that I could sell it." Ito's gaffe could not have come at a worse time. Rice is Japan's prime staple food, but its cost has been soaring for months. After a minor dip in the first week of May, the average retail price has risen to $29.4 per 5 kilograms of rice. With prices surging to record highs, rice has become a major political issue in the country. And Ito has only added fuel to the fire. He was Japan's agriculture minister. We say was because he resigned today after a major backlash.
I just handed in my resignation to Prime Minister Shigeru Ishiba. Personally, I would like to apologize again for making an inappropriate comment as the minister in charge, while the Japanese people are struggling with rice prices. I believe it was nothing but an inappropriate comment, which was due to my lack of understanding of people's feelings.
I think Taku Ito's comment was not acceptable not only because he was the agriculture minister, but as a human, as if once he took the upper position, he forgot about the lower-ranked people. I think the resignation is what he deserves.
This comes as pressure mounts on the government to solve the nation's rice crisis. The shortfall began last August. There were warnings of a mega-quake, so people started panic buying rice. The problem has persisted for months, and now prices are almost twice what they were a year ago. The government has made several attempts to bring prices down, like dipping into rice reserves and importing rice from South Korea for the first time in a quarter of a century. But nothing has worked.
The release of emergency stockpile rice was too late, and it has not yet reached us. So I hope the new minister actually cares about our lives.
Now, the new Minister of Agriculture is Shinjiro Koizumi, and it's his job to drive down the rice prices. And Japanese Prime Minister Shigeru Ishiba can only hope that it happens fast, because rice is just a small part of the buffet of problems he faces. There's a cost of living crisis. Japan's financial condition is poor. Ishiba says it's worse than Greece's decade-long crisis. And this has hurt the Ishiba government. It was already suffering from low approval ratings, and after the Ito mishap, they slipped to 27.4%, a record low. Plus, last year, Ishiba's Liberal Democratic Party suffered a crushing defeat in the lower house election and only held on to power by seeking support from minor parties. It's not a good look for the party that has ruled Japan for all of its post-war history. And now the threat has worsened ahead of the July elections when the country heads to polls for the upper house. So Rice could very well determine Ishiba's future as Prime Minister. It has already dented his popularity, and Ito's comment is merely the cherry on top of this rice cake.
All of India is focused on the external threat, on Pakistan and its terrorism. But India faces internal threats too, none bigger than that of Naxalism. Today, our security forces notched a major victory against them. They were carrying out an operation in the state of Chhattisgarh, specifically in the Narayanpur district. Around morning, an encounter broke out. By the end of it, 27 Naxalites were neutralized by the Indian forces, and among them was this man, Nambala Keshav Rao, also known as Basava Raju. He was their top leader, the General Secretary of the CPI Maoist. Now, Basava Raju is a most wanted Naxalite. He had a bounty of 2 crore rupees on him, so neutralizing him is a big victory in the fight against Naxalism. Home Minister Amit Shah called it a landmark achievement, and Prime Minister Modi praised the security forces. He promised to eliminate Naxalism and deliver peace. So tonight, let's take a closer look at that goal. How close is India to achieving it? What remains of the Naxal movement? And how important was today's operation? The Naxal movement dates back to the late 1960s. It began from the state of West Bengal from a place called Naxalbari. That is how the movement got its name. These insurgents are inspired by Maoist ideology. Mao Zedong, as you know, led Communist China's revolution. These insurgents broadly want to replicate that, to use arms to overthrow the Indian state. That's what they want to do. They attack security forces, political convoys, and economic infrastructure. After the 1960s, Naxalism spread to other states as well. Experts talk about a red corridor. Andhra Pradesh, Bihar, Chhattisgarh, Jharkhand, Madhya Pradesh, Maharashtra, Odisha, Telangana, West Bengal, Uttar Pradesh. That's at least 10 states affected by Maoism. Reports say around 80 million Indians have been hit by it. Successive governments have tried to quell this insurgency, including the current Modi government. In fact, this government has set a deadline. They have promised to eliminate Naxalism by March 2026. And how's it going? Let's look at the numbers. In 2014, 126 Indian districts were most affected by Naxalism. These were classified as the worst hit, the most affected districts. By 2025, that number has come down to just 12 districts. Most of these are located around Chhattisgarh's Bastar. So India is pretty close to winning this war. What we need is a final push. Last month, the government did just that. It launched Operation Black Forest. It's a joint campaign by the CRPF and the Chhattisgarh Police. The CRPF is the Central Reserve Police Force. It is basically a paramilitary arm of India. Together, these forces, CRPF and Chhattisgarh Police, turned the tide against Naxalism. In 15 days, they've neutralized 31 Naxalites. They've arrested 54 others and forced 84 to surrender. Capping it all was today's operation. India took out the head of the Naxalite movement, Basava Raju. He was born in Andhra Pradesh in 1955. He completed engineering from a college in Warangal, and while there, he flirted with Maoism. By the 1980s, he had joined the Naxalite movement, and in 2017, he took charge of the CPI Maoist. Before that, he was a military commander in the group. Take any attack in the last decade and a half, and chances are Basava Raju plotted it. His death is a big blow to the Naxalite movement. Officials say the group's morale was already low, so Basava Raju's death will make it worse. The question is, how will this fight end? Well, the Naxalites are boxed in. Their best option is to surrender and face the law. If they don't, they could face the gun. Either way, the government's position is very clear. Internal security is paramount. We already face threats from neighbors like Pakistan. We cannot afford threats from within. For our last story tonight, let's talk about the Indian summer. It may as well be called the atypical summer because so far this year it has been unusual. In India, temperatures typically climb through May, they peak in June before the monsoon brings relief. But this year, the heat arrived alarmingly early in April. Much of India sweltered in heatwave conditions. But heatwave days have been largely absent. May has been especially wet with thunderstorms and heavy rain. Yet India is heating up. So what is going on here? Let's break it down for you. The heat, the humidity and everything in between. A new study is out, in fact. It was published by the Council of Energy, Environment and Water. This is a think tank based in capital Delhi. It says that a majority of districts in India face a heat risk. Nearly 60% of the districts. They are home to 3/4 of the population and they are currently at a high to very high heat risk. So far, a heat wave alert has been sounded in 2 of these states. That's Uttar Pradesh and Rajasthan. What about Delhi? On most days, the oppressive heat soars to dangerous levels. Today, the temperature hit 39 degrees Celsius in the afternoon. In the evening, Delhi was hit by a sudden weather change. There was heavy rainfall. Yesterday, the temperature crossed 40 degrees Celsius, but felt like 48.5 degrees. So on most days, Delhi feels like a furnace. Yet no heat wave has been declared because it is not abnormally hot for the capital. But this is dangerous nonetheless, thanks to the humidity. Over the last decade, India's summer humidity has increased, including in traditionally arid regions. Now, this may sound like good news, but humidity worsens heat stress. You see, when it is hot, our bodies need to cool down, obviously, and in order to do that, we sweat. But when it is humid, sweat does not evaporate, and it is much harder to release heat. In fact, there's a term for it. It is called the wet bulb effect. In much of North India, May is typically dry and hot. Last year, by May in 2024, India had endured heat waves for 54 days. And that's not the case this year. This May is all about humidity, and it has worsened the heat in many parts. Take Delhi, for instance. The humidity levels are high, between 44% and 74%, which is why even 40 degrees Celsius feels like 48 degrees. This is also why Delhi has broken this season's record. It saw the highest minimum temperature yesterday. Last night, it hit 30 degrees Celsius. After all, the days do not have a monopoly on heat. In fact, the number of warm nights in India is increasing faster than the number of hot days. Our bodies cool down during night time, but with rising temperatures, this process has slowed down. And this is a serious health hazard, especially for vulnerable groups.
Most of the houses that are constructed in this area is of the bricks or the concrete walls, and the roofs are made up of cement or tin sheets. These heat-trapping materials significantly increase indoor temperatures. And moreover, the slum residents face additional risk as they often work outdoor and also they live in the environment which are very ill ventilated.
As the mercury soars, indoor heat makes life miserable, whether during the day or night. But those who can find some relief in air conditioners. For the Indian middle class, in fact, an AC is no longer a luxury.
एसी हमारे लिए इसलिए ज़रूरी था क्योंकि मैं फील्ड वर्क करती हूँ, बाहर भी मुझे धूप में घूमना पड़ता है. मुझे लगा अगर मैं घर जाऊँ तो थोड़ा मेरे को कंफर्ट जोन हो, किचन में काम करना पड़ता है, वहाँ भी काफ़ी गर्मी लगती है. जितने में मैंने एसी लगवाया 50,000 में, इतने में हम गोल्ड ले सकते थे जो इन फ्यूचर हमारे काम भी आ सकता था. बट मैंने प्रायोरिटी एसी को दी क्योंकि मुझे लगा ये भी हमारे लिए ज़्यादा ज़रूरी है.
A record 14 million AC units were sold in India last year. After all, it was the hottest year on record for the country. It turned cities into urban heat islands, melted tarmac on the roads and put millions of people at risk. India logged over 48,000 heat stroke cases and 159 heat-related deaths last year. This year, summer has been unusual but fierce, and not just for humans. So what is the solution? Sure, swimming helps, but what about heat policies? States are enacting heat action plans. These are localized early warning and preparation systems, like ensuring the availability of water. But with a changing summer, plans must change too. Heat insurance should be promoted. There should be a dedicated effort to make cities greener. Policies should go beyond daytime temperatures. After all, if summer is unrelenting, we need to be resilient too. The Indian city of Bengaluru is on edge. It's called the Silicon Valley of India. But heavy rain has turned it into a river valley. A number of localities are submerged, and it's not clear when the situation will improve because more rain is being forecast from May 23rd to May 27th. Needless to say, the locals are angry. These floods have become an annual affair in recent years, but successive governments are unable to solve it. Of course, this is all happening in a very tech-savvy, modern city, so the outrage is also evident online. Take a look.
Hello, how are you? I am under the water. Please help me. Here too much raining.
Wow, nice. Yes, but chip.
And now it's time for Vantage Shots, images that tell the story. The roof of a 600-year-old historic tower from the Ming dynasty collapses in China. Flash floods cut off Australian towns, prompting rescue operations. And humanoid robots showcase combat skills ahead of the world's first robot boxing match. Finally, we're taking you back in history. On this day in 1991, former Indian Prime Minister Rajiv Gandhi was assassinated. He was campaigning in Tamil Nadu for the elections when he was killed by a suicide bomber. The bomber was linked to Sri Lankan Tamil terror group LTTE. We are leaving you on that note. Thank you for watching. We'll see you tomorrow.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to First Post America. I'm Eric Ham, coming to you live from the nation's capital in Washington, D.C. And over the next few minutes, we'll take you from the United States and around the world, covering all the top stories of the day. We start at the White House, where President Donald Trump says he has selected a design for the Golden Dome missile defense system to protect the country against any attacks. President Trump said the futuristic missile shield should be operational in about 3 years and announced $25 billion in initial funding for the plan, adding that it could eventually cost a total of around $175 billion.
In the campaign, I promised the American people that I would build a cutting-edge missile defense shield to protect our homeland from the threat of foreign missile attack. And that's what we're doing. Today, I'm pleased to announce that we have officially selected an architecture for this state-of-the-art system that will deploy next-generation technologies across the land, sea, and space, including space-based sensors and interceptors. This design for the Golden Dome will integrate with our existing defense capabilities and should be fully operational before the end of my term. So we'll have it done in about 3 years. I'm also pleased to report that the One Big Beautiful Bill will include $25 billion for the Golden Dome to help construction get underway. That's the initial sort of a down deposit. And we have probably, you're talking about, General, we're talking about $175 billion total cost of this when it's completed.
Now, just days after returning to the Oval Office in January, President Trump put forth his intention for the system that is aimed at countering next-generation aerial threats, including ballistic and cruise missiles from land, sea, and even space.
Once fully constructed, the Golden Dome will be capable of intercepting missiles even if they are launched from other sides of the world and even if they are launched from space. And we will have the best system ever built. As you know, we helped Israel with theirs, and it was very successful. And now we have technology that's even far advanced from that.
The president also announced that U.S. Space Force General Michael Goodlein would lead the program. He added that even Canada wants to be a part of it and that Washington will work with Ottawa on the pricing.
This afternoon, I'm also announcing that I will appoint, very importantly, General Goodlein to lead the ambitious new effort as the direct reporting program manager for the Golden Dome. Very talented man, and I'm very honored to have been the one that helped to have really created Space Force. Canada wants to be a part of it, which be, fairly small expansion, but we'll work with them on pricing. We'll be dealing with them on pricing. They know about it very much. They've asked to be a part of it, actually. They've asked us to be a part of it. I think it's something that is great. If you can afford to do it, we can afford to do it.
Now, speaking alongside President Donald Trump, U.S. Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth said the Golden Dome will be a game changer for America.
Ultimately, this right here, the Golden Dome for America, is a game changer. It's a generational investment in the security of America and Americans. Mr. President, you said we're going to secure our southern border and get 100% operational control after the previous administration allowed an invasion of people into our country. President Reagan 40 years ago cast the vision for it. The technology wasn't there. Now it is, and you're following through to say we will protect the homeland from cruise missiles, ballistic missiles, hypersonic missiles, drones, whether they're conventional or nuclear.
Golden Dome is being designed using both terrestrial and space-based technologies, and it aims to create a network of satellites to detect, track, and potentially intercept rockets and missiles. The plan's name stems from Israel's Iron Dome air defense system that has intercepted thousands of short-range rockets and projectiles since it went into operation back in 2011. The 2022 Missile Defense Review pointed to growing threats to the United States from both Russia and China. In fact, last month, Beijing and Moscow slammed the Golden Dome plan and called it deeply destabilizing. They said it risked turning space into a battlefield. Pentagon officials have long warned, however, that existing American systems have not kept pace with new missile technology designed by Russia and China. Both these countries also maintain anti-satellite capabilities, and Washington has accused both of deploying offensive space systems that could disable American satellites. However, even Democrats have voiced concern over the procurement process and the involvement of President Trump's buddy Elon Musk, as his company SpaceX has emerged as a frontrunner along with two others to build key components of the system. For now, President Trump has put forth a clear vision for the Golden Dome, but with concerns building both at home and abroad, will this mega defense plan face hiccups? We'll continue to get you all the updates. And from President Trump's missile defense system, we now move to another contentious area, America's refugee policy. In a fiery Senate Foreign Relations Committee hearing, Secretary of State Marco Rubio faced sharp criticism from Democratic senators over the Trump administration's foreign policy decisions. Now, these included issues ranging from refugee admissions and budget cuts to controversial choices in the Middle East, Latin America, and Eastern Europe. Secretary Rubio, making his first committee appearance since being confirmed, stood firm in defending the administration's decisions. In fact, he claimed, quote unquote, America is back, citing nuclear talks with Iran, tentative peace efforts between Russia and Ukraine, and attempts to end the Israel-Hamas conflict as signs of diplomatic progress. But Democratic senators were far from convinced. In fact, the major flashpoint was the administration's decision to suspend most refugee admissions while allowing a group of 59 white Afrikaners from South Africa to enter under a special refugee program. Senator Tim Kaine led the charge, accusing the administration of racial bias.
The United States has a right to pick and choose who they allow into the United
Even
States.
based upon the color of somebody's skin?
You're the one that's talking about the color of their skin, not me. These
You're
are people whose
refusing to
farms were being
acknowledge
burned down and they
that
were
it's
killed because of the
even-handed.
color of their skin.
Senator Chris Van Hollen joined in condemning Rubio for creating a system of global apartheid. He also accused the administration of turning away refugees from war-torn nations in Africa and Asia while fast-tracking those from what he called bogus claims of persecution.
And while you've turned away from a genocide in Sudan and invented one in South Africa, you teamed up with President Trump to throw the Ukrainian people under the bus and have been played like a fiddle by Vladimir Putin. Of course, Donald Trump not only said he would end the war in Ukraine on day one, he also said he would end the war in Gaza on day one.
The tensions only deepened when Van Hollen said he regretted supporting Rubio's confirmation despite their decade-long cooperation in Congress.
And I have to tell you directly and personally that I regret voting for you for Secretary of State. I yield back.
Well, first of all, your regret for voting for me confirms I'm doing a good job based on what I know.
Republican support for Rubio, however, was more measured. And while committee chair Senator Jim Risch praised the administration's foreign policy shift and suspending cuts, senior Republicans like Mitch McConnell and Susan Collins warned against slashing foreign aid.
On Millennium Challenge, I think that I saw some reporting out there that it was being imploded. My understanding is the way it's being approached is that it's being reformed but not done away with. It was actually created as an alternative to the way we did aid with USAID. And so there's work happening on both of them. So
Secretary Rubio also addressed the humanitarian crisis in Gaza, saying the U.S. is pressuring Israel to resume aid shipments without resorting to sanctions. He also confirmed that discussions are ongoing with foreign governments about temporarily hosting displaced Palestinians.
Been involved in any discussions related to deporting people from Gaza, Palestinians in Gaza, to Libya?
No, there's no deportation. What we have talked to some nations about is if someone voluntarily and willingly says, I want to go somewhere else for some period of time because I'm sick, because my children need to go to school or what have you.
On Syria, Rubio warned of an imminent collapse of the interim government if U.S. engagement stalls. He reaffirmed the administration's intent to lift sanctions imposed during the Assad regime to support the new leadership.
Good news is that there is a Syrian national identity. It is one of the places in the Middle East where Alawis and Druze and Christians and Sunni and Shia have lived and Kurds have lived alongside each other underneath the banner of a Syrian identity until it was broken by a butcher, Assad, who pitted them against each other. So they face a number of challenges.
And as South Africa's President Cyril Ramaphosa meets with President Donald Trump amid the charged backdrop, one question lingers in the air. When foreign policy becomes personal, who gets to knock on America's door and who is left waiting in the dark? And speaking of immigration policy, during a Senate hearing on Tuesday, Democratic Senator Gary Peters revealed that housing migrants at Guantanamo Bay in Cuba cost the government $100,000 per day for each detainee. Peters, the top Democrat on the Senate Homeland Security and Governmental Affairs Committee, raised concerns about what he called wasteful government spending as he questioned Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem. The Democratic senator then compared the cost of detaining migrants at Guantanamo Bay with that of standard immigration detention centers in the United States, where the daily expense is approximately $165.
We're spending $100,000 a day to keep someone at Guantanamo. We keep them there a while, then we fly them back to the United States, or we could keep them here for $165 a day. I think that's kind of outrageous.
Now, Secretary Noem, who was testifying in defense of the administration's budget request, says she was not aware of the exact daily cost of housing migrants at the facility. Meanwhile, a U.S. official speaking on condition of anonymity said that around 70 migrants are currently being held at Guantanamo Bay. The White House has recently asked Congress for a substantial increase in immigration enforcement funding, which is about $44 billion more for the Department of Homeland Security for the fiscal year beginning October 1st of 2025. Now, DHS spokesperson Tricia McLaughlin responded to the concerns in a statement saying, quote, President Trump is committed to keeping Americans safe, end quote. The use of Guantanamo Bay for migrant detention has also attracted legal attention. In March, the American Civil Liberties Union filed a lawsuit to prevent the transfer of 10 migrants to the base. In fact, according to the lawsuit, migrants held there were confined in windowless rooms for up to 23 hours per day, subjected to invasive strip searches, denied communication with their families, and in some cases, even attempted suicide. Republican Senator Rand Paul, who chairs the committee, also questioned the administration's immigration-related spending. He raised concerns about the cost of the new border wall construction, especially given that illegal border crossings have declined since President Trump assumed office. A recent House budget proposal includes $46.5 billion specifically for the border wall.
I'm not saying no new money is needed. I think you need more border patrol, and you're going to need more money for that, but I think it should be within reason.
So as the debate continues over the scale and cost of immigration enforcement, the government's plans for migrant detention and where those detainees will be held remains a key issue. With the DHS asking for tens of billions more and lawmakers raising sharp questions, the future of Guantanamo Bay's role in immigration policy remains clearly uncertain. And now we turn our attention to Mexico, where two top aides of Mexico City Mayor Clara Brugada were assassinated in a brazen daytime attack. Mexico City is widely regarded as an oasis of relative security in a country plagued by drug cartel violence. The recent killing in Mexico's capital has sent shockwaves across the country. Now, this, of course, is not the first time that top Mexican officials have been brutally attacked. The country has had a long history of political assassinations as drug cartels seek to exert their power and influence. Here's the story with more.
On a busy street, in broad daylight, bike-borne masked gunmen blocked a car, rained bullets on those inside, and fled, assassinating two top officials in the heart of Mexico City. Mexico City was seen as a relative haven in a nation grappling with widespread violence, but not anymore. This brutal assassination of two top aides of Mexico City Mayor Clara Brugada have sent shockwaves across Mexico's capital and the whole country.
Teníamos información, pero fue ya confirmada.
We had information that has now been confirmed. The head of the Mexico City government, Clara Brugada, has just issued a press release. The Mexico City government reports that, unfortunately, the private secretary of the head of government, Jimena Guzman, and Jose Munoz, advisor to the head of government, were killed during a direct attack on Tlalpan Avenue and Napoleon Street in the Moderna neighborhood of the Benito Juarez municipality.
The victims have been identified as Jimena Guzman, Mayor Brugada's private secretary, and Jose Munoz, an advisor. Initial reports indicate that Guzman had been driving to work and stopped on a busy avenue in downtown Mexico City to pick up Munoz. Munoz was then approached by two gunmen on a motorbike, who shot and killed him in the street. The attackers then fired at least 4 shots at Guzman inside the vehicle, killing her. Authorities are still investigating the motive behind the attack, but security experts suggest this appears to be a targeted hit, likely carried out by organized crime. The spectre of drug cartel involvement looms large, with experts suggesting this was a harsh message aimed at Mayor Brugada. Mayor Brugada has expressed profound sadness over the loss of her colleagues. She also vowed that there would be no impunity for those responsible.
I feel very sad about the loss of Jimena and Jose Munoz, with whom I shared dreams and struggles for many years, first transforming Iztapalapa and now Mexico City. Jimena Guzman was a wonderful, tireless, very good woman. And Jose Munoz, I've known him almost since he was a child. He was one of the most intelligent and responsible people I've ever met. This incident is being investigated with the same rigor as our institutions apply daily. Investigate, clarify, and mark sure there is no impunity. It's our commitment.
Transformar primero Iztapalapa y ahora la Ciudad de México.
President Claudia Sheinbaum, a former Mexico City mayor herself, has offered her full support to Brugada, calling the incident deplorable.
We express our solidarity and support for the families of these two individuals who have worked in our movement for a long time. We know them, we stand with their families, with Clara, and we will give her all the support she needs from the Mexican government.
Following the shocking assassinations of the top Mexican officials, security has been heightened in the area. Authorities have also seized a motorbike and another vehicle in connection with the investigation. The Mexico City government has suffered such attacks in the past. This incident brings to mind the 2020 assassination attempt on then police chief Omar Garcia Harfuch, who's now the federal security minister. In the attack, Harfuch was shot and injured, and 2 of his bodyguards were killed. He blamed the attack on one of the country's most powerful drug groups, the Jalisco New Generation Cartel. The threat of such violence remains a stark reality for officials in Mexico, where political violence has become common in many parts of the country. Several political candidates have been assassinated in killings usually linked to drug cartels seeking to exert influence. As Mexico continues to grapple with drug cartel violence and political murders, it remains to be seen how the government will counter this menace and stop the bloodshed in the coming days.
And finally, we end on a bizarre fashion story that's left many Indians doing a double take. A canvas bag that has been a common sight in Indian homes for decades, used for grocery storage, and everything in between, is now being sold by a global luxury retailer for nearly $48. The same bag Indians might find stuffed with onions under a kitchen sink is now a high-end souvenir item overseas. So just how did this simple bag get a luxury makeover? Our final report looks at that very question.
Step aside, Louis Vuitton. Hold that thought, Chanel. And Birkin, please take a seat. Because a new it bag is having its fashion moment. Only this time, it's not strutting down Paris runways, but tumbling out of Indian kitchen shelves, stuffed with potatoes, onions, and possibly a broken blender. Yes, we're talking about that bag. The humble, homegrown, hand-printed Indian souvenir bag. Now retailing for a jaw-dropping 4,000 Indian rupees or $48 US. Once the unglamorous hero of every grocery run, this canvas utility warrior has suddenly gone global. It's not crocodile leather or limited edition monograms making waves, it's a cream-colored tote that most Indians wouldn't blink twice at. This souvenir bag proudly claims to let you take a piece of India with you wherever you go. But be prepared, as the company claims that the colors bleed, the ink may transfer, and users have also been asked to avoid contact with white or light objects. Still, we get it. It's hand-printed, it's ethnic, it's painfully nostalgic, in an urban hip way. And it's got that delightful, slightly unwashed, chaotically charming desi energy that Western brands have started bottling and selling back to us with a 1000% markup. Let's not kid ourselves. In an average Indian home, this bag isn't an accessory. It's a survival tool. A multitasking, overachieving, no-nonsense piece of functional brilliance. Here's a lookbook. Whether it's buying vegetables or grains, this bag's been through more market than your stockbroker. It's also used as the lord of storage. Old clothes, childhood report cards from 2003, you can toss them all in. It's also a desi suitcase for many. One can't ignore the fact that this bag has become a fashion statement from a survival staple. The same bag that's been dumped in dusty corners has now become a designer darling. It's minimalist, it's authentic, it's cultural. It's also kind of absurd, because nothing says cultural appreciation quite like charging $48 for a bag that your grandmother got for free with bulk detergent. As expected, the internet exploded faster than a pressure cooker without enough water. Desis online have been both outraged and wildly entertained. One social media user termed this deal as crazy, while another was shocked with the hilarious margins. One user called the bag that never breaks, while another quipped that he's lived next to the store whose initials are on the bag. Another user said seeing people carrying this at airports. The West appears to be cleverly repackaging everyday Indian utility items like this humble ration bag and selling them back to global consumers at jaw-dropping prices, all under the guise of minimalist fashion. What costs approximately $0.58 in India is now a $48 souvenir. And if you're paying $48 for it, we hope it at least comes with free groceries.
That's our show for today. We certainly thank all of you once again for tuning in. We hope to see you right back here again tomorrow. Thanks everyone for watching.
Firstpost reports from the world's second largest continent. Hello, I'm Alison Lagrange. A very warm welcome from Durban, South Africa. We get you the news and the newsmakers from Africa. From elections to climate change to innovations and opportunities. As the world's attention shifts, we report from Africa, the heart of the global South. Join me every weekday live on Firstpost. Hello and welcome to Firstpost Africa, where we get you the top stories from the continent and from across the world. I'm Alison Lagrange, coming to you live from Durban, South Africa. Hello and welcome. Our top focus continues to remain on South Africa and President Cyril Ramaphosa's high-stakes visit to Washington. His visit is seen as an attempt to mend ties that have suffered a razor blow since Trump stormed to power. Now, we have been telling you about that on this show. Ramaphosa meets with President Donald Trump today, and it comes at a volatile time because Trump has repeatedly accused South Africa of persecuting the white minority and has pushed a charge that he believes is white genocide. Ramaphosa's office has now challenged this claim, and South Africa wants Trump to prove it. A statement by the South African presidency reads, "We need to reset the relationship, but more importantly, iron out issues of concern that may exist. Now, the statement further added that some of the claims made by the US are outright disinformation. The onus of backing these allegations and unproven remarks should be taken by the US. That's what the South African government is arguing. On the 12th of May, Trump welcomed home a group of white South Africans and offered them, quote-unquote, refugee status, and they were granted asylum. Their refugee applications were fast-tracked, and these individuals were transported on a chartered flight. Such practices by the US administration are rare. Typically, they involve shackling immigrants, restraining and handcuffing, and labeling them as animals or aliens. So when these white South Africans were resettled, Trump faced questions over the preferential treatment.
I want to ask you about South African refugees. Dozens of Afrikaners who claim discrimination in their home country are heading to the United States, right, where your administration is going to welcome them as refugees. Now, this comes as you've halted virtually all refugee admissions for people fleeing famine and war from countries like Sudan and the Democratic Republic of Congo. Why are you creating an expedited path into the country for Afrikaners but not others?
Because they're being killed, and we don't want to see people be killed. Now, South Africa leadership is coming to see me, I understand, sometime next week. And, we're supposed to have I guess a G20 meeting there or something. But we're having a G20 meeting. I don't know how we can go unless that situation's taken care of. But it's a genocide that's taking place that you people don't want to write about. But it's a terrible thing that's taking place. And farmers are being killed. They happen to be white.
While Ramaphosa is looking to salvage trade ties, this is also a major issue that he wants to address with Trump. South Africa says such arguments are damaging to its reputation, and it will strongly object if the US continues with similar resettlement programs. Some Afrikaner groups also claim that the white farmers are being categorically murdered, but South African police say that there's no evidence to support this. Official data shows that most murder victims in South Africa are actually young black men. So that's the first sticking point in the US-South Africa bilateral relations. Another one that could be a roadblock in this episode is South Africa's 2024 genocide case against Israel. It filed a case against Israel at the International Court of Justice because of Israel's military campaign in Gaza. The US, which is a staunch backer of Israel, slammed South Africa for its move. That's when bilateral relations started getting worse. So on one hand, Ramaphosa will look to prioritize trade with Trump. On the other, he will try to defend his country's reputation. South Africa, once a symbol of resistance, now finds itself accused of similar patterns it fought against. Now, for more on this, we have with us on the show Dr. Kwaku Nuama, who is a professor of international studies at the American University, joining us live from Washington, D.C. Thank you for being with us.
Thanks for having me, Allison.
Now, how significant is President Ramaphosa's challenge to the U.S. claims of white persecution in South Africa, particularly in the context of past diplomatic tensions between the two nations?
I don't think it's that big of a deal because these are disputed claims and these he has bigger issues to worry about. So this meeting that he's having in Washington, he needs to just concede a point. He's not going to change Trump's mind on this stuff. Most of Americans don't agree with how the administration has handled this issue. But I think that for a visiting foreign leader, he should just concede a point, promise to do better, and go on to the things that really matter. I don't think that this is a big deal at all.
Right. And Dr. Nuama, what impact could these unproven white genocide claims have on South Africa's global image and its ability to maintain balanced international partnerships, especially with Western nations?
So it could have some negative effects, but generally speaking, these are discredited reports. And because they are discredited, South Africa can actually manage their fallout properly. Actually, I think what's happening is the surfacing of white victimhood narratives serves to remind people of the privileged status that white people enjoyed under apartheid, and it's bringing to fore all the evils of the apartheid era. And that is actually giving the ANC some global sympathy, because now everybody is being reminded of how big of a mess they inherited from all those years of apartheid misrule and the problems that they inherited. And it's actually helping the ANC in terms of being able to blame some of his own misfortunes on the inherited situation. And also the fact that you still have residual sense of entitlement among the white minority who still dominate the economy in South Africa serves to remind people of how tough it is to move beyond apartheid and the legacy of apartheid in South Africa. So the ANC, if they play this well, can easily mobilize global support behind its cause. And I don't think that this is something that is going to affect South Africa's image in a negative way, in a sustainably negative way at all. I think that this is something that it comes with context, and it reminds people of how bad things were in South Africa under apartheid and how bad things are and how unreconstructed post-apartheid South Africa still is.
Right. And in your view, what are the key issues that Ramaphosa and Trump are likely to prioritize during this Washington meeting? And how might the persecution narrative influence the tone or the outcome of the discussions?
So the fact that Ramaphosa is here shows that the relationship is important to the United States. United States is South Africa's second largest trading partner, and there's a trade deficit there, and Trump is obsessed with deficits. It's an 8.8 billion trade deficit. South Africa buys less from the United States. There's a reason for that. Trump doesn't want to go into that. He's interested in addressing this deficit. For Ramaphosa, there is the problem of the tariffs. There's a 30% tariffs on South African exports to the United States, about 25% on export of automobile parts alone. So he needs to focus on that instead of dealing with this side issue of the rights of the sense of grievance among a small minority of the Afrikaner population, which I think Donald Trump is actually exploiting them to placate his white racist base in the United States. And they're going to find out quickly that anything that Trump gives can be taken away by the next president of the United States. The moment Trump leaves office, all of these things go away, the same way that things that Biden gave to people from Venezuela and Haiti has been taken away by Trump. So I hope that he focuses on the things that matter, which is South Africa's economy and how he can maintain a relationship that's beneficial. There are 600 American businesses in South Africa. They have real issues, and those are the things that I think these two leaders need to talk about, and not the side issue of the grievances of a small minority.
Absolutely. Doctor, thank you very much for being with us on First Post Africa and for your valuable insights.
Thanks for having me.
Our next story is from South Sudan, which is now at the center of a legal showdown in the United States. Immigrant advocates in the US have accused the Trump administration of violating a court order by deporting migrants from Asia to South Sudan. According to court filings, nearly a dozen migrants from countries like Myanmar and Vietnam were flown out of a detention center in Texas to South Sudan on Tuesday morning. Lawyers for the migrants filed a motion with U.S. District Judge Brian Murphy, who had earlier barred the administration from deporting migrants to third countries. The federal judge has warned that the Trump administration could be held in contempt of court over these deportations. A Justice Department lawyer responded, saying that one migrant, a Burmese national, had been returned to Myanmar, not South Sudan. She refused to reveal the destination of a Vietnamese migrant, saying that the information was classified. She added that the individual had been convicted of murder. Now, Judge Murphy did not order the plane to return, but stated that the migrants must remain in U.S. custody and be treated humanely, pending a hearing on Wednesday. He said that these removals may violate his earlier order, which requires migrants be given a meaningful opportunity to challenge their deportation before being sent to a third country. This ruling came last month amid reports that the U.S. is planning to deport migrants to Libya, a country engulfed in conflict for over a decade, with widespread reports of migrant abuse. Meanwhile, South Sudan, the world's youngest nation, has faced continued conflict since independence in 2011. Between 2013 and 2018, civil war claimed nearly 400,000 lives. The U.S. State Department strongly warns against travel to the country, citing high risks of crime, kidnapping, and ongoing armed violence. The case also highlights a broader U.S. policy. The Trump administration has been negotiating with multiple nations to accept migrants deported from the United States. While Rwanda has confirmed it is in such talks with the U.S., Benin, Angola, Equatorial Guinea, Eswatini have also been named in media reports. While the legal standoff plays out in the U.S. courts, the migration issue raises pressing questions about sovereignty, stability, and humanitarian responsibility for African nations. Africa may not be shaping these policies, but it's clearly feeling their impact. How the continent responds and what comes next, we will continue to bring all of the updates. And let's shift focus to Tanzania now. An online storm brewed after the police's official X account was hacked to post false news. In a hoax social media post, the hackers claimed that the president, Samia Suluhu Hassan, has died. The post was pulled down quickly after, and officials declared their account was breached. No suspects have been named yet. It didn't end there. The YouTube channel of Tanzania's Revenue Authority was also targeted around the same time. A possible coordinated cyber attack on state-run platforms, but officials have assured that the threat has been contained. Now, following these two hacking incidents, social media platform X was blocked in the country, and reports say that users were unable to access the application until they used a virtual private network or a VPN. Now, this comes at a sensitive time for Tanzania. Elections are due later this year, and political tensions have been rising. President Samia addressed the situation on Monday, saying that Tanzania was facing interference from foreign agents. She didn't name any countries or individuals, but her message was clear. The government will not tolerate outside influence. Just days ago, activists from Kenya and Uganda were deported by Tanzania authorities. They had traveled to support the opposition leader, Tundu Lissu, who is facing treason charges. Now, Lissu is the main opposition candidate in Tanzania, and he is a former member of parliament. The politician is facing charges of treason and has been disqualified from presidential elections after he demanded electoral reforms. While President Samia Suluhu has been praised internationally for softening some of her predecessor's harsh policies, her administration is now facing serious questions about whether democratic space in Tanzania is truly opening up or merely being redecorated. The hacking of official accounts, the deportation of foreign activists, and the continued legal battles of key opposition figures all signal a pre-election season that is already fraught with uncertainty. And for citizens of Tanzania, the months ahead may shape more than just election outcomes. They may define whether the country stays on a path toward reform or returns to a climate of fear and silenced dissent. And our final story focuses on a major milestone in Africa's space ambitions. Africa has officially inaugurated its first continental space agency in Cairo, the capital of Egypt. Named the African Space Agency, it is established under the African Union. The agency opened its doors last month and is currently in the process of setting up and hiring key personnel. It will coordinate existing national space programs across the continent. The agency aims to strengthen Africa's space infrastructure by launching satellites, establishing weather stations, and ensuring data sharing across Africa and beyond. Africa is one of the most vulnerable regions to extreme weather events, which are worsened by climate change, despite contributing far less to global warming than developed countries. Currently, the lack of high-resolution weather and climate data hinder governments from issuing timely warnings, and scientists face challenges in accurately predicting long-term climate trends due to insufficient data detail. The African Space Agency represents a crucial step toward improving climate resilience, satellite infrastructure, and data sharing across the continent. Several African countries have launched satellites that support agriculture, climate monitoring, communications, and disaster response. But none of these satellites have been launched from African soil. Cairo launched the continent's first satellite in 1998, and since then, more than 20 African nations have established space agencies, with 18 of them launching a total of 63 satellites. However, all African satellites to date have been launched from facilities outside the continent, including locations in Russia, Kazakhstan, China, and the United States. The African Space Agency aims to drive continent-wide progress by enhancing space infrastructure, expanding satellite capabilities, and improving access to critical data. Its launch comes amid recent cutbacks in U.S. funding following the dismantling of the U.S. Agency for International Development, which had been a significant supporter of development programs in Africa. Despite this, the African Space Agency has already forged partnerships with the European Space Agency, collaborating to train experts and to share knowledge on satellite building and data processing. The global space economy is valued at around $469 billion, while Africa's space industry is projected to grow 16.16% to $22.64 billion by 2026. The African Space Agency is poised to be a key driver of this growth and transformation across the continent. And that's it on the show for today. We will see you again tomorrow at the same time. Thank you for watching, and goodbye.
Hello, Namaskar. This is Firstpost and you're watching Vantage with me, Palki Sharma. Exactly 1 month ago, Kashmir's Pahalgam came under attack from Pakistan. Terrorists killed 26 innocent civilians. Days later, India launched Operation Sindoor and destroyed Pakistani terror camps. Today, Prime Minister Modi visited Bikaner in Rajasthan, where Pakistan tried to attack an Indian airbase. We'll tell you what he said and what Pakistan is saying. They're calling the Pakistani Taliban India's proxies. Earlier, they called them Afghanistan's proxies. Why is Pakistan spinning these tales that find no takers? Also looking at the status of the India-US trade deal. What happens if we don't meet the deadline? Ratings agency Moody's has an assessment for India. In Washington, Donald Trump has turned the Oval Office into a studio and diplomacy into reality TV. After the showdown with Zelensky, he's clashed with the South African president. We're also bringing you the story of the $400 million Qatari jet how it was love at first sight for Trump. A look at Google's new AI tool and OpenAI's new acquisition. Artificial intelligence is moving at the pace of Indian missiles, and regulators are like the Chinese HQ-9 defense system, sleeping. Also, Bitcoin is on fire with a record-breaking rally. What's the future of airlines? Regulators have cleared standing seats on planes. We'll discuss that. And Kim Jong-un is mighty upset after North Korea's warship launch failed. Welcome to the multiverse of Pakistan. Here, facts do not matter, evidence does not count. All that's important is propaganda. The more ludicrous the claim, the better. And guess what the new one is? That India is sponsoring terror against Pakistan, that Pakistani insurgents and terrorists are Indian proxies. And who's saying all of this? Mr. Truth himself, Pakistan's Defense Minister Khwaja Asif. Let me give you the background first. Pakistan's provinces are in open rebellion. In Balochistan, separatists are demanding independence. They are led by the BLA, that's the Baloch Liberation Army. In 2025 alone, this year alone, they've carried out 71 attacks. 71 attacks on 51 locations. Just yesterday, there was a suicide bombing. At least 6 people were killed in Khuzdar. Though in this case, no group has claimed responsibility. So that's Balochistan. Then you have Khyber Pakhtunkhwa. This province is home base for the TTP, that's the Tehreek-e-Taliban Pakistan, or the Pakistani Taliban. They have carried out 300 attacks this year. 300 attacks in the first 5 months of 2025. And finally, you have Sindh. The province is up in arms over a canal project. Take a look at this. This canal would divert water from Sindh to Punjab, so the locals are protesting. And just look at the scene. Security officials are being manhandled. The Home Minister's house was ransacked and protesters are firing guns into the air. Frankly, it looks like the state has lost control. The army controls some of the big cities in Punjab and Sindh. But beyond that, it's the Wild West. Instead of fixing that, what does Pakistan do? Blame India. Listen to Khwaja Asif's statement.
BLA and TTP are Indian proxies. They have nothing to do with religion or nationalism. India is financing them and they're involved in bloodshed here. We will present evidence of India's involvement. We will corroborate whatever we have claimed.
Where do we start? Pakistan says the BLA and the TTP are Indian proxies. Now, first of all, make up your mind. Are they Afghan proxies or Indian proxies? Because you keep saying both. Secondly, where is the evidence? India's allegations are rooted in facts. We have captured Pakistani terrorists alive in India. We have intercepted their communication. We have seized Pakistani weapons and technology. We have all of this. But Islamabad has done none of this. Guess why? Because there is nothing to find. India has called Pakistan's allegations baseless, an attempt to divert attention from its own poor reputation. Just think about it. The TTP wants to set up a Sharia state on India's borders. They think the current Pakistani regime is not Islamic enough. Why on earth would India back such a group? The fact is, these are homegrown. Balochistan has been ignored and suppressed for years, hence the locals are revolting. The TTP is Pakistan's own evil creation. Time for a short history lesson. Pakistan cultivated radicals to fight the Soviets in Afghanistan. This dates back to the 1980s. The Soviets left, but the radicalism did not. Cut to 2001. The US invaded Afghanistan after the 9/11 attack. And Pakistan supported this American invasion. So those same radicals turned against Islamabad. They banded together with the likes of Al-Qaeda. This is the short history of the TTP, the Tehreek-e-Taliban Pakistan. This is not an Indian proxy. It is Pakistan's own creation. Of course, in Islamabad's multiverse, that is not the case. On the one hand, they blame India. On the other, they want talks. Pakistan's Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif is proposing a dialogue with India. He says the talks will cover 4 issues: Kashmir, terror, water, and trade. He also says that the talks should be held at some neutral venue, like Saudi Arabia. Now, first of all, this is plain delusion. Pakistan sponsored a terror attack in Pahalgam, and they now expect India to reward them with talks. It defies all logic. Secondly, this is a blatant attempt to internationalize the issue, to bring a third party on board. And India has firmly rejected this approach. Even today, the Foreign Ministry made that clear.
That any India-Pakistan engagement has to be bilateral. At the same time, I would like to remind you that talks and terror don't go together. On terrorism itself, as I had said earlier, we are open to discussing the handing over to India of noted terrorists whose list was given to Pakistan some years ago. I would also like to underline that any bilateral discussion on Jammu and Kashmir will only be on the vacation of illegally occupied Indian territory by Pakistan.
Now, if you look at history, that is true. Just think back to all major India-Pakistan dialogues. 1972, Shimla. 1999, Lahore. 2001, Agra. 2004, Islamabad. 2011, Mohali. 2014, New Delhi. And 2015, Lahore. Now, some of these were formal summits, some were informal outreaches. Either way, what's important is the location, not some neutral conference room in the Gulf or the Alps. These meetings happened in India or Pakistan. We don't have language barriers. We don't have distance issues. What we have is Pakistan's refusal to reform. So India should not fall for this outreach. It's a tactic to turn this bilateral issue into a global one. Instead, we should demand action. Whether it's returning Pakistan-occupied Kashmir or cutting off links to terrorism. We've had almost 8 decades of dialogue. It's now time for action.
An immediate ceasefire.
It was meant to be just another morning in Kashmir, tourists laughing, enjoying their morning, taking in the beauty of Pahalgam. But in a matter of seconds, paradise turned into a nightmare. Gunfire echoed through the Baisaran Valley. 26 people were gunned down, killed in cold blood by Pakistani and Pakistan-backed terrorists. It's been exactly 1 month since then. But the scars in Pahalgam run deep. The valley is still struggling to breathe again. Right now, Pahalgam resembles a ghost town. There are very few tourists. Most bookings have been cancelled. Local operators are out of business. Security forces now outnumber visitors, and the silence is deafening. In 2024, Kashmir welcomed over 3 million tourists. It was like the valley's tourism industry found its rhythm again. But this attack has delivered a brutal blow. No one knows when it will recover. And that's because of the current security situation. 4 people were behind this attack, 3 terrorists and 1 handler. They are still at large. India is conducting a massive counter-terror operation in the Kashmir Valley. It is called Operation Sindoor. Today, there was an encounter in Kishtwar. The security forces got information about the presence of 4 terrorists. Soon, there was an exchange of gunfire. 2 terrorists were killed. 1 soldier lost his life. With this latest encounter in Kishtwar, India has killed 8 terrorists in the last 2 weeks. And today, Prime Minister Modi reaffirmed India's commitment to see this through, to make sure that Pakistan pays the price for terror.
22 तारीख के हमले के जवाब में हमने 22 मिनट में आतंकियों के 9 सबसे बड़े ठिकाने तबाह कर दिए। दुनिया ने और देश के दुश्मनों ने भी देख लिया कि जब सिंदूर बारूद बन जाता है तो नतीजा क्या होता है।
Today, the Indian Prime Minister was in Bikaner, in the western state of Rajasthan. He started his visit at the Null Air Base. It's an air base that Pakistan tried to attack on May 8th. They failed. But just across the border, 200 kilometers from the Null base in Bikaner, another air base suffered heavy damage. That's the Rahim Yar Khan Air Base of Pakistan.
पाकिस्तान ने इस एयरबेस को भी निशाना बनाने की कोशिश की थी, लेकिन वो इस एयरबेस को रत्ती भर भी नुकसान नहीं पहुंचा पाया। और वहीं यहां से कुछ ही दूर सीमा पार पाकिस्तान का रहीम यार खान एयरबेस है। पता नहीं आगे कब खुलेगा।
That is India's position. Pakistan sponsors terror and it will have to suffer the consequences. And while India sends this message to the world, someone else is trying to steal the mic. I'm talking about US President Donald Trump. India and Pakistan decided on a ceasefire, but the announcement came from Donald Trump. And since then, he's been telling a lie, repeating it on loop, that he stopped this conflict.
On Saturday, my administration helped broker a full and immediate ceasefire, I think a permanent one, between India and Pakistan, ending a dangerous conflict of two nations with lots of nuclear weapons. Just days ago, my administration successfully brokered a historic ceasefire to stop the escalating violence between India and Pakistan, and I used trade to a large extent to do it. I don't want to say I did, but I sure as hell helped settle the problem between Pakistan and India last week, which was getting more and more hostile.
Well, Trump said it again yesterday to the South African president that he mediated the ceasefire.
Doing a big deal with India, we're doing a big deal with Pakistan, and I said, what are you guys doing? You know, somebody had to be the last one to shoot, but the shooting was getting worse and worse, bigger and bigger, deeper and deeper into the countries, and we spoke to them, and I think I hate to say we got it settled, and then 2 days later, something happens, and they say it's Trump's fault, but Pakistan has got some excellent people and some really good, great leader. And India is my friend, Modi. And he's a
mutual friend.
Yeah, he's a great guy. And I called them both, and we just did something good.
Guess he's still not giving up. India has fact-checked him on more than one occasion, but Trump won't let it go. It's like a broken record. Today, India's External Affairs Minister debunked Donald Trump's statements. S. Jaishankar is visiting Europe. Earlier this week, he was in the Netherlands. He was asked about US involvement in the ceasefire, and Jaishankar had just one thing to say. The US was in the United States, meaning Washington had no role to play. And it's something that India has been saying from day one. India hit terror camps in Pakistan on May 7th. Pakistan hit back. That's when India struck their military bases. A humbled Pakistan sued for peace. On May 10th, their army sent a message to India. They were ready to stop firing, and New Delhi responded accordingly. That is the story. That is how the ceasefire came about. The US was informed, as were many other countries. None of them is claiming credit. But Donald Trump wants to be the hero in the story. India won't have it. There is no room for the US in this conversation. The Kashmir issue is bilateral. Operation Sindoor was not about Kashmir. It was about Pakistani terrorism. India will not tolerate it. And when it comes to national security, India will write its own script. No one, not even Donald Trump, gets to edit the ending. Now let's talk about the India-US trade deal. The clock is ticking. Both sides are racing against time. Trump had set a deadline, the 8th of July. If the deal is not done by then, a new round of tariffs would kick in. And the US president has some bold expectations. He wants a deal with zero tariffs.
Very hard to sell into India. And they've offered us a deal where basically they're willing to literally charge us no tariff.
India has not committed to anything like that, but it remains engaged with the Trump administration. Earlier this week, Piyush Goyal was in Washington, D.C. He is India's commerce minister. He's the one who has been negotiating with Trump's team, and he met them again this week. So what came out of it? Are we close to a deal? As things stand, both sides are pushing for an interim agreement, something they can sign before the 8th of July. That is the priority right now. Negotiations are underway on several fronts: goods, services, and digital trade. India is open to discussing non-trade barriers as well. But it expects concessions in return. And on this front, New Delhi's priorities are clear. It wants to protect the labor-intensive sectors, industries like textile and leather. India is seeking concessions for them. It also wants to secure some sensitive sectors like agriculture and dairy. For these, India could push for a quota or a minimum support price. The best-case scenario would be a zero-tariff trade regime. But there's a roadblock. The Trump administration cannot unilaterally bring down tariffs. For that, it needs approval from the US Congress. That is the American Parliament. They must approve. And that would take time. If this deal goes to the US Congress, it won't be signed anytime soon. So India wants to keep it simple. India's ask from the Trump administration is this: just remove the 26% additional tariffs, the ones that Trump imposed in April. Remove them. That's the ask. An interim deal, no congressional approval, and no delays. Just a fast and focused agreement that gets both sides across the finish line quickly. Because both India and the US want to win. So this should not be a tough sell. And yet it's not done till it's done. So we should prepare for all scenarios. What if the deal does not happen? What if they do not meet the deadline? What happens then? The prospect should not worry India too much. That is the assessment of ratings agency Moody's. They have released a new report. It says India is better placed than most emerging economies. Trump's tariffs may slow down growth, but the Indian economy should be able to absorb the shock. India has a strong domestic market. It has a low dependence on exports and robust growth driven by internal factors. In fact, Moody's says even if the US imposes tariffs, India won't suffer significant economic damage. That should be encouraging. At the same time, resilience cannot be an excuse for stagnation. India does not want to just survive this. It wants to expand its trade. And for that, it is looking beyond the United States. India is negotiating with a wide range of countries. Some deals have already been signed. India has deals with more than 10 countries in blocks, including Japan, South Korea, the UAE, and Australia. Recently, we sealed an agreement, a trade deal with the UK. New Delhi will cut tariffs on 90% of British goods. In return, 99% of India's exports to the UK will face no duties. Similarly, talks are on with the European Union, New Zealand, Oman, and Israel. So India has not put all its eggs in the American basket. It is building a network, a shield against Trump's uncertainty. If the US agreement comes through, it will be a boost. If it doesn't, India is building options. Another day, another Oval Office smackdown, and this one began with the dimming of lights. South African President Cyril Ramaphosa is in Washington, D.C. Yesterday, he visited the White House. He was meeting U.S. President Donald Trump. But this wasn't some ordinary meet and greet. It was a full-blown showdown.
It's a great honor to be with the President of South Africa, President Ramaphosa, and he is a man who is certainly in some circles really respected, other circles a little bit less respected, like all of us, in all fairness, like all of us.
We all like that.
The meeting started on a light note. Donald Trump and Cyril Ramaphosa met. They sat in the Oval Office, the TV cameras rolled in, there was some talk about trade and investment, even a squeeze of Gulf diplomacy.
Now, I brought you a really fantastic golf book. Weighs 14 kilograms.
Oh, that sounds good.
And it showcases the golf courses in our country.
But then came the big question, a question about white genocide in South Africa. Ramaphosa took the bait. He did not hesitate. He answered the question.
What would it take for you to be convinced that there's no white genocide in South Africa?
Well, I can answer that for the President. For him, no, seriously.
I'd rather have him answer.
Yeah, I'd rather answer that. It will be,
Our President will respond to you.
Yeah, let me,
Thank you, Mr. President.
it will take President Trump listening to the voices of South Africans, some of whom are his good friends, like those who are here.
But Trump wasn't buying it. He wanted the lights dimmed and the TV to be switched on. Why? Because according to him, he had evidence. And he was about to hit play.
Let me see the articles, please, if you would. And turn the lights down. Turn the lights down. And just put this on. It's right behind you, Johan.
There's nothing this parliament can do. Yes, so never be scared to kill. A revolution demands that at some point there must be killing.
And it wasn't just this video. Trump had footage of burial sites. He had pictures. He had stacks of news story clippings, all apparently showcasing white genocide in South Africa. Clearly, he came prepared for it, for a full-on confrontation, a ploy to corner the South African president.
Look, these are articles over the last few days. Death of people. Death. 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 Horrible death. Death.
But Cyril Ramaphosa did not lose his calm, and he had a very simple question. Where did Trump get his information from?
Have they told you where that is, Mr. President? No, I'd like to know where that is, because this I've never seen. But, okay.
And to support his case, Ramaphosa brought two more people, Ernie Els and Retief Goosen. These are not politicians. They're not members of his party. These are two South African golfers, and they bagged Ramaphosa's point. Guess the South African leader knew what would appeal to Trump. In the game of perception, every swing counts.
I'm not going to be repeating what I've been saying. I would say if there was Afrikaner farmer genocide, I can bet you these three gentlemen would not be here, including my Minister of Agriculture. He would not be with me.
But there's another question here. Where did Trump get his information from? To understand that, let's go back in history. Afrikaners are a white ethnic group. They descended from Western Europeans. In the 16th century, they settled in South Africa. Many of them were traditionally farmers, so they were called Boers. It means farmers in Dutch. In 1948, South Africa's Afrikaner-led government introduced apartheid, racial segregation in the country. This ended only in 1994. That's when the black people were allowed to vote for the first time. Nelson Mandela and the African National Congress came to power. Currently, there are 2.5 million Afrikaners. That's around 4% of the population. Earlier, Trump gave a few members of the Afrikaner community refugee status. He said a genocide was taking place, so 60 of them arrived in the US and they were granted asylum. Then Elon Musk stoked the fire. He shared a video of a South African leader saying, "Kill the Boers." This fueled the claims of genocide. In fact, Musk went a step further. He said he wasn't allowed to do business in South Africa despite being a South African himself because he was white. That's what Musk said.
I have many friends from South Africa, but many of those friends are not, they can't go back. I have Elon is from South Africa. I don't want to get Elon involved. That's all I have to do, get him into another thing. But Elon happens to be from South Africa. This is what Elon wanted.
But you see, facts don't support any of this. There are no reports of genocide in South Africa. The country has one of the highest murder rates in the world, yes. Last year, there were nearly 77,000 murders in South Africa. 77,000 murders. Only 8 of them were farmers. It's not clear if they were black or white. Either way, 8 killings is hardly a genocide. And the South African court agrees. It has dismissed claims of genocide in the country. Also, one of the clippings that Trump showed wasn't even from South Africa. What he showed as proof was not from South Africa. It was a months-old blog post featuring a photo from the Democratic Republic of Congo. So at this point, one might ask, is Trump just being a bully? And the answer would be yes, because this is not the first Oval Office ambush. He did the same with Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky. In fact, that was even more dramatic. You may remember this exchange. Thankfully, Ramaphosa is a seasoned politician. He did not lose his cool. He held on to his point. But for Donald Trump, it was never about facts. He was just being a showman, a ringmaster whose job is to keep the base entertained. And what better way than the story of white genocide? That way, Trump can keep the outrage meter cranked to 11. His base has a cause to rally behind, and he is seen as the white savior. So what started as a diplomatic meeting ended as primetime drama. Trump turned the Oval Office into a studio set. He rolled the clips, he dimmed the lights, and he played director, producer, and star. Because Donald Trump was not trying to win an argument, he was staging a spectacle. Donald Trump has an Air Force One problem. Air Force One is the official call sign for a plane. It's the aircraft that carries the US president. For now, 2 jets are doing the job. They're safe, but time-worn. These jets are more than 30 years old. So in 2018, the US signed a contract with aerospace company Boeing. It was for a $3.9 billion deal. And it promised 2 new jets. This deal promised 2 new jets. The deadline was last year. The jets are still not here. And they probably won't arrive till 2027. So Trump went looking for answers. And now he has one. The $400 million Qatari jet. This is a Boeing 747 jetliner, but it's not your regular plane. It has luxury interiors, the biggest master bedroom in the sky, many private offices, and 9 bathrooms. This is not a plane, it's a palace in the sky. And the best part? Trump did not have to pay a penny for it. This plane is a so-called gift from the Kingdom of Qatar. Now, after days of speculation, the Trump administration has formally accepted it. And this is controversial, to say the least.
President, the Pentagon announced that it would be accepting a Qatari jet to be used as Air Force One.
What are you talking about? You know, what are you talking about? You know, you to get out of here. What does this have to do with the Qatari jet? They're giving the United States Air Force a jet, okay? And it's a great thing.
First, it is a gift worth $400 million. If your head is not in the clouds, you know that this palace in the sky is more a bribe than a gift. Secondly, it will have to be upgraded further to become the new Air Force One, and that will cost about $1 billion. Who will pay that money? The American taxpayers, of course. Thirdly, if the US president gets a large gift, the Congress needs to sign off on it. This is a constitutional requirement, and sure enough, Trump has bypassed it. But how did this come to be? Why did Qatar think of gifting a jet to Trump? It's an interesting story. When Trump took office for a second term earlier this year, Boeing's planes were not ready. They're still not ready. So they needed a backup plan, or should I say, a backup plane, a temporary plane for Donald Trump. That's when a brochure emerged, a brochure for a Qatari plane, a plane that Qatar had donated to Turkey in 2018. The Emir of Qatar gave it as a gesture of support to Turkey, 2018. And that jet had a twin. It was still available for sale, and it hit just the right notes for Donald Trump. Lavishly designed, piece of art, everything that Trump wanted. This set off a chain reaction, a chain of secret coordination between Doha and Washington. By February, Qatar agreed to send the jet to Florida, to Trump's Mar-a-Lago resort. Now, the cost of operating this jet is about $35,000 per hour. A round trip from Doha to Florida is about 30 hours. So that one look and feel trip must have cost Doha about $1 million. But this trip was supposed to be worth it because according to reports, Trump was supposed to buy this jet and Qatar was desperate to sell it. They'd been trying to sell it since 2020, but no luck. It's not easy to fit both big pockets and a big ego in one luxury plane. And as it turned out, Qatar had to settle for just the big ego because Trump took one look at the plane and it was love at first sight. Discussions intensified and quickly shifted from a government-to-government sale to a donation. Reports say that the Trump administration raised the idea of a gift, a no-charge transfer, and Qatari officials complied. This is contrary to the narrative spun by the US. They insist that Qatar reached out, that Qatar offered Trump a gift. But reports suggest otherwise. Nevertheless, it has triggered a wave of criticism, rare bipartisan criticism. Both Democrats and Republicans are calling this jet a bribe. Even foreign leaders have jibes.
I'm sorry, I don't have a plane to give you.
I wish you did. I take it. I would take it. If your country offered the United States Air Force a plane, I would take it.
Interestingly, in his first term, Donald Trump was not a fan of Qatar. In 2017, he said that Qatar funds terrorism. He supported a blockade against Doha. And now look at how things have changed. Trump made Qatar a part of his first state visit. He made deals worth billions of dollars with Doha. And finally, he graciously accepted the $400 million bribe from them, almost as if he was waiting for Qatari investments to come in before declaring his love for the jet.
Unfortunately, I see that this story is taking a different direction and is being more politicized while it's a normal government-to-government deal.
Trump sees all diplomacy as transactional, and Qatar just happened to offer him a literal palace in the clouds for free. So call it what you want, a normal deal, a brazen bribe. But Qatar should know this. Much like its $400 million jet, its intentions are no secret, neither in the skies nor below. The war in Gaza is entering a new phase, perhaps a more dangerous one. As Israel's war goals shift, so have the front lines. We saw two dangerous incidents this week. One in the West Bank, where Israel fired warning shots at visiting diplomats, a brazen violation of international conduct. And the second incident was in Washington, D.C., where a pro-Gaza gunman killed an Israeli couple in cold blood. Both of them were staffers at Israel's embassy. These incidents suggest a clear trend of rising temperatures and emotions. The world is fast losing patience with Israel's war, and Israel is getting desperate to push on. Stuck in the middle are innocent civilians.
Jenin, West Bank. A group of diplomats are touring the city. They're on a humanitarian mission. But just as they're about to speak to the media, this happens. Gunshots ring through the air. These are warning shots fired by Israeli soldiers nearby. The diplomats scatter upon hearing it. Thankfully, no one's hurt, but the damage is done. The mission involved some 20 diplomats. They came from Europe, Asia, and the Arab world. Their trip had been approved by Israel, but they now say the mission deviated from the planned route, hence the gunshots to keep them away. Israel has since apologized for the firing, but, like we said, the damage was done. France, Italy, and Spain have summoned their Israeli envoys. Saudi Arabia and Jordan have issued stern condemnations. This episode will widen the rift between Israel and the West. Already, Spain and Ireland have recognized the Palestinian state. Patience is running thin in other capitals too. The UK has suspended trade dialogue with Israel. Reports say it will begin talks to recognize Palestine soon. Thousands of kilometers away, in Washington, D.C., there was another incident. This one much deadlier. The scene was the Capitol Jewish Museum. It was hosting an event for young Jewish professionals, and among the attendees was this couple, Yaron Lischinski and Sarah Lynn Milgram. Both of them worked at the Israeli embassy in Washington, and they were planning to get married soon. They left the event at around 9 p.m. local time on Wednesday. But as they stepped out, a gunman opened fire.
I couldn't tell what it was, but I heard it afterwards, the shots, and he shot this young couple. And he ran inside and yelled something. I couldn't make it out what he said.
We do know what the gunman was shouting. There's a video of the cops arresting him.
Free, free Palestine! Free, free Palestine!
The gunman has been identified as Elias Rodriguez, a 30-year-old from Chicago. His motive remains unclear as of now, but the police say they're looking into potential terror links. The attack has sparked a global outcry. US President Donald Trump called it anti-Semitism, something echoed by Israel.
There is a direct line connecting anti-Semitic and anti-Israeli incitement to this murder. This incitement is also done by leaders and officials of many countries and international organizations, especially from Europe. The words are the modern blood libels.
Israel has decided to ramp up security at embassies. Its missions around the world will fly their flags at half-mast. It's a reminder of the devastating consequences of this war. The fighting may be in Gaza, but the front lines are everywhere.
Remember when ChatGPT blew us away? It was towards the end of 2022. The concept baffled most of us. You could type in a question and ChatGPT would answer. We've come a long way since then, a very long way. This week, Google unveiled its new AI tool called Flow. Now, Flow is a video generation tool. You type in the text or you type a scenario, and Flow turns it into a video. Let's look at an example first. Someone asked Flow to create a video of Pythagoras explaining his theorem in ancient Greece. Look at the output.
The sum of the squares of the two shorter sides is equal to the square of the longest side.
Here's another video, another Flow video of a military operation. It's scary how real that looks. This is AI generated. Now some background. Google says Flow is a filmmaking tool. You can use it with Google's advanced AI platforms like Gemini, Veo, and Imagine. Other AI models also have such video generators, but Flow has some added features. It can generate dialogues, it can create sound effects, and it can even give you different camera angles. And that is what sets Flow apart. As of now, it is available only in the US, that too for Ultra and Pro customers. The rest of the world will have to wait. But let's look at the broader implications of this tool. What are the top takeaways? Number one, AI is moving at an alarming rate. It took decades to go from mobile phones to smartphones. Same from chunky computers to sleek laptops. But AI is on steroids. In late 2022, it was giving written answers. By mid-2025, it is creating entire movie sequences. At the same time, AI regulation is largely unchanged. Takeaway number two, Google is back in the game. Many experts said that ChatGPT had taken the lead. Some even predicted that it would replace Google. But clearly, that's not the case. Of course, it helps when you're a giant like Google. They have all the money and resources in the world. In 2025 alone, they are set to spend $75 billion on AI, $75 billion. I'll put that in context. Tech giants are expected to invest some $320 billion in total. Almost 23% of that is coming from Google. And don't forget the inputs. Every AI model needs to be trained on raw data. In this case, are the videos. That's the raw data for this model. Where did Google get this input from? Where did they get these input videos? Did they use clips from YouTube, which is also owned by Google? And if so, were the creators informed? Last year, Google unveiled its Veo model. Think of it as a predecessor to Flow. Back then, they admitted that some YouTube content was used. Now with Flow, the training data is not clear yet, which brings us to the final takeaway. AI is moving beyond fun to functionality. Google is clearly doubling down on the services aspect. They're hoping to collaborate with film houses. And the use case is clear. You can use Flow to create scenes for your movies, maybe even games and educational videos. Meanwhile, other AI firms are looking at hardware. I'm talking about OpenAI. They are purchasing a startup called I.O. It is owned by a British designer named Johnny Ive. Now, he's the man who designed the iPhone, the iPad, the iPod, and the iMac. OpenAI has bought his company for $6.5 billion. So what's the play here? Right now, we are integrating AI into all technology. Things like laptops, smartphones, tablets. These devices predate artificial intelligence. So OpenAI and Johnny Ive are imagining a new range of products that are built for the AI age. It's certainly an ambitious target. It's also a reflection of the direction that we are going in. More and more companies are now using AI. In 2024, around 78% firms were using AI somewhere or the other. In 2023, that number was 72%. In 2022, it was just 55%. So AI adoption is increasing rapidly. This is bound to happen. But it's also dangerous at this point because we still lack the guardrails. Just consider Google's Flow. It can create videos with narration and dialogues. Imagine that in a world of propaganda and misinformation. The impact would be deadly. As always, this is a case of technology moving faster than regulation. We cannot expect tech companies to slow down. We can only ask our governments to catch up. Now let's talk about Bitcoin. It is smashing records. This week, one Bitcoin was trading at over $111,000. $111,000. It's an all-time high. It is no longer just the geeks who are buying. Wall Street is driving this rally. So are the big banks. They're offering Bitcoin ETFs. That's exchange-traded funds built for Bitcoin. Regulation in the US is loosening and the financial world is taking notice. But here is what makes this rally different. Bitcoin is moving up even as the American stock markets fall. And that is a significant shift. Investors now see Bitcoin not just as a risk, but as a reserve. Crypto is not a sideshow anymore. It is part of the main act. Our next report tells you how.
Bitcoin is on fire. The cryptocurrency is breaking records again. Yesterday, one Bitcoin was worth $111,000. This is a new all-time high. Some years ago, this number seemed unthinkable. Today, it's a reality. And it's not just a price spike. It's a signal that Bitcoin is no longer on the fringe. It's moving into the mainstream. What's driving this rally? It is a combination of a few factors. First, momentum. When value of crypto assets rise, more investors pile in. They want to ride the wave. Second, regulation. Washington is starting to warm up to crypto. The Trump administration is bullish on cryptocurrencies. Trump himself has endorsed these digital assets. In March, he announced the creation of a crypto reserve. He's even appointed a crypto czar. His name is David Sachs. He's pushing a bill to regulate cryptocurrencies. And that matters because government participation brings stability. And stability brings bigger players. The third reason is demand from Wall Street. The institutional investors, banks, funds, asset managers. They are buying into Bitcoin. They have found a new gateway to invest, Bitcoin ETFs. So what is a Bitcoin ETF? It's a fund that holds Bitcoin and allows people to buy shares in it, like a stock, without having to own Bitcoin directly. It's easier, safer, and managed by experts. People are buying into these ETFs in large numbers. According to some claims, they have attracted $40 billion in inflows. Where is the money coming from? From individuals to big investors alike. BlackRock is one of the companies to offer a Bitcoin ETF. Just recently, the ETF's rank jumped from number 47 to 5. This fund is now the 5th largest by inflows. Last month, investors have pumped in some $6.5 billion into this ETF. The message is clear. Investors of all ages and sizes are feeling confident about Bitcoin. This includes major banks as well. Like JP Morgan, institutions that once mocked Bitcoin are now offering it to clients. Jamie Dimon, the CEO of JP Morgan, used to call Bitcoin a fraud. This week, his bank approved Bitcoin purchases for clients. It's a shift that's difficult to ignore. And here's what makes this more interesting. Bitcoin is rallying while US stock markets are falling. In the past, Bitcoin moved in line with tech stocks. When Nasdaq went down, Bitcoin went down. This time, it's moving on its own. And that's important because it means investors are thinking of Bitcoin as a store of value. Not just a risky bet, but a reserve. Bitcoin isn't just rallying. It's redefining its role. Once seen as a rebel currency, it's now part of portfolios, bank strategies, and investment plans. It's going from experimental to essential. You still may not want to risk your money with it. But whether you love it or hate it, Bitcoin is quickly making its mark on the mainstream.
There was a time when flying was the height of human sophistication. The 1960s called it the jet age, and for good reason. Flying was a luxury experience. The journey was as exciting as the destination. People dressed up to fly. Passengers sipped champagne from glasses. Food was served on linen-draped tray tables. Armrests were big enough for actual arms. Fast forward to today, and you're lucky if your knees don't double as a tray table. Because flying has gone through some serious change. Flights are crowded, legroom has vanished, meals have gone extinct. But there was still one relief. There is one relief. At least you're still sitting down. Although that may not last for long, because the next frontier in budget air travel is standing seats, or more accurately, leaning perches. It's like a half squat situation. You're neither sitting nor standing, you're hanging in the middle of the air. We hope it's not as uncomfortable as it sounds and looks. The seats are called Sky Rider 2.0. They were first unveiled in 2018, and since then the design has evolved. The latest version has met all the safety checks apparently, so it has been approved. This seat is safe enough to fly in, which is why budget airlines are now eyeing it. The question is why? How did we get here? How did we go from luxury travels to half squatting in planes? First came the shrinking seats. Then the disappearing meals, then the hidden baggage fees. The skies got crowded, the margins got thinner, and in recent years, the pressure on airlines has only intensified. Fuel prices have soared. Emissions regulations are tightening. So now the game is all about efficiency. Less weight, more passengers, maximum profit. And that's where these seats come in. The Sky Rider is being considered for short-haul flights, anything less than 2 hours. It weighs 50% less than normal seats. The maintenance is much cheaper, so chances are it can be part of planes as early as 2026, which is next year. And airlines are pitching it as an option, not a punishment. You want a cheaper ticket? Well, then you can perch. But what this semi-standing seat cannot prevent is turbulence. Turbulence in the skies. Look at this Indigo flight. On Wednesday, it was flying from New Delhi to Srinagar. It encountered massive turbulence. There are videos on social media. You can see shaking seats and passengers in distress. The flight announced an emergency. When it landed in Srinagar, it had a broken nose. The aircraft's nose suffered damage. And this is not an isolated incident, although it's quite dramatic. In the last 4 decades, severe turbulence has gone up significantly. It's up by almost 55%. And scientists say this is because of climate change. Warmer air from emissions is changing how jet streams work. So plane rides will become more bumpy. Turbulence is also terrible for airlines. Every year it costs the airline industry up to $500 million. So when airlines tell us that standing seats are safe, you will have to forgive us for taking it with a pinch of salt. Sure, there's a seat belt. Sure, it's passed inspections. But what happens when the plane starts shaking? The contrast is both stark and unsettling. On one hand, airlines are pushing us upright to save space and money. On the other, skies are getting rowdier. There's a kind of poetic misalignment here. Like less lifeboats on a ship headed towards stormy waters. Is this the future we asked for? Airlines can argue that this is about consumer choices, that if people want to fly, it is their choice, and I agree it is. But that does not change the paradox of modern air travel. We are flying faster and further. We are flying more than ever before, yet the experience cannot be more primitive. So buckle up, or maybe don't. Just hold on tight to that pole. Either way, it's going to be a bumpy ride. Now let's turn our attention to the Hermit Kingdom, North Korea. It has come out of its shell to admit a mistake. It is rare for North Korea to do this, but they have admitted to a botched launch, the launch of a 5,000-ton destroyer. This is Pyongyang's Navy ship, their newest and biggest one yet. And it is close to Kim Jong-un's heart. In fact, he called it a naval breakthrough. So imagine his pain when the launch of this ship failed. It has left the warship severely damaged and Pyongyang deeply embarrassed. Kim has called it shameful, a criminal act. He has vowed to punish those found responsible. Here's our report.
This is a 5,000-ton destroyer, the biggest Navy ship North Korea has ever built. It was launched in April on the country's west coast. Kim Jong-un watched missiles fired from the ship. He called it a breakthrough in modernizing the country's naval forces. This week, he wanted a repeat telecast of that launch, this time off the east coast, in the port city of Chongjin. Pyongyang attempted to launch the second Navy destroyer, but things didn't go as planned. While Kim was watching, the ship's stern slid on the launch slipway. The bow section failed to leave the ramp. The accident tore holes in the ship's hull. The bottom was crushed. The launch failed, and the ship was found lying on its side in the water. So, why did this happen?
I presume this incident occurred because North Korea has a lack of experience in launching large vessels of this scale using side launch methods. The reason for using side launching is that it allows for launching even in extremely tight spaces.
North Korea didn't release photos from the scene, but the South was tracking the launch and released satellite images. Pyongyang didn't report any casualties either, but we do know that Kim is not happy.
After watching the whole course of the accident, the respected comrade Kim Jong-un made a stern assessment saying that it was a serious accident and criminal act caused by absolute carelessness, irresponsibility and unscientific empiricism which is out of the bounds of possibility and could not be tolerated.
That's a stern assessment. After all, the botched launch is particularly painful for him. He has touted his country's military build-up, its growing nuclear arsenal. Kim calls it his biggest achievement. He says that this incident has quote-unquote lowered the dignity and self-respect of his country. So what happens next? Kim has ordered the destroyer to be restored. He says that the errors will be dealt with next month at the Workers' Party meeting. It's not clear what the punishment will be, but North Korea is an authoritarian state. It has a woeful human rights record. People are jailed for almost anything, from watching South Korean movies to trying to wear a leather jacket. And for him, the warship accident is a quote-unquote political issue directly related to the prestige of the state. Which is why it's surprising that North Korea has disclosed the incident. It's rare for them to do so, though it has been done a few times in the past, like the mid-air explosion of a military satellite in November last year, or the widespread damage from the floods, or another botched satellite launch in 2023. Traditionally, North Korea would have hid these too, in fears of it damaging the image of the leaders who rule with an iron fist. But under Kim, failures are occasionally publicized, because he uses such incidents to tighten his grip on power and punish officials. Because in the Hermit Kingdom, not much is tolerated, especially not a botched launch of the destroyer. After all, it could destroy what Kim holds dear, his public image.
We told you about Donald Trump's Oval Office showdown. News media was obviously focused on the statements and reactions. But social media, well, as usual, it was focused on something unrelated. In this case, the US president's bald spot. You may know that Trump is quite proud of his hair. He fought a war against shower heads to protect it, which is why yesterday's pictures are going viral. And fun fact, in 2018, Trump actually joked about how hard he worked to hide that bald spot, which makes you wonder, what went wrong yesterday? Internet has some ideas.
He's got good hair, too. try like hell to hide that bald spot, folks. I work harder.
It's not bad, right? I actually have a hairline. See?
Pretty good, yeah.
I tell you what, all my friends that are my age, they're guns up. Look at my man.
And we've opened up, whoops, there goes our box. And my hair's blowing around. And it's mine.
Now it's time for Vantage Shots, images that tell the story. A video shows Chinese Coast Guard spraying water cannons on a Philippine research vessel. Argentina protests intensify after the Congress fails to vote on pension hike. And capuchin monkeys were caught abducting babies of other monkey species in what is unusual behavior. Finally, we're taking you back in history. On this day in 1972, Richard Nixon landed in Moscow for a summit with Soviet leaders. He was the first US president to visit Moscow. It was a step towards conciliation during the Cold War. During this trip, America and the USSR reached a number of agreements on space cooperation. We are leaving you on that note. Thank you for watching. We'll see you tomorrow.
Hello and welcome to First Post America. I'm Eric Ham, coming to you live from the nation's capital in Washington, D.C. And coming up, more on the deadly shooting in Washington, D.C. that took the lives of 2 Israeli embassy staffers, and protests continue in the Gaza Strip as Palestinians demand the ouster of Hamas. We begin in Washington, where a shooting outside the Capitol Jewish Museum has left 2 Israeli embassy staff members dead. The victims, a young couple who had been attending an event at the museum, were shot just after 9 p.m. local time on Wednesday in what authorities describe as a targeted and anti-Semitic attack.
What I do know is that the horrific incident is going to frighten a lot of people in our city and in our country. And I want to be clear that we will not tolerate this violence or hate in our city.
The Washington Metropolitan Police Department identified the suspect as 30-year-old Elias Rodriguez of Chicago. Now, according to officials, Rodriguez was seen pacing outside the museum before he opened fire on a group of 4 people, killing the couple at close range. Eyewitnesses reported that after the shooting, Rodriguez entered the museum visibly distressed and was quickly apprehended by security. And as he was detained, he reportedly shouted, "Free, free Palestine."
Free, free Palestine! Free, free Palestine! Free, free Palestine!
I was walking by, and a guy came up and looked like a gun. I couldn't tell what it was, but I heard it afterwards, the shots, and he shot this young couple. And he ran inside and yelled something. I couldn't make it out what he said. He just ran up. It was terrible. I don't know what. It was terrible.
Now, the victims, whose names have not yet been released, were both staff members of the Israeli embassy in Washington. The Israeli ambassador to the United States stated during a press conference that the couple had planned to get engaged during an upcoming trip to Jerusalem.
The couple that was gunned down tonight in the name of Free Palestine is a young couple about to be engaged. The young man purchased a ring this week with the intention of proposing to his girlfriend next week in Jerusalem. They were a beautiful couple who came to enjoy an evening in Washington's Cultural Center.
The shooting triggered a swift and massive police response, resulting in lockdowns across parts of the city, including Georgetown University. Students and staff were instructed to shelter in place as authorities secured the perimeter and collected evidence.
And so I know the chief will spend tonight and tomorrow, and we'll be talking to all of our organizations, from schools to synagogues to other organizations, to make sure we are supporting in every way that we can.
Reacting to the killings, President Donald Trump posted on his Truth Social, calling the incident, quote unquote, obviously based on anti-Semitism, end quote, and demanding an end to such hate-fueled violence. Secretary of State Marco Rubio vowed justice, saying, and I quote, "We will track down those responsible and bring them to justice." Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem also confirmed the deaths and emphasized the coordination between federal and local agencies in investigating the attack. Israeli leaders also condemned the shooting in strong terms, with Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu vowing to increase security at Israeli embassies worldwide, while President Isaac Herzog described the killings as a despicable act of hatred. As Washington reels from this brutal act, law enforcement continues to gather details and pursue justice. And with the suspect in custody, authorities have pledged a thorough and transparent investigation. And meanwhile, in the Middle East, Palestinians took to the streets in war-ravaged Gaza for a third consecutive day, protesting against Hamas. In multiple areas across the Strip, protesters openly blamed Hamas for the destruction, famine, and suffering amid the ongoing war with Israel. Chants such as "Hamas is garbage," "We didn't choose Hamas," and "All of Hamas out" were heard in multiple neighborhoods in a rare display of defiance amid fears of retaliation. In recent months, protests against Hamas have been on the rise in northern Gaza, but activists reportedly say that the group's presence in the south has remained strong and it's successfully suppressed public dissent until now. Now, reports indicate that the protests began on Monday, led by young people, and grew as others joined while lining up at community kitchens for food. Now, these demonstrations come as Gaza struggles with a deepening humanitarian crisis and a war that shows no signs of ending. After an 11-week blockade, Israel has finally allowed nearly 200 aid trucks into Gaza this week carrying flour, baby food, and medical supplies. Visuals from Gaza show war-hit Palestinians unloading flour from one of the trucks. Take a look. Yet UN officials and locals say little of that aid has actually reached Gaza's hungry population due to security issues, fears of looting, and distribution breakdowns.
People come since 7 a.m. They do not find anything. As you can see, all of their pots are empty. All of them, all the people of Gaza come here to the soup kitchen. There is no flour, no food, nothing. We want to live. We are hungry. Everyone is making promises. Aid will enter. There is no aid or anything.
Meanwhile, Israel has continued its military offensive in Gaza with more strikes. And Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has said that the war will continue until Hamas is disarmed completely and the Palestinian enclave is under the Israeli military's control.
Our forces are capturing more and more territories to clear them of terrorists and Hamas terror infrastructure, and at the end of this process, all of the Gaza Strip will be under Israeli security control and Hamas will be completely defeated.
Now, since March, Israel has targeted what it calls militant infrastructure, including tunnels and rocket launchers across the Palestinian enclave. The resumption of the assault on Gaza since March, following a 2-month ceasefire, has drawn condemnation from countries including Britain and Canada that have long been cautious about openly criticizing Israel. Even the United States, Israel's most important ally, has reportedly shown signs of losing patience with Prime Minister Netanyahu. And there's also growing unease within Israel over continuation of the war, while several hostages still remain in captivity in Gaza. So with both Hamas and Israel refusing to shift their positions, peace talks remain in a deadlock. But inside Gaza, a different message is growing louder, and it's that from the people themselves. And now moving to South America, where Argentina's capital, Buenos Aires, witnessed fierce clashes. Police and protesters locked horns outside the Argentine Congress, leaving dozens of people injured. Videos show security forces pushing through the crowd in Buenos Aires with riot shields and batons as activists and elderly citizens were singing, chanting, and protesting, demanding higher pensions. The protests outside the Congress erupted as lawmakers failed to meet the necessary quorum to vote on several bills, including proposals for pension increases and continuity of benefits for retirees. Only 124 lawmakers attended out of the necessary 129, while 133 were absent. Opposition lawmakers accused their peers of complying with the government of President Javier Milei's austerity measures. The opposition accuses the Milei government of killing those collecting minimum wage.
Like so many times before, I'm here with a minority defending pensioners. Without any speculations, I'm here defending pensioners because I think that the House of Democracy cannot be indifferent when pensioners are earning 379,000 pesos, $330. This must cause pain in our guts, and we must stop speculating how much more I can continue to do nothing hoping to get a government position.
Recently, we also saw an embarrassing scene. Lawmakers laughing that this session fell through in order to keep the government's plans on track. The government's plan is evidently to kill of hunger millions collecting minimum wage.
President Milei's government, which has sought to improve the economy and tackle painfully high inflation by cutting down public spending, has opposed both proposals to increase pensions and to continue benefits for retirees. In its defense, the government said it is in order to increase pensions, wages and contributions from workers must also increase. It also says that its resources are limited, and to increase pensions, the country must first see more investment and economic growth.
I must give you an obvious answer to your question. In order to increase pensions, we must have better salaries and increase contribution from workers. That is achieved by one condition: investment and growth. There is no other way of doing this because our resources are limited.
Around 38% of the people, or 11.3 million, were in poverty in the second half of last year. Now, President Javier Milei's austerity drive has triggered weekly protests in the capital, with workers, unions, and soccer fans joining retirees to protest pension cuts amid stubborn inflation and reduced public spending. Last month, a nationwide strike against spending cuts severely disrupted transport, with all domestic flights being canceled and trains and metro services suspended in Buenos Aires. President Milei has slashed subsidies for transport, fuel, and energy, and has fired tens of thousands of public servants and also closed government departments. So far, his plans seem to have worked, with inflation down from over 200% to about 60% a year. But the unions and retirees say the most vulnerable have been hit the hardest. So the question becomes, will President Milei be able to continue his austerity drive, or will public pressure force him to find an alternative to fix the economy? And in Australia, torrential rains have unleashed devastating floods across the southeast, cutting off entire towns and leaving thousands stranded. Rescue crews scrambled overnight using boats and helicopters to reach people trapped on rooftops. Authorities have issued urgent evacuation orders, and there's no relief in sight as more heavy rain is forecast for the coming days. Here's a story with more.
Australia's southeast is drowning in disaster. Relentless rain has triggered flash floods, cut off towns and left thousands stranded. And what began as a heavy downpour has now become a record-breaking catastrophe. Rural communities across New South Wales are the worst hit. In the Hunter and mid-North Coast regions, entire streets have vanished underwater. Towns like Turry, Glenthorne, Kempsey, Port Macquarie, Coffs Harbour and Billingen are now disaster zones.
We've got an incredibly volatile situation. I said a few days ago that this will break some records, and these aren't the records that you want to break, but we've seen more rain and more flooding in the mid and to North Coast area than we've ever seen before. We've seen an impact that's affecting the tens of thousands of people.
In just 24 hours, some areas received more than 300 millimetres of rain, which is 4 times the average monthly rainfall. And it's not over. Australia's Bureau of Meteorology warns that up to 200 millimetres more could fall in the following days.
We have significant amounts of rainfall, 200 to 300 millimetres of rain that we've already experienced in the Hunter and the mid-North Coast. We're expecting from the Bureau's indications and predictions that there is another 24 to 48 hours of this rainfall, again of a similar amount, approximately 200 millimetres of rain. They'll continue to create localised flash flooding. Any low-lying areas will be seeing flooding as well, and this system is slowly moving to the north.
Rivers are overflowing, the ground is saturated, and there's simply nowhere left for the water to go.
The shops have been flooded out, and they've only just got over the last flood, and it's major damage this time. It's a lot worse, so it's really bad.
Emergency services have been stretched to their limits. Helicopters winched people to safety from rooftops. Boats cut through debris-filled floodwaters to reach the stranded. In fact, more than 330 rescues were carried out in just 24 hours.
There's been a number of rescues, as I said, a lot of people with a number of pets. We've had cats, dogs, budgies, and a number of animals rescued as well. So there's been a lot of full boats that we've seen, and as I said, we're trying to get along to everyone and as many people as we can on these boats in these floodwaters.
Now, even after the continuous rescue efforts, thousands remain isolated by floodwaters. Entire neighborhoods are without power. Businesses have been inundated, homes submerged and roads wiped out. Tragically, 2 people have been killed. New South Wales Premier described the situation as devastating. He warned that over 50,000 people may need to evacuate or face isolation.
I must also say that we're bracing for more bad news in the next 24 hours. This natural disaster has been terrible for this community. It's affected a wide number of people. It's affected tens of thousands of houses, and as a result, we are bracing for more bad news.
In response, at least 14 evacuation centres have opened across the flood-hit regions. They offer shelter, support and emergency supplies. But access remains a major issue. Many roads are impassable, and air and boat access remains the only lifeline for some. Australia has faced floods before, but few like this. This is a once-in-a-century event. It is raw, it is terrifying, and it is still unfolding. The skies haven't cleared, the danger hasn't passed, and for thousands, the nightmare continues.
And we end today with bees. They may be small, but they're mighty, and they're in trouble. From the farms of Europe and the countryside to the urban gardens, the world's bees and pollinators are facing a silent crisis. War, pollution, climate change, and even well-intended environmental policies are threatening the very species we rely on for our food and ecosystems. Our final report looks at the troubling trend.
A report by BeWild issued a sobering wake-up call about bees. Those tiny, tireless pollinators that we rely on for everything from apples to almonds are now under siege from a growing swarm of global threats, including war zones, pollution, and even climate change efforts. Researchers have identified 12 emerging dangers to bees and other pollinators that could spell disaster over the next decade if left unchecked. These include war and conflict, microplastic particles, artificial light, antibiotic pollution, air pollution, pesticide cocktails, and frequent wildfires. Let's take a look. On top of the list is war and conflict. The report names Russia's invasion of Ukraine and other global conflicts as major disruptors of biodiversity. Farmers in war-torn regions are being forced to stop crop rotation and rely heavily on monoculture farming. This is bad news for pollinators who need a variety of flowers throughout the year to survive. Add in heavy metal pollution from bombs and shelling. Russian President Vladimir Putin and Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky are at the center of this, it seems. Researchers also found microplastics contaminating hundreds of bee colonies across Europe. They also found that synthetic particles are showing up in honeycombs. Meanwhile, air pollution, artificial light, and even antibiotics are taking their toll on bees' ability to forage, pollinate, and survive. Even our green efforts to combat climate change are proving to be a mixed bag for bees. The European Union's goal of planting 3 billion trees by 2030 might help absorb carbon, but without careful planning, this could also reduce biodiversity and starve pollinators of food. Likewise, the mining of rare metals for electric vehicle batteries is bulldozing natural habitats at an alarming rate. Thankfully, it's all not doom and gloom. The report also highlights a dozen solutions to save the bees. These include planting pollinator-friendly flowers in urban gardens or creating bee havens in solar parks. The report also had some tech ideas like using AI to track pollinator health or developing pesticides that target the pests without harming the bees. There's also a push to breed crops with more nutritious pollen and nectar and to introduce stronger laws to curb antibiotic and pesticide use. Pollinators like bees, butterflies, birds, and bats are responsible for helping 90% of flowering plants and 75% of staple crops thrive. Their survival is directly tied to ours, from our diets to our climate and also to our economic. So the next time you swat away a bee, remember, it may be the most important worker you never paid.
That's going to do it for us today. We certainly thank all of you for tuning in today and every day. We look forward to seeing you right back here again tomorrow. Thanks again, everyone, for watching.
Firstpost reports from the world's second largest continent. Hello, I'm Alison LaGrange. A very warm welcome from Durban, South Africa. We get you the news and the newsmakers from Africa. From elections to climate change to innovations and opportunities. As the world's attention shifts, we report from Africa, the heart of the global south. Join me every weekday live on First Post. Hello and welcome to First Post Africa, where we get you the top stories from the continent and from across the world. I'm Alison LaGrange, coming to you live from Durban, South Africa. Hello and welcome. We start with what went down at the Oval Office yesterday. Once seen as a soft power stage, today it is where world leaders seem to be sweating in gold chairs. One wrong answer and you are a headline bait. 1 minute you are posing for the cameras, the next you're fending off accusations or watching a propaganda video. That's what South African President Cyril Ramaphosa walked into yesterday.
Thank you very much, everyone. It's a great honor to be with the President of South Africa, President Ramaphosa, and he is a man who is certainly in some circles really respected, other circles a little bit less respected, like all of us, in all fairness, like all of us.
We all like that.
Soon after the cordial handshake, the tone inside the Oval Office shifted. The usual small talk between the heads of state gave way to something colder. US President Donald Trump entered into an explosive confrontation with his South African counterpart. Trump had the lights dimmed, a flat screen was wheeled inside the room, then Trump pressed play. Now, what followed later felt less like a briefing and more like an ambush. The clip was Trump's way of proving that his white genocide claim is correct.
Excuse me, turn the lights down. Turn the lights down and just put this on. It's right behind you, Johan.
There's nothing this parliament can do. With or without you, people are going to occupy land. We require no permission from you, from the president, from no one. We don't care. We can do whatever you want to do. Who are you to tell us whether we can occupy land or not? We are going to occupy land. Yeah. South Africa occupy land. That's who we are. You, it's from the president, from no one. We don't care. We can do whatever you want to do. Who are you to tell us whether we can occupy land or not? Can we withdraw my membership from this useless parliament? Yes, Honorable Member. Must never be scared to kill.
That 4-minute video compilation contains scenes of speeches by opposition figures in South Africa, namely Jacob Zuma and Julius Malema. Both of them were seen inciting white persecution. Then there was a drone footage which showed graves of purported Afrikaners marked with white crosses. So the idea was to paint a disturbing image of South Africa.
And those people in many cases are being executed. They're being executed. And they happen to be white, and most of them happen to be farmers. And that's a tough situation. I don't know how you explain that. How do you explain that? They're taking people's land away, And in many cases, those people are being executed. And in many cases, it's not the government that's doing it. It's people that kill them and then take their land, and nothing happens to them.
As the video proceeded, Ramaphosa watched with a laugh on his face. He then turned to Trump and asked this.
Have they told you where that is, Mr. President? No. I'd like to know where that is, because this I've never seen. Let me clarify that. Let me clarify that, because what you saw, the speeches that were being made, one, that is not government policy. We have a multi-party democracy in South Africa that allows people to express themselves, political parties to adhere to various policies, and in many cases, or in some cases, those policies do not go along with government policy.
Ramaphosa refuted Trump's false allegations. He firmly rejected the discredited white genocide narrative and said it was dangerously distorted. Ramaphosa reminded Trump that crime affects all South Africans, regardless of race, and land is not taken away from white farmers.
Our government policy is completely against what he was saying, even in the parliament. And they're a small minority party, which is allowed to exist in terms of our constitution.
But you do allow them to take land.
No.
You do allow them to take land.
Nobody can take land.
And then when they take the land, they kill the white farmer. And when they kill the white farmer, nothing happens to them.
Trump didn't stop at the video. Now, he next pulled out a stack of newspaper cuttings which showed recent killings in South Africa.
I don't know. Look, these are articles over the last few days. Death of people. Death. Horrible death. Death. I don't know.
Funnily enough, one of the news clippings that Trump produced featured a photo of the DRC. The white genocide has been largely discredited. It is a conspiracy theory. There's no proof of racially motivated killings in South Africa, and experts have widely debunked it. But Trump stayed unconvinced. A few days ago, he resettled a group of Afrikaners, despite America's global freeze on asylum seekers. When a reporter asked him what would it take for him to be convinced, then Ramaphosa took over.
What would it take for you to be convinced that there's no white genocide in South Africa?
Well, I can answer that for the president. It's for him. No, seriously.
I'd rather have him answer.
Yeah, I'd rather answer that. It will be.
Our president will respond to you.
Yeah, let me.
Thank you, Mr. President.
It will take President Trump listening to the voices of South Africans, some of whom are his good friends, like those who are here. When we have talks between us on around a quiet table, it will take President Trump to listen to them.
So the meeting that was meant to build bridges, focus on trade and repair tattered ties, ended up in Trump fueling a very dangerous propaganda that South Africa was in the grip of a secret genocide against the white minority. Yet Ramaphosa stayed calm. He walked on eggshells and didn't lose his composure. He might have dodged the mistake that Zelensky committed during his February trip. He didn't raise his voice or allow the room to spiral into chaos. But this was the closest yet repeat to what had happened with Ukrainian President. Now, for more on this, we have with us Phumlani Majozi, who is an author and political analyst, joining us live from Johannesburg. Thank you for being with us.
Great to be here. Thanks for the invitation again.
Phumlani, how significant was President Trump's decision to raise the issue of white genocide and land seizures in South Africa during that formal diplomatic meeting? And what does it suggest about the influence of domestic U.S. media narratives on foreign policy?
Well, it seems like the two men were in the opposite ends as to what the meeting was about. Our President Ramaphosa came through to Washington, D.C. to basically push for investment and trade. That was his goal. That was his push. He spoke a lot about that. He was eager to discuss that I want to reset the relations with the U.S. from a trade and investment perspective. It seems to me that President Trump was not really keen to talk much about that. His focus was to show the levels of violence in South Africa during his meeting with him, which is what we saw. It seems like Mr. Trump, for me, I don't think Mr. Trump was really keen to focus on the issues of trade, and that is why we even saw the fact that there was no, a joint press or press conference after the meetings that were held, because that was not really his focus. He wanted to focus more on the levels of violence. Now, I need to say something very important here. That as I've said on your show, I don't think there's a white genocide in South Africa, but we do have a serious problem of violent crime. And Mr. Trump is highlighting that. Yes. When Ramaphosa came into power back in 2018, our murder rate in South Africa, one of the highest in the world back then, was about 35% per 100,000 people. Today, as we speak, the number is about 45 per 100,000 people. We have countries like Kenya, where it's just 5 per 100,000 people. So there are serious levels of violence in South Africa, and when it comes to the issue of farmers being attacked, every farmer suffers attacks in South Africa, right?
Thank you so much for being with us and for sharing your valued insights on this latest story out of the US with President Ramaphosa's visit there. And now let's take a look at what happened after the lights came back on at the Oval Office. While tensions flared over white genocide accusations, other exchanges between Trump and Ramaphosa brought a dash of humor, from joking about not having a private jet to gift to almost pleading that they talk calmly. The South African leader tried to keep the situation grounded, even as the room got tense with cameras rolling. Here's what went down in that very eventful sit-down.
With tensions simmering at the Oval Office, Ramaphosa threw in some wit, some Mandela wisdom, and even a lunch invite. First up, we have to talk about this diplomatic mic drop. Ramaphosa poked some fun and said, "I don't have a plane to give."
Think of this. Why did a country give an airplane to the United States Air Force? Okay, the United States, not to me, to the United States Air Force, so they could help us out, because we need an Air Force One until that's Air Force One. It's being built, 2 of them being built. But Boeing's a little bit late, unfortunately. So why did they give us a plane to the United States Air Force? That's what that idiot talks about after viewing a thing where thousands of people are dead.
I'm sorry, I don't have a plane to give you.
I wish you did. I take it. I would take it. If your country offered the United States Air Force a plane, I would take it.
Okay. But coming back.
Honestly, it wasn't a light, not-so-subtle jab, but a very assuring nod to the headlines buzzing about Donald Trump accepting a $400 million jet from Qatar. But that laughter didn't last long. After a reporter dared to ask Trump about accepting such a lavish gift from the Gulf state, he snapped. He berated the journalist, saying, "You don't have what it takes to be a reporter." Listen to this.
What does this have to do with the Qatari jet? They're giving the United States Air Force a jet, okay? You are a real, you're a terrible reporter. Number one, you don't have what it takes to be a reporter. You're not smart enough. But go back, you ought to go back to your studio at NBC, because Brian Roberts and the people that run that place, they ought to be investigated. They are so terrible, the way you run that network, and you're a disgrace. No more questions for me.
Go ahead.
So, lesson 1. Jet jokes are fine, but questions from a reporter, those are off limits. The situation at the Oval Office came to a point where Ramaphosa almost ended up pleading if the conversation could proceed, with both of them staying calm.
Okay. But coming back to this issue, which I really would like us to talk about, and talk about it very calmly. We were taught by Nelson Mandela that whenever there are problems, people need to sit down around a table and talk about them.
Well, there are
and this is precisely what we would also like to talk about, including, of course, trade matters, investment matters. So the issues that concern you as the United States,
those are all recent. Those are all deaths.
Yeah, in many ways, I mean, one should say you are a partner of South Africa, and you are raising concerns, and these are concerns that we are willing to talk to you about.
You see, Trump had carefully laid a trap that we explained to you before. But Ramaphosa too came prepared a bit. He brought 2 South African golfing legends along with him. And Ramaphosa hoped that a few friendly faces from the fair might help smooth out the meeting's rough patches. The 2 golfers also tried to calm the tense atmosphere at the White House. By the end of the day, Ramaphosa was doing what many leaders before him have done after meeting Trump. While cameras captured the chaos at the Oval Office, things moved to a quieter lunch setting afterward. And yes, Elon Musk was at the table. According to Ramaphosa, the Tesla boss wants to start exporting his electric cars to South Africa. So while Trump was raking up old political battles, Musk was pitching Teslas. Smiling through the chaos, Ramaphosa called his meeting with Trump a great success. Even though Trump has pushed back against the G20 summit, Ramaphosa said he still expected him to show up for the meeting in Johannesburg.
I want to hand over the presidency of the G20 to President Trump in November. And I said, he needs to be there. I don't want to hand over the presidency of the G20 to an empty chair. I want to hand it over to him sitting in that chair in November. And he is going to give serious consideration to it. In fact, I expect him to be coming to South Africa.
But here's what's to be learned. In Trump's Oval Office, every visit by a leader is a gamble. Ramaphosa flew in to talk trade and shake hands. Instead, he got a crash course in Trump theatrics.
Thank you very much for being here.
You're most welcome. Most welcome.
Shifting focus now, while the Trump administration is granting asylum to white South Africans, it is simultaneously deporting migrants from other countries to Africa's South Sudan. A U.S. judge has ruled that the Trump administration unquestionably violated a court order by putting several individuals on a deportation flight to South Sudan. Now, this comes just hours after the administration announced it had expelled 8 immigrants from countries including Cuba, Laos, Mexico, Myanmar and Vietnam, all convicted of violent crimes. South Sudan has stated it has not received any of these migrants. The police said it would investigate and reroute any deportees to their actual countries of origin.
What I say is when they arrive, we don't preempt. When they arrive, they will be investigated, the truth will be established, and it will be again deported to their correct country. Yes, this is what will be likely done. The result of the investigation will determine the action.
Now, this response came as the U.S. Department of Homeland Security claimed it had found a nation willing to accept what it called vicious illegal aliens. It described the deportees as convicted murderers, rapists and pedophiles, and asserted they had been warned repeatedly about deportation. However, some migrants claimed that they were notified only hours before removal. The US has yet to confirm the migrants' current locations, suggesting South Sudan may not be their final destination.
We found a nation that was willing to accept custody of these vicious illegal aliens. We are removing these convicted criminals from American soil so they can never hurt another American victim, American man, child, or woman. While we are fully compliant with the law and court orders, it is absolutely absurd for a district judge to try to dictate the foreign policy and national security of the United States of America.
Days ago, a US judge had blocked deportations to third countries, following reports that migrants could be sent to Libya, a war-torn country plagued by migrant abuse for over a decade. Meanwhile, South Sudan, the world's youngest nation, has faced ongoing violence since gaining independence in 2011. Between 2013 and 2018, civil war claimed nearly 400,000 lives. The US State Department continues to warn against all travel to South Sudan, citing extreme risks of crime, kidnapping, and armed conflict. Last month, the Trump administration revoked visas for all South Sudanese passport holders after immigration officials in Juba refused to repatriate a deportee. Washington accused South Sudan of taking advantage of the United States. South Sudan initially claimed the individual at the center of the dispute was actually a citizen of neighboring Democratic Republic of Congo. However, it later agreed to accept him. The Trump administration is also currently in talks with multiple countries to accept migrants deported from the US. Rwanda has confirmed such negotiations are underway. Other countries mentioned in media reports include Benin, Angola, Equatorial Guinea, and Eswatini. In fact, several Western nations are actively exploring or implementing policies to deport migrants to third countries. The UK tried to ink a deal with Rwanda, but that did not work. Other than countries like Denmark and the Netherlands have also explored such deals with African nations. But such plans have raised multiple legal and ethical concerns. For African nations, these deals pose significant humanitarian burdens, along with serious questions about national sovereignty. Is Africa prepared to accept deportees from the Western world? While the US courts are blocking Trump's deportation orders, UK judges have now lifted an injunction that halted a major treaty at the last minute. It is the Chagos deal between the UK and Mauritius, which was due to be signed earlier today. Now, Britain can now finalize its deal with Mauritius on the future of the Chagos Islands after a High Court judge in London overturned an 11th-hour injunction that had blocked the agreement. The UK Prime Minister Keir Starmer was scheduled to sign the agreement virtually, transferring sovereignty of the Chagos Islands to Mauritius. The court has now cleared the way for the deal to be signed immediately. Under the deal, Mauritius would gain control of the strategic archipelago, while the UK would retain a joint US-UK military base on Diego Garcia for 99 years. Britain would also pay Mauritius reportedly around $4 billion to secure the base's future. After months of negotiations, the deal was set for final signing today, but a judge issued an injunction yesterday after a legal challenge by 2 British nationals born on the islands. The petitioners raised objections that they were not told that the deal would be signed today. They say that they were not part of the consultations, and they have expressed doubts over Mauritius's intentions, arguing that there are no guarantees for resettlement or compensation. Now, they claim that the Chagosians would gain nothing unless they apply for Mauritian citizenship. But in overturning the injunction, the court ruled that granting or continuing the court order would seriously harm the UK's public interest and therefore should not be maintained. The UK government welcomed the ruling, calling the deal vital to protect the British people and our national security. Now, this isn't the first time that the deal faced obstacles. The agreement was initially reached in October of last year, but the current Mauritian government reopened talks, citing concerns over lease terms, financial structure, and uncertainty over how former President Trump might respond to the arrangement. Now, some critics in the UK, especially Conservatives, warned the deal could threaten the joint base, calling it a national security risk. Amid these debates, the Chagossian voices were largely sidelined. Between 1968 and 1973, over 1,500 Chagossians were forcibly removed by the UK to make way for the US base on Diego Garcia. The islands were detached from Mauritius just before it gained independence in 1968. The displacement was devastating. Entire communities were evicted, often without warning, and sent to Mauritius and Seychelles, where many lived in extreme poverty. Britain offered limited compensation in the 1980s, but did not issue a formal apology for decades. Resettlement was promised several times, only to be repeatedly denied. While the Chagossians' issue remains, after a long and fraught back and forth, the Chagos deal is now officially back on track. And that's it on the show for today. We will see you again tomorrow at the same time. Thank you for watching, and goodbye. Hello and welcome. This is Vantage and I'm Alison Lagrange. Let's get started. Bangladesh is back in the spotlight, and once again, for all the wrong reasons. Muhammad Yunus is reportedly weighing his future. He may step down as head of the interim government. The pressure is mounting. Demands for elections are growing louder. So what does this mean for Bangladesh's future and its ties with India? We'll explore. In Pakistan, Imran Khan was launched a new attack from behind bars. He's taking aim at newly promoted Field Marshal Asim Munir. This comes amid growing criticism of Pakistan. They denied an Indian Airlines emergency request to use its airspace. What India's External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar told Europe about Pakistan, how Israel's rift with its Western allies is widening, and how animals are fleeing gang wars in Mexico. All this and more coming up.
সবাইকে বসে যান কল করে রেখেই প্রতিজ্ঞা করছি
Bangladesh is back in chaos. Chief Advisor Muhammad Yunus, the man who was once seen as a stabilizing force, he's now considering leaving his post. Muhammad Yunus is mulling his resignation. This revelation comes from Nahid Islam. Islam is a student leader. He was a face of the anti-government protests in 2024. These protests had led to Sheikh Hasina's ouster. Nahid Islam gave an interview yesterday, and this was after he met Muhammad Yunus himself. Islam claims Yunus voiced serious doubts about his future. He raised 3 complaints: growing pressure, a political deadlock, and a lack of unity from the parties that brought him to power. The story has taken a life of its own. Earlier today, a post went viral. It was from an advisor to Yunus. He said Yunus is not going to step down. This claim was made on social media. But the choice of words from Yunus hints at frustration. He may not have a lot of time to get through his reforms agenda. Support for Yunus could be slipping. One of the biggest signals came this week. The army chief of Bangladesh spoke out. That's General Waqar-uz-Zaman. Now he believes Bangladesh needs elections soon. General Zaman was speaking to his officers. Multiple outlets within Bangladeshi press carried the story. I have some quotes. Listen to this. Bangladesh needs political stability. This is only possible through an elected government, not by unelected decision makers. Now, those words were not just a critique. They were a deadline. The military wants elections before the end of the year. But Yunus hasn't committed. He's talked about a window between December of 2025 and June of 2026. But political parties are running out of patience. They are taking their complaints to the streets. This week, members of the BNP protested. Now, the BNP is the Bangladesh Nationalist Party. It held a public demonstration in Dhaka this week. The spark was over a mayoral election. And the BNP's mayoral candidate, Ishraq Hussain, and he contested the polls in 2020. Now, this was a disputed election. But recently, a tribunal declared Hussain as the winner. The Election Commission backed that ruling. But the interim government refused to act. Now the BNP is alleging it's a cover-up, and they're calling for resignations, including of Yunus's top advisors. 2 days ago, thousands marched in Dhaka. Hussain joined them. He demanded that power be handed over. He demanded accountability from a caretaker government that promised neutrality. They accused them of political bias. It's not just the political parties that are raising questions. Rights groups as well have slammed the Yunus regime. This is over a controversial decision, the decision to ban the Awami League. Now that's the party of Sheikh Hasina. A rights watchdog called the ban arbitrary. Supporters of Hasina's party say that they are being silenced. This decision fits into a wider pattern. Under his leadership, Bangladesh silenced Sheikh Hasina's party, and they lifted a ban on the Jamaat-e-Islami, an Islamist party, and they were outlawed for radicalism. But they are now part of the mainstream. While Hindus in Bangladesh have been targeted, so what has Yunus managed to achieve so far as the chief advisor of Bangladesh? Has he managed to deliver on his promises? He was never elected to the post. He was brought in after a mass uprising. His role was to stabilize the country and to push constitutional reforms. But a year later, there's little reform and even less stability. Yunus has spent more time on foreign policy than fixing the domestic political crisis. The military is restless. The protests have resumed. Bangladesh is looking for direction, and Muhammad Yunus is running out of time to provide one. So Bangladesh is in turmoil. But what does that mean for India? It's a 50-50 situation. On the one hand, relations with the Yunus regime are spiraling. They are very close to rock bottom. On the other, the prospect of elections is good, because a new regime could offer India a reset. Let's look at the current status first. Last month, Bangladesh restricted rice and yarn exports from India. A lot of this trade happened over land ports, but Dhaka decided to stop it. And this month, India retaliated. New Delhi curbed the import of Bangladeshi garments through land ports. As you know, garments are a key export for Dhaka. It makes up around 11% of their GDP. India banned overland export of these garments, thus affecting 42% of the bilateral trade. Now that's worth $770 million. But this week, Dakar targeted India again. They cancelled a shipping contract with an Indian firm. The contract was for building a towing and salvaging vessel. It was worth around $21 million. But this week, Dakar cancelled it. Now, these are just some of the recent moves made by the Yunus regime. Since August last year, we've seen a lot more of them, like resetting ties with Pakistan, signing multiple deals with China, targeting minorities, especially Hindus, and cancelling agreements with India. In simple words, the Yunus regime has driven relations with India to a new low. And that's not surprising. Yunus is propped up by Bangladesh's Jamaat, which is a radical Islamist group. They have a history of undermining Indian interests. In fact, even Bangladesh's interests. The Jamaat helped Pakistan in 1971. They opposed the creation of Bangladesh. Many Jamaat leaders also aided the genocide of Bengalis. And we are seeing that ideology return to Dakar. Yunus is erasing most symbols of the liberation war. He is also downplaying the role of India. So, like I said, bilateral ties are almost at rock bottom. You can only go up from here. And that's where the prospect of elections comes in. If they are held today, the BNP is widely expected to win. That's the Bangladesh Nationalist Party. They too have a history of undermining India's interests, but recently we have seen some changes. The Indian envoy has met the BNP leaders twice. The party has also criticized Yunus and has called for closer ties with India. It's not clear if we can call this a reset yet, but even if it is, it's not ideological. It's about strategy. China, Pakistan and the West are openly backing Yunus. Pakistan especially would love to see the Jamaat influence continue. So naturally, the BNP needs allies too. Maybe that explains this newfound closeness. Having said that, elections do not guarantee a reset. They only guarantee an opportunity, the chance for a fresh start. And as things stand, India will take that. New Delhi has repeatedly called for fresh elections.
As a democracy, India is naturally concerned at curtailment of democratic freedoms and shrinking political space. We strongly support the early holding of free, fair and inclusive elections in Bangladesh.
The ties with Bangladesh are crucial for India, perhaps now more than ever. After Operation Sindoor, India will be vigilant on the Western Front. And on the east, you have Chinese belligerents. So it's important for India to secure its border with Bangladesh, to have a favorable regime in Dhaka. Plus, a stable Bangladesh is in India's interest. We have already seen a rise in violent protests and mob incidents. If elections are delayed, things may worsen. And if that happens, where will people flee? Toward India. So what happens in Dhaka is very consequential to New Delhi. India has always said that its commitment lies with the people of Bangladesh, not one particular leader or regime. Yunus clearly does not understand that. Now, he is obsessed with Sheikh Hasina and her party. Let's hope a new regime would do better. Meanwhile, in Pakistan, Imran Khan is back in the news. The former Prime Minister took aim at his oldest rival, Field Marshal Asim Munir. Yes, the chief of Pakistan's army. He recently rewarded himself with a promotion. Imran Khan took an aim at Munir for that. He said, and I quote, "General Asim Munir has been made Field Marshal, though frankly it might have been more fitting to give him the title of King instead, because right now the country is ruled by the law of the jungle, and in the jungle there is only one king." It is a measured jab. Field Marshal isn't just a symbolic title. It is a statement of intent. Munir is only the second general in Pakistan's history to receive that rank. and he couldn't have timed the announcement better. For Imran Khan, this is a personal battle. He has a history with Asim Munir. When he was Prime Minister, Munir took charge of the ISI in 2018, Pakistan's powerful spy agency. This is where it all fell apart. Munir and Imran Khan reportedly had a confrontation. Munir accused Bushra Bibi of corruption. Bushra Bibi is Imran Khan's wife. Apparently, this made Imran Khan furious. So much so that he removed Munir from his post in 2019. The rivalry escalated from there. 3 years later, in 2022, Imran Khan was out of power and Shahbaz Sharif appointed Munir as army chief. It is widely believed it was Munir who had orchestrated the crackdown against Imran Khan and all of his loyalists. There was a massive purge. Khan's loyalists were forced out. His party was cracked open, and then came the final blow. Imran Khan was himself thrown in jail. Last year, Pakistan went to polls. Those elections were widely seen as rigged. But despite being in prison, support for Imran Khan remains strong. This has always been Munir's weak spot. Now, he managed to remove Imran Khan from power, but he couldn't remove Khan's support. Even from a prison cell, Khan's followers stood by him. They pointed fingers at the military, and they blamed one man in particular, General Asim Munir. Now, they called him the general who stole Imran Khan's mandate. But that narrative has started to shift. In the past few weeks, Munir has launched a new campaign. He's trying to rewrite the story. The conflict with India is now being marketed as a national victory, and Munir is being cast as the man who delivered it, the savior in uniform, and the face of a military trying to rebuild its image. Posters of Munir appeared nationwide. So-called victory rallies have been taken out in Pakistan, even though it was Pakistan that suffered heavy losses across the board. Experts say this is political theatre. Imran Khan is in jail. His supporters are facing military courts, and Munir is busy rebuilding his image as a national savior, as a general who stood up to India. But the reality is messier. Pakistan is facing dire economic challenges. Cost of living still remains high. The country still needs bailouts to survive. And it's not just the economy. Pakistan is battling multiple fires from within. Insurgency is back in the northwest. Militants are launching attacks near the Afghan border. Separatists are stirring trouble in Balochistan. But Munir is focusing on optics. And Khan, from his prison cell, is pointing that out. However, it is difficult to say how effective his message is going to be. Despite his popularity, Imran Khan remains a leader in jail, in a country that is still under the grips of the military. In aviation, there's an unwritten code, one that's backed by actual international law. You do not mess with emergency requests. In a crisis, borders blur. The sky becomes one shared space. But Pakistan doesn't seem to understand that. Or maybe it just doesn't care. On Wednesday, an Indigo flight from Delhi to Srinagar encountered severe turbulence. Now, there were over 220 people on board. The crew requested access to Pakistan's airspace. Lahore denied this request. And finally, the flight landed safely in Srinagar, but it suffered heavy damage. Our next report tells you how Pakistan put the lives of 220 people at risk.
It was meant to be just another flight from Delhi to Srinagar. But what unfolded in the skies was anything but routine. On Wednesday, 220 passengers boarded Indigo flight 6E2142. Everything seemed smooth at first. But as the aircraft approached Pathankot in Punjab, it encountered turbulence. Cruising at around 36,000 feet, the plane was hit by thunder and a hailstorm. Videos from the flight show the horror unfolding. Seats shaking, passengers screaming, and people praying for their lives. Experiencing this turbulence, the pilot made a choice. He first contacted the northern control of the Indian Air Force. The flight asked for a deviation towards the India-Pakistan border. This request was denied. That's because Pakistan's airspace is closed to Indian flights. So then the flight contacted the Lahore Air Control directly. It sought permission to enter Pakistani airspace just to circumvent the storm ahead. This request was promptly denied. Pakistan said no. After the rejection, and with no other option, the crew tried to return to New Delhi. But even that wasn't feasible. The aircraft was very close to a thunderstorm cloud, so returning would have been dangerous. Thus, the flight continued on its path, encountering severe turbulence on the way. At one point, the aircraft's rate of descent was around 8,500 feet per minute. The autopilot was overridden. The crew had to take manual control of the flight. The pilot then declared an emergency to the Srinagar ATC. This Indigo flight landed in Srinagar at around 6:30 p.m. All passengers were safe, but the nose of the aircraft was severely damaged. Aviation is one of the few global systems built on cooperation. The International Civil Aviation Organization, or the ICAO, is a United Nations body. It lays down one fundamental principle. Airspace, especially during emergencies, must remain accessible. Politics must not enter the cockpit. Yet, that's exactly what happened. Pakistan treated this like a chess match. The pilot was a pawn and the passengers collateral in this crisis. All because they are still sulking over India's counter-terror moves after the Pahalgam terror attack. In response, Pakistan closed its airspace to India. The ban was imposed for a month until May 23rd. That's because ICAO rules prevent a ban that's longer than a month. Islamabad is set to renew this ban, and this isn't new for them. In 1999, Pakistan closed its airspace for Indian flights after Kargil. In 2019, after India's Baloch airstrikes, Pakistan did the same. That ban lasted for nearly 5 months. But this incident, this single flight, exposes something much bigger. That when politics trumps principles, lives are put at risk. Indigo 6E2142 wasn't a strategic threat. It wasn't a military mission. It was a plane full of ordinary people, all hoping to get home safe. 220 people tossed around in a metal tube at 36,000 feet. They were deliberately thrown in harm's way because humanity took a back seat. Not because of nature, but because of a neighbor's narcissism.
The fighting between India and Pakistan is over. It's now over to the diplomats. India has begun a global outreach program. It is sending dozens of lawmakers to around 33 countries. The idea is to expose Pakistani terrorism on the global stage. 3 delegations have already reached their destinations, one in the UAE, another in Russia, and a third in Japan. Meanwhile, India's foreign minister is also on the job. S. Jaishankar is on a 3-nation trip to Europe. He is visiting the Netherlands, Denmark, and Germany. He is also speaking to local media and writing articles in local newspapers. Clearly, India's outreach is on overdrive. But is it working? And is it coming a bit too late? Our next report tells you.
India's diplomatic blitzkrieg is underway. 59 members of parliament 7 delegations, 33 countries. One mission: to expose Pakistan-sponsored terrorism. These delegations are multi-party. They include MPs from the ruling BJP and the opposition. 3 of them have begun their trip. Yesterday, the first delegation reached the UAE, a key partner of India in the Gulf. The MPs met the UAE's Minister of Tolerance. They also held talks with defense and foreign affairs officials.
Our commitment toward India's national security is non-negotiable. India is a strategic partner. It's not only with the government, it's with the people, it's with the nation.
Another delegation arrived in Tokyo. First, they were briefed by the Indian ambassador. Then, the outreach began. The multi-party delegation spoke to Japanese think tanks. They also briefed a number of Japanese officials, including their foreign minister, former Prime Minister Yoshihide Suga, and other national security officials. In all these meetings, the message was clear: India has zero tolerance for terror. A third delegation is in Russia. Again, an old and trusted partner of India. The MPs met Russian senators and foreign policy officials. The Russian officials condemned the terror attack in Pahalgam. They also backed India's fight against terrorism. Afterwards, the MPs met Leonid Slutsky. He chairs the Russian Parliamentary Committee on International Affairs. So the delegations have hit the ground running. But they're not fighting alone. Foreign Minister S. Jaishankar is also on the job. He's visiting 3 countries in Europe: the Netherlands, Denmark, and Germany. He's already completed the first 2 stops. As we speak, Jaishankar is in Germany. In the Netherlands, he met the foreign minister, the defense minister, and the prime minister. The Dutch are a key weapons supplier to Pakistan, so the visit had added significance. While in the Netherlands, Jaishankar also spoke to the local media.
Suppose that there were large military centers in the middle of a city like Amsterdam where tens of thousands of people gathered for military training. Would you say that your government knows nothing about that? Of course not. We should not go along with the narrative that Pakistan does not know what is going on. The most notorious terrorists on the United Nations sanctions list are all in Pakistan. They operate in the big cities, in broad daylight.
In Denmark, Jaishankar met the foreign minister and prime minister. He thanked Denmark for its support against terrorism, which brings us to the last stop, Germany. Jaishankar met a group of German parliamentarians. He also met the newly appointed Chancellor, Friedrich Merz. These outreaches will shape India's narrative. We have won on the battlefield. It's now time to win the information war.
Moving on to the United States, the Trump administration has dealt a new blow to Harvard University. It can no longer enroll international students. Now, this is the latest in an escalating standoff between Donald Trump and America's elite universities. Harvard, in particular, is at the center of this fight, and the administration has struck where it hurts: Harvard's international students. Harvard has hit back by suing the Trump administration. But what does this mean? Can the Trump administration do this? What happens to the foreign students? Let's take a look. First, what does this mean? You see, the US federal government controls who comes into the country. For college and universities, it has a huge database, the tracking of the enrollment of foreign students, and this is called the SEVIS, the Student and Exchange Visitor Information System. To access this database, universities need a certification, and this is issued by the Department of Homeland Security. So the DHS has now revoked this access to the SEVIS for Harvard. That means Harvard can't enroll any more foreign students.
I would argue is that we have an interest as a nation, as President Trump has spoken to quite often, that we have an interest as a nation for these universities that are supposed to be the gold standard to actually deliver people who are educated and can function in society and on campuses that encourage a learning environment as opposed to one of left-wing activism.
Second, why is Trump going after Harvard? To understand that, you have to understand Trump's relationship with elite institutions. He sees them as liberal breeding grounds, places where woke culture is allowed to flourish, and Harvard is the perfect symbol of that. The Trump administration frames this latest move as a crackdown on anti-Semitism. It's also cited China's Communist Party as a factor in Harvard's case. But critics argue it's a smokescreen. The demands for student protest footage, disciplinary records, and policy changes veer dangerously close to political retribution. And this isn't just about one school. Trump's administration has launched similar probes into other elite universities. Harvard just happened to fight back.
Very anti-Semitic when you take a look, whether it's Columbia, Harvard, Princeton. I don't know what's going on, but when you see how badly they've acted, and in other ways also.
Third, can Harvard challenge this? Harvard has already denied all of these allegations, calling the actions unlawful and retaliatory. But despite its $53 billion endowment, Harvard can't override the federal immigration apparatus. But the DHS has given Harvard a 72-hour window. It wants the university to comply with its demands. The DHS wants records of foreign students, and this includes any video or audio of their protest activity in the past 5 years. If Harvard complies, the certification will be restored. But Harvard has decided to challenge this. It is taking the Trump administration to court. But in the meantime, what happens to its foreign students? Harvard has around 6,800 foreign students. It makes up for 27% of its student body. 788 of them are from India. The majority of them are graduate students. The class of 2025, those who are graduating in a few weeks, will be allowed to do so. But those who are in the middle of courses may have to transfer to other universities, or else they risk losing legal status in the US. Not just that, these foreign students also contribute to research in crucial fields, especially like medicine, engineering, and AI. So this will impact Harvard's research capabilities. So what happens next? Now that depends on what Harvard decides to do. It is now planning to fight it out in court. Until then, a lot remains at risk, including hundreds of foreign students, millions in funding, and its global reputation as an open, world-class institution. No matter how this ends, the scars of this confrontation will remain. And so will the question, if even Harvard isn't safe, who is? A meme coin with no utility, a dinner invitation with Donald Trump, and $148 million poured in just for access. This week, Trump hosted the top buyers of a cryptocurrency named after himself. The venue, his private golf club. The reward, access to the US president himself. But here's the twist. Before the dinner even began, about half of the invitees already dumped their coins. Some walked away with millions. The Trump family walked away with more. We are talking about millions of dollars in fees alone. Can a sitting US president earn money through a cryptocurrency that bears his name? Our next report explores.
$148 million for a dinner. That's how much investors spent to attend a black tie event at Donald Trump's private golf club. The entry ticket, a meme coin. It has no value. It gives no dividends. It has no utility. It's just a digital token called Trump. When it was unveiled in late April, the coin promised access to one thing: dinner with the man himself, US President Donald Trump. Trump's team promised 220 spots and a VIP reception to the top 25 buyers. No one knows how many of these spots were actually filled. But Trump lived up to the promise. He flew in Marine One to attend the dinner at his private golf club just outside Washington. Even when protests were on outside, inside it was a different world. Ex-NBA star Lamar Odom was there, and so was Chinese crypto entrepreneur Justin Sun, who's currently facing a regulatory case in the United States. All the guests were vetted. They underwent background checks. The dinner itself was a celebration. But what exactly were they celebrating? There's no product, no project, no business plan. Just a meme coin with Donald Trump's face on it. But there's plenty of cash behind it. In all, investors spent $148 million to get to the dinner. The top 25 holders alone bought over $111 million worth of Trump meme coin. Many of them even dumped their purchase well before the dinner. Almost half of them sold all of their Trump meme coins. This includes 17 out of the 25 VIPs. So who's really winning here? Trump's family controls over 80% of the coin supply. Through various companies, they've already made over $320 million in fees. Just the dinner announcement pulled in $1.35 million more. And more than half of those who came were from outside the United States. This isn't just a political stunt, it's a global cash grab. And yet, Trump is everywhere. His name is on the coin. His face is on the website. He attended the event and met the top holders. But when asked about this connection, the White House dismissed it. They tried to label it as a personal engagement. They said his assets are in a blind trust. They said there's no ethics violation. But the question remains, if a coin with no value can buy dinner with a sitting president, what does that say about the future of politics? And what happens when a joke becomes the market? In this game, the coin isn't the scam, the system is.
Let's turn to West Asia now, where the rift between Israel and its Western allies is widening. Namely, three of them: the United Kingdom, Canada and France. Most Western capitals were already losing patience with Israel, but last week pushed them over the line. It all began with Benjamin Netanyahu's new war goal. He announced a new offensive in Gaza. The goal is to occupy all of the Strip, and this came amid an acute shortage of aid. In March, Israel imposed a blockade on the Gaza Strip. They claimed that Hamas was misusing the aid. As the supplies wound down, international pressure grew. Around 600,000 Gazans were facing famine. That's when the UK, Canada and France issued a joint statement. Let me quote parts of it. We strongly oppose the expansion of Israel's military operations in Gaza. The level of human suffering in Gaza is intolerable. If Israel does not cease the renewed military offensive and lift its restrictions on humanitarian aid, we will take further concrete actions in response. The statement came on the 19th of May. Since then, Israel has allowed some aid supplies. Around 100 trucks entered Gaza on Wednesday. Some of the bakeries have also reopened, but the truth is, 100 trucks are not enough. Experts say that at least 500 are needed every single day. Plus, the offensive continues. Israel has not stopped its operations in Gaza. In response, the UK has suspended trade talks with Israel. Both countries were eyeing a free trade deal, but the UK has paused it. Even Europe is mulling similar moves. Israel already has a free trade deal with the European Union, but the bloc has decided to review it. 17 of the 27 EU members voted for the review, and this is a significant move. Israel makes up to just 0.8% of the EU's trade, but the EU is Israel's largest trading partner. Now, they make up 32% of Israel's trade. More than 28% of their exports go to Europe. So if the deal is suspended, Israel will feel the pinch. And how is Israel responding? by lashing out at these Western countries. Netanyahu says France, the UK and Canada are on the wrong side of history.
I say to President Macron, Prime Minister Carney and Prime Minister Starmer, when mass murderers, rapists, baby killers and kidnappers thank you, you're on the wrong side of justice. You're on the wrong side of humanity. And you're on the wrong side of history.
Israel's foreign minister went further. This week, there was a horrible shooting incident in Washington. 2 Israeli embassy staffers were shot dead. The gunman was shouting, "Free Palestine," as he was arrested. Israel's foreign minister linked the shooting to European leaders. Listen to this.
Direct line connecting anti-Semitic and anti-Israeli incitement to this murder. This incitement is also done by leaders and officials of many countries and international organizations, especially from Europe. The words are the modern blood libels. These libels about genocide, crimes against humanity, and murdering babies paved the way exactly for such murders.
So Israel is blaming Europe, but the fact is, it's not just them. Even Israeli politicians have started speaking out, including a former prime minister.
I'm against the expansion of the military operations in Gaza. I think that they bring us close to crimes, because if there is no purpose and there is not a possible outcome that is worth the cost, then why should we continue?
I said this morning that we are a sane country that does not kill children. When ministers in this government celebrate the death and starvation of children, we must say so. Our mission is to ensure that Israel remains a sane country that does not kill children either as a hobby or as a policy.
The question is, will this stop the war? Well, a lot depends on US President Donald Trump. In the past, this has been the precedent. Israel escalates until the US leadership steps in. Once they do, we see a ceasefire. But this time, things have played out differently. The Hamas attack on October the 7th was brutal beyond imagination. Hence, Netanyahu had more leeway than usual. First, Joe Biden and then Donald Trump gave him a free hand. But it looks like that is changing. Last week, the US president visited 3 countries in West Asia, but he skipped Israel. It's being seen as a snub by some experts. If Trump exerts enough pressure, he can force Netanyahu to stop. Many Republicans have also joined in. They feel Israel has gone too far in Gaza. But if Trump doesn't, can Europe do the same? Politically, Europe doesn't have America's clout in Israel. What it does have is economic power. Some European officials have talked about a trade embargo on Israel. No export, no import, no services, no trade. Such a move could put pressure on Israel, but it's unlikely that EU countries will go that far. So, as things stand, the ball is in Trump's court. The world is witnessing a 21st century's Noah's Ark. Hundreds of animals, including elephants, crocodiles, lions, and hippos, have been loaded onto trucks in a Mexican sanctuary. They are being moved hundreds of kilometers away, and this is all thanks to cartel violence. It has exploded over the past few months, and it has led to regular roadblocks, armed clashes, and extortion attempts, which is why animals are being moved to safety. This is the largest relocation of wildlife in Mexico ever carried out due to violence. But animals are not the only ones caught in the crossfire. As cartel violence surges across several states in the country, thousands of people have been killed and many have gone missing. Here's a report.
This is the Ostok Sanctuary, a once peaceful animal refuge on the outskirts of Culiacan, a city in the Mexican state of Sinaloa where 700 animals, including elephants, crocodiles, lions, tigers, hippos, and ostriches, are being quietly moved. They have been loaded onto trucks and are being slipped out of town under white flags. Why the flags? This is a sign of peace, and it has been displayed prominently so that the animals don't get caught in a bloody cartel war, even though they are already bearing the brunt of it. Culiacan is home to one of the country's most powerful drug gangs, the Sinaloa cartel. In recent months, violence has surged between rival factions. So Culiacan has been at the epicenter of this bloody war. Since September, it has left more than 1,200 people dead and 1,400 missing. The fight for power between warring factions has taken a huge toll on animal life as well. There are regular roadblocks, armed clashes, robberies, extortion attempts, and threats to staff at the Ostok sanctuary.
They stole the truck we used to rescue the animals, along with all the rescue equipment. We had rifles, we had many things, and they took it all. The animals also began to suffer health issues because we couldn't bring them food, as there were frequent blockades. Our suppliers couldn't get through due to the violent situations.
Over time, it had become difficult to keep the captive wildlife fed and to find vets and staff willing to work in the region. So now, hundreds of animals are being moved from the violence-torn cartel heartland to a new home hundreds of kilometers away. This is the largest relocation of wildlife in Mexico ever carried out due to violence. And it is being called a 21st century Noah's Ark. That said, cartel violence is not limited to this region. Several Mexican states have been hit by it. It is not uncommon to see attacks on nightclubs, bars, and cockfighting venues. But this week, 7 youngsters were shot dead at an event organized by the Catholic Church. Gunmen opened fire on the crowd. Authorities claim that they belong to a cartel. Political violence is on the rise too. This week, 2 top aides of the Mexico City mayor were shot dead. This incident shook the nation. After all, the mayor of Mexico City holds the country's second most powerful political office after its president. Earlier this month, a mayoral candidate in Veracruz State was gunned down along with 3 other people. During a live broadcast of a campaign rally. In fact, last year, Mexico saw a record number of victims from political violence. 661 attacks were reported. Many of these attacks are a result of cartel violence in the country.
We
feel that what they're doing is meant to instill fear in the community. More than just the murder of good comrades. It's about spreading fear. That's how we see it.
As Mexico's bloody cartel war rages, innocent lives are caught in the crossfire and paying the real price for this violence.
And our last story tonight is about Jimmy Donaldson. If this doesn't ring a bell, we don't blame you. After all, Donaldson is better known as Mr. Beast. And if you don't live under a rock, you have definitely heard that name before. Mr. Beast is the world's biggest YouTube star with 397 million subscribers. And now he's a billionaire. He is the 8th youngest billionaire in the world. Mr. Beast shot to fame after counting to 100,000 on a YouTube video. So how did he get to where he is now? A YouTube star, a business mogul, and a billionaire. Our next report tells you.
The year was 2016. Jimmy Donaldson was just another shy 18-year-old. He had dropped out of college, gotten kicked out of his mother's house, and for the past 5 years, he'd been posting videos on YouTube without much traction. He didn't seem like someone who had the makings of a future celebrity billionaire. That is, until one of his videos went viral in 2017. Donaldson sat in a chair in his room. He counted to 100,000. It took him 40 hours, and suddenly he was an overnight star. He gained more followers, began to attract advertisers, started doing bigger stunts, and today he's Mr. Beast. He's the world's biggest YouTube star, with 397 million subscribers. He has tens of millions of followers on TikTok and Instagram. He became the first person to reach 1 million followers on Meta's Threads app, earning a Guinness World Record and hitting the milestone even before CEO Mark Zuckerberg. And now, at the age of 27, Mr. Beast is a billionaire. He's the 8th youngest billionaire in the world. So what is behind this fortune? For starters, unsurprisingly, it's his YouTube channel, with funny, kind, creative and bizarre videos that have gained more than 80 billion views in total, including reading the dictionary, helping clean the ocean, putting 10 million Legos in a friend's house, and spending 50 hours buried alive. But here's the catch. Mr. Beast makes more money from his side hustles than from his actual videos. He has partnerships with brands. He holds a stake in a food delivery app. He has stakes in other creators' YouTube channels. He has a chocolate brand. He's involved in cryptocurrency companies, and he's made movies and TV series. But this journey is not without controversy. The recent scandal comes from Mexico. Mr. Beast shot a video in ancient Mayan cities where he was accused of using ancient archaeological sites to advertise his chocolate brand.
Those of us here know the importance of ancient archaeological sites, and we respect the fact that they don't let us in. But for the authorities to let outsiders somehow access these places by any means, well, it is frustrating that they let them in and they're not respecting our heritage.
And that's not all. Mr. Beast's game show released last year on Amazon's Prime Video. It was billed as the largest ever reality competition series. Several female contestants sued Mr. Beast's production company and Amazon over a culture of misogyny and sexism. And this hurt Mr. Beast's image on the internet as one of the nicest guys. He has carefully curated this over time. Mr. Beast promises to give all of his money away before dying. He also owns Beast Philanthropy, which is a non-profit initiative. It undertakes massive projects like planting trees, cleaning plastic waste, donating clothes to the vulnerable, and paying for 1,000 people to have eye surgery. Time and again, he's been criticized for making content out of his philanthropy. But this is the brand of Mr. Beast, where everything is content, good or bad. However you look at it, you can't ignore the staggering success of his absurdity.
And now it's time for Vantage Shots, images that tell the story. 2 people killed as a small plane crashes in San Diego neighborhood. Astronaut witnesses thunderstorms as large as cities over U.S. cities. And Kermit the Frog addresses graduates at Maryland University. Finally, taking you back in history, on this day in 1947, the British cabinet approved the partition plan for India. The plan was to divide the country along religious lines into 2 states, a predominantly Hindu India and a Muslim-majority Pakistan. The partition led to one of the largest mass migrations in human history. Over 1 million died and more than 15 million were displaced. Leaving you on that note, thank you for watching. Have a good weekend.
It's important to stay connected to your loved ones, stay connected to your friends. And life is how we get there.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to Firstpost America. I'm Eric Ham, and we're coming to you live from the nation's capital in Washington, D.C. Coming up, Donald Trump ratchets up his war against Harvard University, and talks get underway in Rome between the United States and Iran over Tehran's nuclear program. We begin in Boston, where a dramatic decision by the Trump administration has rocked Harvard University and left thousands of international students facing an uncertain future. Yesterday, the Department of Homeland Security revoked Harvard University's certification under the Student and Exchange Visitor Program. This move prevents the prestigious institution from enrolling or retaining international students, effectively forcing nearly 6,800 students, which is about 27% of Harvard's student body, to either transfer or risk losing their legal visa status. Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem accused the university of creating a quote-unquote hostile learning environment for Jewish students, fostering pro-Hamas sympathies and cooperating with the Chinese Communist Party. Now, Harvard has strongly denied the allegations and called the administration's actions unlawful and retaliatory. The university maintains it provided all information legally required and refused to comply with requests that overstep federal data sharing laws. In fact, Harvard University is now suing the Trump administration after it moved to block the school from enrolling international students.
We are working quickly to provide guidance and support to members of our community. This retaliatory action threatens serious harm to the Harvard community and our country, and undermines Harvard's academic and research mission.
The Department of Homeland Security has given Harvard 72 hours to meet an expanded list of demands. If the university complies, there is a narrow window for it to retain its SEVP certification before the 2025-26 academic year begins. If not, international students, including those already in the United States, must transfer out or face losing their lawful status.
Not done anything wrong, right? So, and Harvard's given students a lot of care and freedom and, a lot of things. So I think that, obviously the tension between the government and institution is one story, but, as a student of Harvard, I feel very supported and protected by the institution. Yeah.
Now, this crackdown has particularly alarmed Indian students who make up a significant portion of Harvard's international community. The university typically welcomes 500 to 800 Indian students and scholars annually. The current cohort of 788 Indian students now find their academic plans in jeopardy. In fact, for those on optional practical training, transferring institutions would immediately terminate their work authorization. And now, just India, but even Chinese students have come under tremendous scrutiny. In the academic year of 2023 to 2024, more than 277,000 Chinese students studied at the university. Responding to the Trump administration's decision, the Chinese Foreign Ministry pledged to safeguard the legitimate rights and interests of its overseas students and scholars.
Educational cooperation between China and the United States is mutually beneficial. China has always opposed the politicization of educational cooperation. This approach from the United States will only damage the image and international credibility of the United States. China will firmly safeguard the legitimate rights and interests of overseas Chinese students and scholars.
And even German officials vowed to discuss the needs and interests of German students and inform to hold talks with Washington on the matter.
German students are bound to also be affected. In fact, we know of a 3-digit number of Germans studying at Harvard. In this respect, we will quickly take up the question with our partners in the United States as to what impact this will have on German students.
The Trump administration's action is part of a broader campaign to reshape the culture of higher education. And now, with the clock ticking on a tight 72-hour window, the world watches to see whether Harvard will yield to federal pressure or whether the doors to one of the globe's most iconic institutions will soon close to the world's brightest minds. And now to Europe, where the United States and Iran are holding their 5th round of nuclear talks in Rome, aiming to resolve deep-rooted disagreements over Tehran's nuclear program. The talks, which began last month, are the highest-level contact between the two nations since the United States withdrew from the landmark 2015 nuclear accord during President Donald Trump's first term. But ahead of the talks, Iran's foreign minister warned that fundamental differences still remain between the two sides and that there would be no agreement if the United States demands a halt to uranium enrichment.
As they have expressed in their interviews, that they do not believe that any enrichment can continue in Iran, and they think that we should cease all enrichment activities. If that is their goal, there will be no deal. If they want to take away the right of the Iranian people to use nuclear energy peacefully, we will not have an agreement at all.
That hardline message from Iran's foreign minister comes as Tehran pushes for a new deal to lift sanctions that have battered its economy. Ever since returning to office in January, President Donald Trump has reinstated his so-called maximum pressure strategy, which is supporting talks but warning of possible military action if diplomacy fails. In fact, the last round of talks in the Omani capital Muscat ended with a public spat over enrichment. U.S. envoy Steve Witkoff said Washington could not authorize even 1% enrichment, a position Tehran called a red line, citing its rights under the Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty. The spat further led Iran's supreme leader to also cast doubts on the ongoing negotiations earlier this week.
Indirect negotiations existed back then, in his time too. But there were no results, and I don't think we'll bring results now. Who knows? We will not allow Iran to enrich uranium. It's a major overstep. No one is waiting for permission.
Under the 2015 deal, Iran was allowed to enrich uranium at low levels for civilian use. But after the deal was torpedoed in 2018, Tehran currently enriches uranium up to 60%, well above the 3.67% limit set by that accord, but below the 90% needed for a nuclear weapon. Washington is demanding a tougher deal to prevent Tehran from becoming a nuclear power, an ambition that Iran has consistently denied.
And would like to see if we could solve the Iran problem in an intelligent way as opposed to a brutal way. There's only two, intelligent and brutal. Those are the two alternatives.
And adding to the complexity, Iran has issued a stern warning over reports that Israel is preparing to potentially strike its nuclear facilities despite the ongoing U.S.-Iran talks. Israel has repeatedly threatened military action, but after this week, a new report claimed Tel Aviv was allegedly actively planning an attack, although no final decision has in fact been taken. In a letter to the United Nations, Iran's foreign minister declared that any such strike would be met with a decisive response and that the United States would be held responsible if complicit.
We believe that in the event of any attack on the nuclear facilities of the Islamic Republic of Iran by the Zionist regime, the U.S. government will also be involved and bear legal responsibility. Iran strongly warns against any adventurism by the Zionist regime and will respond decisively to any threat or unlawful act by this regime.
So with Iran refusing to halt enrichment and threatening retaliation over any strike on its nuclear sites, tensions remain high and a breakthrough looks as uncertain as ever. And now more chaos in the skies as a devastating plane crash jolted San Diego's Murphy Canyon neighborhood early Thursday morning. A private jet slammed into homes after clipping power lines, sparking fires that destroyed vehicles and forced over 100 residents to flee. At least 6 people were on board the aircraft, according to the Federal Aviation Administration. San Diego police confirmed at least 3 deaths, while San Diego Fire Assistant Chief said it seemed unlikely any passengers could have survived the crash. So what caused this crash, and could it have in fact been prevented? Our next report has more.
Come on, let's go!
Let's go!
Go!
Come on, girls. Hey, I don't think we're gonna get the girls over.
In the early hours of Thursday, May 22, a private jet crash shattered the calm in San Diego's Murphy Canyon neighborhood.
And I woke up to a loud explosion. My wife was screaming, and she's like, "There's a fire." I was trying to comprehend what happened.
The Cessna Citation II, carrying 6 people, burst into flames after hitting power lines and crashing into a residential area around 3:45 a.m. The fiery wreckage set multiple homes and cars ablaze, forcing over 100 people to evacuate.
They were scared. Kids were outside barefoot, running around. Everybody's kind of a little bit chaotic, but they were kind of moving with a purpose to get to safety.
3 of the 6 passengers died on impact. Among them was Dave Shapiro, co-founder of Sound Talent Group and the owner of the aircraft. Also killed were 2 of his colleagues, reportedly part of the same agency. Former The Devil Wears Prada drummer Daniel Williams, who posted about flying with Shapiro, is believed to be among the victims as well. Authorities confirmed that all fatalities were from the plane. 8 people on the ground suffered injuries, mostly from smoke inhalation or escaping burning buildings. 1 home was completely destroyed, and around 10 others sustained major damage.
Morning, everyone. Crews arrived on scene just after 3:47, about 3:55 this morning. What they found was behind you, the scene that you see behind me right now. We had a plane that had come through this neighborhood, taken out 1 home. We had 1 home on fire, multiple cars on fire going down the street. We initiated what's called an Alert 5, which is an upgraded for a plane off the runway.
The crash occurred just 2 miles from Montgomery-Gibbs Executive Airport, which was also the flight's destination. Officials confirmed the plane had originated from Teterboro, New Jersey, making a fuel stop in Wichita, Kansas. Now, just before the crash, the pilot radioed that he was 3 miles out, and soon after, the plane struck power lines and slammed into the neighborhood. Investigators found wreckage under the lines and debris spread across a quarter-mile radius.
So the airplane was a 1985 Cessna 550 Citation, registration number November 666 Delta Sierra. It struck power lines about 2 miles southeast of the airport, then collided with a house. So we found fragments of the airplane that are not yet to be identified underneath the initial power lines, and then we do have a wing on the road just on the other side here, and the remainder of the wreckage appears to be on the street just behind you.
Jet fuel sprayed onto homes and vehicles, igniting fires several blocks away. Over a dozen cars were completely burned. Families fled barefoot. Many were helped by neighbors and fellow military families.
I'm so used to a bunch of stuff going wrong. I just be ready. I be ready. I grabbed everybody. We got up out of there quick. You know.
San Diego's Murphy Canyon is home to many military families. The crash reignited memories of past air tragedies in the area. In 2021, a twin-engine plane crash killed 2 people in a nearby suburb. In 2008, a military jet crash killed 4 residents in University City. The National Transportation Safety Board and the FAA have launched a full investigation. Early theories suggest the pilot may have misjudged his final approach due to low visibility. As cleanup crews tackled the charred wreckage and lingering fuel, the neighborhood remained sealed off. Authorities urged patience as they continued their probe into what caused this devastating crash.
And now we shift attention to a deepening humanitarian crisis unfolding in the Caribbean. Haiti is accusing the Dominican Republic of violating the rights of its nationals, calling recent mass deportations of Haitians xenophobic and discriminatory. The statement from Haiti's foreign ministry came after a week of immigration raids in Dominican hospitals where dozens of pregnant women and new mothers were arrested. Haiti says its ambassador in the Dominican Republic will begin organizing voluntary repatriation convoys, promising to bring citizens home in dignified conditions.
Haiti is deeply concerned by xenophobic acts against its citizens in the Dominican Republic. Our diplomats have been instructed to organize dignified repatriations and demand full respect for Haitian rights.
In recent months, the Dominican Republic has stepped up deportations to Haiti despite rising insecurity fueled by gang violence on the other side of the border. Cracking down on undocumented Haitians was a campaign pledge of its Dominican president, who won a second term last month. The United Nations reported nearly 20,000 people were in fact deported in April alone, including growing numbers of pregnant and breastfeeding women. Reports suggest in the first 3 months of this year, more than 84,000 Haitians have been expelled. Last year saw a record 276,000 deportations from the Dominican Republic. And the crackdown coincides with a surge in anti-Haitian sentiment inside the Dominican Republic, where nationalist groups are calling for tougher migration controls. Late last month, dozens of protesters gathered outside the government palace in the capital, Santo Domingo, calling for a halt to what they described as the Haitianization of the country.
We tell the government to move forward, that if they do what they have to do, if the president takes a stand and defends Dominican identity, the people will be there to defend the country before international organizations, because this country is ours, and we will defend it to the death.
Amid the growing pressure, the Dominican government has announced plans to expand the border wall and deploy additional troops along its over 300-kilometer border with Haiti.
Starting now, we will expand the supervisory capacity of the 3 current border brigades in 6 operational areas, each under the supervision of a senior officer. In addition, we will reinforce border surveillance with 1,500 additional soldiers, who will join the 9,500 already deployed at the border.
Meanwhile, Haitian officials have called for international solidarity and support to tackle the root causes of migration and violence. At a meeting of the Organization of American States earlier this week, Haiti warned that armed gangs control 85% of the metropolitan area of its capital city, making it difficult to restore law and order as its military is weak.
Because our military is very embryonic, with about 1,000 members, with not too much long-time training, they're unable still now to effectively combat the gangs, which are very strong, very well armed, very well financed by criminal drug traffickers and contraband individuals, using our weaknesses, our inability to control, to surveil our coastlines.
So as one nation deports and the other struggles to receive, the island of Hispaniola stands divided, and not just by a border, but by deepening political and humanitarian fault lines. For thousands of Haitians, many pregnant nursing or fleeing gangs, the question is no longer where to go, but whether any place is safe enough to stay. And our final story today is from the Cannes Film Festival. The festival traded glamour for grit, with politics taking center stage. Robert De Niro blasted Donald Trump, calling him America's Philistine president, while Pedro Pascal urged Americans to resist fear-mongering. The red carpet saw Julian Assange wearing a shirt honoring Gaza's child victims, as over 350 filmmakers signed a letter condemning silence on Gaza. Cannes, once famously apolitical, now seems more like a protest movement in designer heels. We've got more from the red carpet.
What happens when a glitzy film festival meets a global conscience? Welcome to Cannes 2025, where red carpets, rhinestones, and righteous outrage waltz together. The world's most glamorous film festival officially entered its woke era.
Mr. Robert De Niro.
At the opening ceremony, Robert De Niro, accepting his honorary Palme d'Or, used his speech to shred Donald Trump like a bad script.
America's Philistine president
has had himself appointed head of one of our premier cultural institutions.
He called Trump America's Philistine president and urged everyone to act now without violence but with passion to save democracy.
Of course, this is unacceptable.
You're suffering from what, do you say? From depression. Depression?
But this wasn't just talk. Ahead of the festival, over 350 cinema heavyweights, including Richard Gere, Javier Bardem, Mark Ruffalo and Susan Sarandon, penned an open letter blasting the film industry's silence on Gaza. Titled For Fatem, the letter honored 25-year-old Gazan artist Fatima Hassoun, who was killed in an Israeli airstrike. Her story and the documentary Put Your Soul on Your Hands and Walk premiered at Cannes in a deeply emotional tribute. Cannes also threw its support behind Ukraine, dedicating the opening day to the nation. 3 documentaries, including Zelensky, a biopic on the wartime leader, and 2,000 Meters to Andrivka, a documentary on the liberation mission of Andrivka, reminded audience that yes, cinema can be art and ammunition. Even Laurent Lafitte, the ceremony's charming host, name-dropped Vladimir Zelensky and urged celebrities to use their status for something beyond fragrance advertisements. After years of awkward silences, Khan finally gave the Me Too movement a front row seat. The festival president praised the Me Too movement for forcing a long overdue reckoning in France's film industry, referring to Gérard Depardieu's 19-month sentencing for sexual assault.
Lately, the association to Gerard Depardieu being a giant of French cinema has always bothered me because, first of all, he's not a monster, he's a man who's been desacralized, apparently by acts that have passed under the law.
And then there's Jafar Panahi, the Iranian director whose very presence at Cannes made headlines. After a 15-year absence due to a travel ban, Panahi walked the red carpet in person. His new film, It Was Just an Accident, seethes with the pain of his incarceration by Iran's Islamic Republic.
When you imprison an artist, you're giving them material, you're handing them new ideas. You're opening up a whole new world to them. In a way, with this act, you're not stopping their path, you're pushing them into a new phase. The truth is, we didn't create the seed of the sacred fig by accident. The Islamic Republic did. The Islamic Republic took us to prison, and from now on, every time they imprison an artist, it will have consequences.
Fashion statements obviously made headlines, but not without a hint of symbolism. India's Aishwarya Rai Bachchan graced the red carpet in a hand-woven sari. With a striking vermilion parting her hair, social media dubbed her as the perfect culture ambassador. Some even suggested it was a nod to India's Operation Sindoor, a strike against terrorism by Pakistan, which derives its name from vermilion, which is worn by Hindu women, signifying their marital status. Well, that's how India does diplomacy in couture. Speaking of statement, Julian Assange, the Australian editor, publisher and activist, didn't need a mic to go viral. He wore a t-shirt printed with the names of thousands of Palestinian children killed in Gaza. Subtle? No. Powerful? Absolutely. After the premiere of Western Eddington, it was Pedro Pascal who stole the show. When asked about the political nature of the film, Pascal didn't flinch and said,
"Fear is the way that they win, for one, and so keep telling the stories and keep expressing yourself and keep fighting to be who you are. And I don't know, people that try to make you scared, you know, and fight back. And this is a perfect way to do so in telling stories and don't let them win. Don't let them win."
This year at Cannes, the stories extended far beyond the screen. From red carpet revolutions and dissident directors to cultural symbolism and very pointed speeches, Cannes 2025 reminded us that art and activism are now sharing the same limelight.
That's our show for today. We certainly thank all of you for tuning in. We hope you have an amazing weekend. We look forward to seeing you right back here on Monday. Thanks for watching, everyone.
Firstpost reports from the world's second largest continent. Hello, I'm Alison LaGrange. A very warm welcome from Durban, South Africa. We get you the news and the newsmakers from Africa. From elections to climate change to innovations and opportunities. As the world's attention shifts, we report from Africa, the heart of the global south. Join me every weekday live on First Post. Hello and welcome to First Post Africa, where we get you the top stories from the continent and from across the world. I'm Alison LaGrange, coming to you live from Durban, South Africa. Hello and welcome. We begin with more details emerging from the Trump-Ramaphosa meet. Trump didn't just meet Ramaphosa at the Oval Office. He painted a picture of South Africa, one that blurred the truth. He twisted some facts to fit his narrative, distorted some others, while a few veered completely off reality. The video that he put out was aimed to present a version of South Africa that fits his argument. But Trump's reality is not the world's reality, and that's what we'll tell you. First was this video, which contains scenes of South African politicians. This clip was played to prove that the South African government is trying to seize land from white farmers. He framed it as proof to showcase land grabs. But the fact is, the man in the video isn't part of government. His name is Julius Malema, a leader of a far-left party called the EFF, or the Economic Freedom Fighters. The party came fourth in the 2024 elections, managed to secure just 9.5% of the vote. He has never held power. Malema is also seen in the video chanting an infamous anti-apartheid chant, "Kill the Boer." Now that's what the name of the song is. Boers are farmers, and they come from the Afrikaans minority. The literal translation means, "Kill the white farmer." It does incite violence, and it is controversial, but the song was actually a symbol of struggle during the 1980s, and it was an outcry against apartheid-era injustices. It was about resistance. Trump, however, tied this to the white genocide in South Africa. To equate that song with white genocide is distorting history. It paints former oppressors as present-day victims. The chant is a legacy of apartheid brutality and not a blueprint for genocide. Hence, using it now as an argument to claim alleged atrocities against whites ignores the very reason it was born in the first place.
The issue of whether what he terms as genocide can be equated to the struggle. And of course it cannot, because there is just no genocide in South Africa. And of course, it is an issue of how one looks at it. As they say sometimes, the shape of the mountain depends on which point or which direction you are looking at it. And in this case, we cannot equate what is alleged to be genocide to what we went through in the struggle, because people were killed because of the oppression that was taking place in our country. So you cannot equate that.
Another scene from that video that Trump played included white crosses. They were lined up along a road, and hordes of cars and trucks were present at the site. Trump claimed that those were burial sites of quote-unquote thousands of white farmers. But the truth is something else. Those crosses seen in the video were not grave sites. The video is from a 2020 incident when a white couple was ambushed and shot dead. The crosses were erected as temporary memorials. And after Trump's unsubstantiated claims, South Africans who stayed at the memorial spoke up.
We don't have genocide in South Africa. Yes, we can talk about the huge number of crimes that are happening in the country, but that cannot be equated to genocide, you see?
The country, we really wish for the country to prosper, for black and white. It's not just about the whites and all that for me, but yes. Genocide? I don't know. I don't know, but I do think it happens.
Trump also said that white farmers are quote-unquote killed in large numbers. And then, to prove his point, he pulled out a stack of newspaper cuttings. Crime rates in South Africa are extremely high, yes. It has one of the highest murder rates in the world. In one of the newspaper clippings that Trump showed, there was an article from a website called The American Thinker. It showed individuals wearing white hazmat suits. Trump again said it was a burial site. But the image is from the Democratic Republic of Congo and not South Africa. The YouTube video was posted in February, and those figures in the screen grab were Red Cross workers. So Donald Trump came armed with a video montage. He talked of killings and highlighted white farmers who are victims of a supposed war in South Africa. But in that lavish room, the only casualty was the truth. Now, for more on this, we have with us Sean Zathi, the Director of Control Risks, joining us live from Cape Town in South Africa. Thank you for being with us, Sean.
Thank you for having me.
Now, from a South African diplomatic standpoint, how significant is it when a US president like Donald Trump publicly misrepresents certain facts during his discussions held with President Ramaphosa? Could this impact bilateral relations or even public perception of the US-South Africa relationship?
I mean, I think it will definitely impact the public perception of South Africa, particularly by Americans, which is going to limit tourism, might also limit potential trade opportunities. But I mean, bilaterally, despite the misrepresentation of what happened during the meeting, I think that the meeting actually helped bilateral relations. And Ramaphosa did a very good job of staying calm, not engaging with Trump, and in the end, having a very good relationship. There's actually signals that Trump may now actually come to the G20 meeting at the end of the year, which, if he does, I think will also mean a better perception of South Africa in the US. So I think in the end, while it was a little bit of a gotcha politics, I think in the end it's actually been better for South Africa-US relations.
And President Trump's claims during his meeting with President Ramaphosa have already been proven false. From a diplomatic perspective, how should South Africa address this misinformation?
I mean, I think we're in an age of misinformation, unfortunately. And I think the worst thing that the government can do is to try and correct everyone every time something incorrect is said. Because ultimately, it's not hard to see that the supposed genocide of white people, i.e. the complete destruction of a whole race, is not happening in South Africa. And to be fair, I think it's a fairly small minority, even in the US government, which thinks there's a genocide. And it's better to bring to light the positives in South Africa, a very active democracy, a lot of opportunities, especially for critical minerals, and the potential for increased trade, than to try and change the minds of everyone on one issue. And I think that's what Ramaphosa and the delegation did when they went to the US.
Right. And given South Africa's role in BRICS and its growing influence on the global stage, What might be the geopolitical implications if such misrepresentations by a US president go unchecked? Could it affect our international standing or our strategic alliances?
No, I mean, as mentioned, this is actually still a fairly fringe view, and I don't think it's shared by other international partners, particularly our BRICS partners. We've actually seen the actions by the US against South Africa helping to bring a closer relationship with the EU, for example. And I think there are a lot of other partners who are very happy to fill the vacuum, both trade-wise and diplomatically, if the US was to continue to veer away from its relationship with the US. So I don't see any issues with our other partners because of Donald Trump's misrepresentations.
Sean, thank you very much for being with us on Firstpost Africa and for your valued insights and analysis there.
Thank you.
Moving on to the war in Sudan, the United States has made some shocking accusations. The US says Sudan's military used chemical weapons last year in its civil war against the paramilitary Rapid Support Forces, or the RSF. And for that, Washington is now slapping sanctions on Khartoum. The US State Department issued a statement. It says that Sudan must stop using chemical weapons and stick to its promises under an international treaty called the Chemical Weapons Convention, a treaty that almost every country has signed, promising not to use these kinds of weapons. Washington said it's committed to punishing those who spread or use chemical weapons. However, the US has not clarified exactly when or where the weapons were used. But some reports earlier stated that Sudan's army used chemical weapons at least twice in its battle against the paramilitary group, the RSF. The report said that the chemical used was likely chlorine gas, which can cause severe breathing issues and even death. Yesterday, the US formally informed Congress about its findings. This now kicks off a 15-day clock, after which new sanctions will come into effect. Those sanctions will block American exports and financial support to Sudan's army-backed government. But the impact might be small. That's because both Sudan's army chief, Abdel Fattah al-Burhan, and his rival RSF commander, Mohammed Hamdan Dagalo, are already under US sanctions. The war between the two forces broke out in April of 2023. And it has ripped the country apart. Tens of thousands of lives have been lost. At least 13 million people have been forced to flee from their homes. And the United Nations calls it the world's largest displacement crisis. Now, just this week, the army claimed that it had pushed the RSF out of their final positions near the capital, Khartoum.
We announced today the complete clearance of the entire Khartoum state from any presence of members of the terrorist militia of Dagalo and the clearance of our national capital from the filth of the rebels and their supporters, stressing that Khartoum state is completely free of rebels.
After nearly 2 months of intense fighting, Sudan's army says it has now retaken full control of Khartoum state. But the bigger question remains, even if the battlefield changes, will the human cost ever be reversed? And now, updates on the newly signed Chagos deal between the United Kingdom and Mauritius. After a lot of back and forth, the deal has finally been signed, under which the UK transfers sovereignty of the strategic Chagos Islands in the Indian Ocean to Mauritius.
I signed a deal to secure the joint UK-US base on Diego Garcia. This is absolutely vital for our defence and intelligence, and therefore for the safety and security of the British people. By agreeing to this deal now on our terms, we're securing strong protections, including from malign influence, that will allow the base to operate well into the next century, helping to keep us safe for generations to come.
As per the agreement, the UK retains control of the UK-US military base on Diego Garcia, the largest island in the archipelago, for a 99-year lease. The base remains crucial for missions supporting UK and allied forces across the Middle East, East Africa and South Asia. As per the financial terms, the UK will pay Mauritius an average of $128 million annually over a 99-year lease period, with a net present value of $4.3 billion. The US will cover the operating costs of the base. A $51 million trust fund has also been set up to support the Chagossians. Mauritius Prime Minister Nevin Ramgoolam welcomed the deal, calling it a milestone in the country's decolonization journey. The UK says that the deal has the full backing of all Five Eyes partners, the US, Canada, Australia and New Zealand, as well as India. Now, the US has called the deal historic. As it said, the agreement secures the long-term, stable and effective operation of the joint US-UK military base, which is critical to regional and global security. India, which shares deep historical and strategic ties with Mauritius, welcomed the agreement, saying it has consistently supported Mauritius' legitimate claim over Chagos, which is in line with its stand on decolonization, sovereignty, and territorial integrity. But the deal has met sharp criticism from the UK Conservatives, who call it an act of national self-harm. They say the deal could potentially benefit China. The Chagossians in the UK have also slammed the deal, questioning Mauritius's intentions. Some Chagossians have filed legal challenges, claiming that the deal lacks guarantees for resettlement or compensation. They argue that Chagossians gain little unless they accept Mauritian citizenship. In response, a UK court briefly paused the signing last minute yesterday, but later ruled it could go ahead in the public interest. Chagossians have vowed to continue their legal fight.
We are human beings we have rights. We are British citizens, yet our right doesn't count. We don't want to hand over our rights to Mauritius. We're not Mauritians, and I don't think we will get the rights we're asking for now. We've been fighting for 60 years. Mauritius is not going to give that to us. So we need to keep fighting with the British government to listen to us.
Between 1968 and 1973, over 1,500 Chagossians were forcibly removed by the UK to make way for the US base on Diego Garcia. The displacement was devastating. Entire communities were evicted without warning. While their fight for identity and self-determination continues, strategic interests have taken precedence, with the Chagos deal now sealed. And for our final story, we turn to West Africa, where a major anti-corruption campaign is gaining momentum in Senegal. Several senior officials from former President Macky Sall's administration have come under investigation, with a string of high-profile indictments this week alone. In the latest, Mustafa Diop, the former Industrial Development Minister, has been indicted for misappropriating $4 million in public funds. On Wednesday, it was Aissatou Sophie Gladima, the former mining minister, who was accused of embezzling over $330,000 from a national mining fund. And then on Tuesday, Ismailia Madior, the full former justice minister, was indicted for accepting bribes while in office. Now on Monday, Salimata Diop, the former Minister for Women's Affairs, charged with complicity in embezzlement. And this comes as the new government led by President Bassirou Diomaye Faye and the Prime Minister, Ousmane Sonko, who took office in April last year, launches an unprecedented push against corruption. Crackdown on graft is the key agenda of their administration. President Faye, the youngest leader in Senegal's history, won a landslide victory on a promise to clean up governance. He won wide support from the country's unemployed youth. Since taking office, he has ordered full-scale investigations into what he called systemic corruption under the Sall government. Now, including allegations that key economic data was fabricated to hide deficits and to mask debt. To support the crackdown, a specialized anti-corruption tribunal has been set up, with legislation underway to mandate asset declarations from all public servants and to protect whistleblowers. Now, Faye's administration is also moving to digitize government accounts and procurement processes aimed at limiting opportunities for fraud and also for improving transparency in public spending. But the drive has not been without controversy. The former president, Macky Sall, now based in Morocco, and his supporters have condemned the crackdown as a political witch hunt, claiming that these cases are politically motivated and lack due process. Several former ministers who still hold parliamentary seats have had their immunity stripped to allow for prosecution. This triggering outrage among the opposition, which accuses the government of abusing its mandate to target political adversaries. Still, the Faye government maintains that the campaign is about restoring public trust and ensuring accountability at the highest levels. And that's all we have on the show for today. We will see you again at the same time on Monday. Thank you for watching. Have a great weekend and goodbye.